just instantly just being compelled to just be drawn to Andrew Tate and his message. Like, don't you think that's a testament to how like it's kind of impossible to ask men to not be toxic and sex loving and
no, of course
disgusting?
not. It's like Andrew Tate's message is appealing. It's like Mary Kay for men. Like he sells cool shit. It's like astrology. Like that. Like people are always going to be drawn to like easy fixes or hearing things that they want to hear. That's a human fundamental nature thing, not like a male or female fundamental nature thing. Everybody wants easy answers for success in life, and Red Pill gives you the easy answers. Just be more masculine, just be meaner, play into the male power fantasy as much as possible, and then you can have the entire fucking world at your fingertips. And it's easy too. What do you have to do? Fucking go to the gym and fucking be meaner to women and fucking, don't be a simp. And blah. It's like, oh, cool. It's like shit you want to hear anyway. Like,
so you're saying that because he's like wrapping the message in like a nice package, that's the real reason why boys and young men are like gravitating towards these toxic messages. It's not biology.
I mean, I think so. If you talk to like real women outside of these hyper crazy toxic spaces, like every woman will tell you that like a guy being like an Andrew Tate fan is like the biggest fucking red flag in the world. Like there aren't women that are flocking like, oh yeah, Andrew Tate fans. And I feel like that should tell you everything you need to know about like the purported effectiveness of that movement. You're just not finding all these women who are like, yeah, Andrew Tate fans, like red pill guys, they're the best. Nobody's saying that anywhere. Like it's just yeah.
I agree that that's toxic as fuck, and like I don't blame women for not liking that. But I'm saying that like in the past, it used to be the case where toxic, disgusting men like Andrew Tate were how they were, but it was women who were conditioned to want that instead by society.
Yeah, but the world has changed. We've evolved. We're at a different species now, right? It's not enough to just have a paycheck and now you own a woman because of that. You have to bring more to the table now, which is difficult. Men have to level up a lot because women have been steadily for the past like fucking 100 years.
The problem is that I don't know if men can fundamentally level up in the same way women can.
Why?
Like,
are men actually worse than women? Are we just destined to be retarded? How can women make so much? I don't think so. Come on.
I don't know. Like the fact that like even within the past 10 years after women like started gaining more and more control of like jobs and like education and stuff, men are still just sitting on their asses, just like incessantly simping for women and dating apps and shit, and that they are just at the mercy of women. Like I feel like that kind of is
nobody's speaking to men right now except for like the Andrew Tates of the world. The left is just like really fucking retarded when it comes to speaking to majority power classes. But hopefully they get better than that, because I'm here encouraging them to do better. But I don't know, truly. Like at some point the left will figure out that they have to stop ignoring everybody that could be like an ally or a part of their movement. They'll figure it out eventually, either because this current left will disappear because they're not able to do it and a new left will take over, or the current one will learn like, fuck, like we're losing followers and nobody cares what we have to say, so we need to take these things more seriously.
I guess so. I don't know. It feels like asking women to work jobs like we did 50 years ago. It seemed like it was a seamless transition. Like there was no problems. They just did it, no problem.
They didn't. No, that's not true. They didn't do it, no problem. There's a lot of hurdles to women. Like nowadays, wait, how old are you? I'm just curious.
I'm in my early 20s.
Okay, that's awesome that you think that. It's awesome that you said that because I think it shows that we've come like really far. It does seem like women just get into jobs and they work and there's no fucking big deal about it. That's amazing that you think that. But that's not the history of women working in the United States is not that. There's a lot of hurdles that women had to jump through to be taken seriously in classes, to be taken seriously in work, to be taken seriously as leaders or managers, overcoming like blatant like fucking sexual harassment shit. There's a lot of shit that women had to go through to be successful in job sites today. It's been like decades of work, and now we like are starting to see very concretely that work paying off. And then as men, we're like, fuck, I think.
I see. So, I mean, I guess I'll concede that then. I don't know. I think
we've been speaking about this exclusively from the male side. If we go to the female side, this argument is insane. Like women obviously are enjoying the massive expansions of rights and freedoms that they've had. Are we going to rip that away from them?
Because I was thinking was like we might have to dial it back just a little bit to like I don't know, maybe like just a couple decades like in the 90s and 2000s where like I guess women had rights, they were allowed to work, they were allowed to like vote and all that stuff, but like the culture generally encouraged them to still be housewives. That way men could be pacified and not go crazy as they're doing now. I guess is like a middle ground, I guess you could say. But I don't know. I guess maybe the real solution is to just tell men to fix their shit. But I don't know if that's gonna work.
Sure. I mean, I think it can. I think men are pretty smart. pretty capable. I mean, we built the fucking world, okay? I mean, we should
Well,
be able
I
to
mean,
figure out how to fuck women again, right? I mean,
well, we built the world because we didn't allow. We seeing now that women are perfectly capable of working and doing labor and shit. Like they could have built the world, but men didn't let them.
sure,
So
but we
it's
did.
like,
We were strong enough to keep them from doing it, okay? It's not like women just chose not to. Men were strong enough to oppress women, okay? So we are better, okay? We were able to keep them under our thumbs for this fucking long, and by our grace, they've crawled out from underneath our oppressive hold. So if we were able to do all of that, we should be able to figure out how to, win on Tinder, okay? I think.
all right, tough guy. Is it okay if I ask one more
Knock
thing?
yourself out, buddy.
In a previous conversation, I don't think you remember this. I asked you this,
About
but I didn't
Rittenhouse?
get to. Yeah, on Rittenhouse.
Yep. I remember everything.
I'm sure you do. I wanted to press you on it a little more, though. I think I asked in the hypothetical, let's be honest, inevitable outcome where a Republican candidate like Ron DeSantis gets sworn into office as a president, and he starts inevitably passing legislation that is super like scary, anti-democratic, threatening the minority groups and establishing dangerous precedents or whatever. I asked in that scenario what you would prescribe to the world or your audience to doing. And you just kind of said like, oh, we'll fix it or whatever. But like, I think we would deserve like a more specific answer, like what they would do if Ron DeSantis, let's say.
Yeah, a more specific answer. Okay, I got one because I thought about this a lot. My Richard Spencer conversation was really good. It was an interesting conversation. It provoked a lot of thought in me. I think we actually do have. I've always challenged Nazis and shit on this before, and because they never had good answers. I think I have an answer now. I think we do need some shared values, or at least one shared value as Americans, and that shared value has to be tolerance for different types of ideas in our republic. And if people don't have that tolerance, they need to be excised from it. So anybody that's like doing things that is like necessarily like undemocratic, we have to oppose. But if they're able to do things through democratic means, then you have to tolerate it. That's just how it goes. Unless you want to like start a fucking civil war or something. I think that's roughly where I'm at right now. Yeah.
So so let me ask you another question then.
Go for it.
If Ron DeSantis passed a law, what law would Ron DeSantis have to pass if he becomes president that would make you be like, all right, we have to resort to violence?
Right now, as naive as I am, I have enough faith in the American people that he would not be able to pass a law that would incite that reaction from me. That would be my feeling.
Well, okay, but let's. I want to dig deeper. Give me a law anyway. Like, let's say it happens anyway. What would that law be?
If he's able to do that and he's able to do it like with federal and constitutional approval and everything, then I would have lost faith in this country, and then we're talking about something fundamentally different at that point, I think.
Well, I mean, come on, that's kind of boring. Why not just?
It's not boring. That's the answer. Like if he's like, for instance, that's like saying, what if tomorrow they passed a law that says we can rape all women? Well, then the character of the United States of America is fundamentally changed. And at that point, I say, I don't know, fucking civil war and start over.
Well,
arguably I would say civil war.
The nature of the country is already way different than it was just a few years ago, and like Ron DeSantis. And I'm not saying that Ron DeSantis is going to pass a law like let's rape all women tomorrow. I think like he's literally passing laws like what is it? He passed a law to make it like illegal or some shit for bloggers to like make any sort of criticisms about him on Florida, or at least he's trying to pass a bill.
Yeah, maybe trying and doing are way different. Always be careful when you're reading these doomsday lefty threads where they're like legislation proposed. It only takes one state senator, one state congressman, one state assemblyman to propose legislation, right? There's a big difference between somebody who wants to do something versus somebody who has like the political power or will to do something. A lot of those things that people suggest are just virtue signals. They know it'll never pass anyway. They just do it to send a message.
I'm aware that like it's just a proposal, but like I'm saying that like it's not going to be such an absurd bill that he would try to pass like all women are going to be raped tomorrow. So like let's say that law he tried to pass or whatever with making it so that it's illegal to criticize him. Bloggers are it's illegal to criticize him. What would you? I mean, that's not like out of the realm of possibility.
If he tries to pass it, or if he does pass it.
If it does successfully get passed, then what would you say?
I mean, like I said, at that point, I feel like the fundamental character of the country is changing such that it would be something I wouldn't support anymore. So then I guess you go fucking civil war or some shit.
Nice. All right. I mean, I'm just making sure because, like,
I think the country only exists insofar as like democratic norms and everything can be adhered to. And once democratic norms are gone, then you're at a fundamentally different place. And then I would view things in fundamentally different ways. Is what I would say.
So, in that case, if he manages to pass laws that start to threaten people, and then you would approve of like self-defense violence or whatever.
I always approve of self-defense violence. I'm from the fucking Midwest.
Yeah, of course. But I think that like my concern is that like they would theoretically be striking first, you could say, right? Um, I think throughout history, it's been shown that like whoever kind of strikes first in a war or a fight typically gets the advantage or wins.
Really?
I mean, I would say that like if Republicans started killing Democrats tomorrow,
We
right?
started with slavery, and now we've got black presidents. I mean, does that count as a first strike, or?
Well, that's like over the span of hundreds of years and across like multiple different conflicts.
Sure. But I mean, like,
I think
yeah, Pearl Harbor, they struck first and they lost. 9/11,
Well-
they struck first, and I think like 5 Middle Eastern countries lost after that. I mean,
okay, I guess, but like it's really risky to let Republicans to have the ball in the Republicans' court.
what do you want to do otherwise? You can only oppose democratic means through democratic means. You can't advocate for anti-democratic measures against democratic attempts to obstruct things. Like, it has to be.
Yeah, I know that like you're not even entertaining the idea, but like
Well, because we're talking about a fundamentally different thing. It's like asking me, like, would you still love your mom if she was actually like an alien from a different planet that like had been like a mass planet destroyer the whole time, but she's still your biological? It's like, I don't know. At that point, like, the fundamental nature, the ontology of what my mom even is has changed so radically. It's hard to consider it. And then I'm like, well, no, I don't think I would love my mom. And then you like take a quote from me like, well, you said you always love family. And it's like, yeah, but she's not family at that point. Well, what if she was family? And it's like, but she's not. I don't, like, it's hard to say. Like, I support the United States of America as it exists right now because I believe in things like democratic norms, because I broadly have faith in the American people to make broadly the right decisions, pointing forward in a progressive manner. Not progressive like progressive politics, but like progressing through history in a positive manner. And there's going to be stumbles and roadblocks and things will happen, but I have general faith in the American people to do that. And I think once you lose that faith, then the only thing left is like fucking like shit like civil war and whatnot.
okay. I guess so. I mean, I don't.
Or what else? If you have something different, tell me. I mean, what else are you gonna do?
I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying that like Vosh has proposed, like like lefties like arm themselves and be prepared in case, because like I do think
Bro,
that like
90% of lefties on the internet aren't fucking Prozac. If they buy fucking firearms, the first person they're killing is themselves. Okay? That's not a very realistic solution to things. You want to prescribe fucking firearms to trans people who suicide themselves higher at a rate than any other group in the entire United fucking States? Like, telling your trans community to arm themselves is the number one way to reduce the trans population in the United States. Okay? It's the dumbest prescription ever. Like, if you want to say, like, we need to do civil wars, then at least be serious about it. Like, I have respect for right-wing militias in this country where there's video footage of them, like, training and shit. If Vosh wants to say that people need to be arming themselves, then fine, then go fucking start militias and shit and start training people. If you want to do that, I think that'd actually be base. I think that would actually be super fucking ultra base. If Vosh wanted to start a shooter club where like you had to show up with like a fucking video of you sucking dick, it was only LGBT people allowed to come in to learn how to conceal carry, to learn how to clear jams and rifles and all that shit, that'd be base as fuck. I think that'd be sick. If we had LGBT fucking militias around the United States, go for it. But none of this fucking platitude shit of like, oh, make sure to arm yourselves for the fucking Civil War while I'm too lazy to even fly to another state to have fucking debates. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. In my opinion.
okay. I mean, I would be in support of like lefties learning to train to defend themselves better, but I don't know. I'm just saying that like, yeah, I don't know. All right, I guess you win on that too.
Okay.
All right, well, that's all I got. See ya.
Well, I love you. Be careful, buddy.
See ya.
Jesus. $400K YouTuber Apostate Prophet wants to chat with you about Muslim drama. Yeah, he messaged me on Twitter if he wants to. Oh, also, if you've DM'd me on Twitter, I totally missed it over the past few days because I've gotten like 70 trillion fucking death threats. So, I'm sorry. Would you want to join me for a chat tomorrow? Fuck, he did ask me that. Yeah, sure. I'm streaming for 4 more hours. Did I say a prostate prophet or apostate? Wargu Who is this Wargar W guy? Why does he mean blocked? Who's this fucking loser? Oh no, they have their account actually limited. Interesting. Oh. How do I have so many tier 5 subs now? Jesus Christ, what are you guys all in here for? Glepoli, what up? Red Pill Wife is in YouTube chat. She wants to talk. I think she can just jump into my room, can't she? Does she have perms on Discord?
Yo, Destiny.
Yo, Yodi gang, what up?
Yeah, this is pretty weird. I wanted to run an idea about trans shit by you. To see
Behave, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think there's something that's kind of left out of the transmed space, and that's the difference between internal gender versus external gender identity, right?
Wait, I thought
like
there's a name for this. It's just gender identity versus gender expression, no?
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
So I think internal gender identity, or like your gender identity, it's unprovable, basically, right?
Right now it seems to be, yeah. I mean, all like mind states are kind of unprovable, right? I think right now.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay.
So then there's the
right.
like external gender identity,
Okay.
which is, how basically you're perceived by people. I don't think it's gender expression. I think it's how you're perceived.
Okay,
right?
fine. I'll grant it. I'll allow it for the purpose of this conversation.
A cis man who cross-dresses probably wouldn't be perceived as a woman by most people.
Depends how well he cross-dresses. Listen, have you seen that one guy? Not Sneeko.
Oh,
Sneaky.
Finn.
Oh, Finn
Sneaky?
too. True.
Oh yeah, Sneaky. That's an old one. Yeah, I like Sneaky. Yeah. So doesn't that give some problems with trans medicalism, where basically you have this reliance on
self-reporting,
your gender presentation? Well,
we're really relying on self-reporting, but I mean, like that's true of like every psychological phenomenon. Like we kind of have to rely on self-reporting. Unfortunately, there's no way around that unless you have to like crack the code of consciousness or something, right?
Well, the problem is when it comes to giving trans people access to their internal gender spaces, right? Like a trans woman who has zero external gender identity affirming what they say they are, accessing women's spaces.
Yeah, I don't know if I would buy that. I don't know if I'd let her in. Sorry.
Well, right. No, I totally agree with you.
I don't think there's a problem there. I think that's just see you later. Hit the road, bucko.
But then what happens with like non-passing trans women, basically?
Depends on the effort you're making. I mean, we have to evaluate on a case-by-case basis. But like if somebody comes in and is like, bro, what's up? And you're like, hey, what's up? And it's like, nothing. I just went for a fucking jog. I feel fucking great. But I've got depression. I need some Prozac, man. Probably not going to give this guy drugs. Like, unless you've got some other type of thing that's like showing like, well, are you actually depressed? It doesn't seem like it's like, yeah. Like it wouldn't just be the person's word. This is why you have like trained therapists and counselors and psychologists and shit that are trying to go by people's self-reporting to assess an accurate picture of like what's going on inside of them. That's like the goal, right?
Okay. So would you advocate for requiring documentation from therapists or other like gender specialists?
Yep, really? I think that would honestly,
for like Leah Thomas.
It would fix like fucking every issue that people have. I think it would fix a lot of the trans minor stuff too. Like if there was like a little bit more stricter documentation and medical assessment required. Like because if you could clearly show that multiple therapists or like one or two therapists that were specialized had talked to a kid and it seemed like they were having gender dysphoria or whatever, I feel like more parents would be comfortable. I feel like more parents would be comfortable with allowing their child to be like in these spaces, even if it would be difficult to do so. I don't know. I guess people consider me transphobic, so it's not a big deal for me. So like, I don't know if I would trust my child to go to any type of gender therapist in today's climate. I really don't know if I would trust it. And if I wouldn't trust it, there's no fucking shot the average American would ever trust it, you know?
Dude, even trans people don't trust gender therapists.
Yeah, sure. Depending on if you talk like detransitioners and shit. So like if that's going to be the case, then like we have a big problem there. Like it feels like, and this could just be a feeling, although I read some of what Jesse says. I go by things that detransitioners have told me, and I've seen Twitter threads, and we've read a couple articles. Like it feels like the affirmation in these spaces is way too high. You need to be more critical of a child when they tell you things. It's not just relentless affirmation. That is toxic as fuck. But I feel like if we would eliminate that, I think you could get more people on board with stuff like recognizing transness in minors. Because, oh my God, it would be so fucking nice to figure out if you're trans by like the age of like 13. It would be like a godsend for trans people. Better than any fucking drug. Well, I mean, it'd be part of drugs, but it would be better than anything. Like, it would be probably one of the best things in the world is to like concretely figure out if you're trans by like 13 or 14. But we have to have like a better diagnostic world, I think, to get there, in my opinion.
Okay. No, I agree. Like, starting to transition as a trans woman in your mid-20s or at 18 even, sometimes depending on how bad your puberty is, it could be like a death sentence, basically.
Yeah, it sucks. Fuck that.
It's awful. So, but then like there's issues like, so I think a very extreme position is what spaces are defined by sex and what spaces are defined by gender. So, for example, a rape support group for women, I would argue that's a very sex-based space.
Yeah,
Like,
that would probably be reserved for sexually for women, I would imagine, right?
so for females, so you'd have basically what would happen is we'd have these male and female defined spaces, and I think that could be applied to sports too, right?
Yeah, sure. I think that's fine. I don't see a problem with that. I don't see a complication with that either. I think it'd be pretty obvious to figure that out. I think I think even today the answers are pretty obvious. It's just the weird kind of self-ID crowd that like basically makes everything fucking confusing for the rest of us. But I feel like for 99% of people, you could probably figure this out pretty easily, like where people belong. I don't think it's anywhere near as hard or as complicated as people in the trans community try to make it out to be. People in the radical trans community online try to make it out to be.
Well, I think you get to a weird point where you kind of hit gender critical. Do you know what that is? Like where you don't believe in gender at all. You only believe in sex.
Okay.
Right?
I've heard of like the gender critical movement. It's usually people. It's like the
that's
polite
like a
way
turf,
people refer to TERFs. Yeah.
turf position, basically. So you don't believe in gender, and the only thing that matters is sex. And at that point, if we do get rid of gender identity, then there are only sex-based identities. Like you can be a non-binary female or a non-binary male, right?
Okay, but that's like cringe because, like I said, I think it's obvious in some cases what should happen. Like we're never sending Blair White to a male prison. That's just not going to happen. That's insane, right?
I don't know. You don't think there's some people who think Blair White is like a man, basically?
No. Even most conservatives wouldn't say she should go to a male prison, because you can always test things on the male side too. Would you want like your daughter going into a bathroom with Buck Angel? No conservative would say yes to that.
But then does it just come down to how you're perceived and not your medical transition status?
I think that those two things are going to align pretty closely, generally. Like I don't buy these people on Twitter that say that they're like trans femme, they identify as female, but they've got full grown like beards and they don't make any effort whatsoever to pass. That's an attention whore. I don't believe that's a real trans person. That's just a white person who doesn't have any victim status in their life and they're looking to collect on something so people care about what they have to say.
Maybe, but there are some like more unfortunate trans women who went through very unfortunate puberties.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, like, they make it, like, you can tell pretty immediately, like, who's making an effort to pass, right? If you're not even making an effort, I just don't buy it as much. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I think that's fair, but I'm still, like, I think it's really hard to measure effort when you're trying to consider whether, for example, someone should go to the women's prison.
I don't think so. I don't agree. If you want to give examples, I'm curious, but I actually don't think it's that hard to measure effort. I don't think I believe that. I feel like these are only like fantastic examples online. I think generally you can tell when somebody's trying.
Okay, I think I would have to think about that some more.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to
For sure.
to think about as a thought experiment. All right. Well, that was all I had. So.
Okay. Well, have fun. Be careful. Stay safe.
All right. Take it easy. Bye.
Take it easy. You know what I mean, guys? Conservatives want to force detransition. They would send Blair to a male prison. Bro, there's actually a whole bunch of conservative infighting right now over Blair White on Twitter. I don't think there's consensus around that. Jesus. I can't tell. Is Blair White, did she have bottom surgery? I didn't source the guns in liberal California, and I know you know I like shooting real guns. This is a Photoshop for merch, not a real gun battle. Magazine is fatally maglocked, and there's no rear sight. This man is dead in a gunfight in record time. What does it mean if a magazine is maglocked? Oh god, he's fucking... Oh, he's so cringe that he... This is an AK-47, right? I'm worried it's like some other AK variant that I don't know, and I'm about to call him cringe for holding one. It's the... He's LARPing hard as that fucking... Oh god, and he doesn't know how to hold it or anything. How old is this fucking cringe-ass fucking picture? Look at his fingers. Yeah, I know. It's like I've never held a gun in my life. It's an AK-74. Is it? I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the two versus an AK-47. I actually still can't tell the difference. AK-74 versus AK-47. What is the difference? The barrel length. 16.3 inches versus 8.3. Oh wait, no, the barrel length is similar. AK-74, it's a chrome line bore, 4 right-hand grooves at a 200mm rifle. Okay, never mind. It's an airsoft gun. Usually airsoft guns will have... Oh, I was going to say they have orange tips, but I don't know. I have no idea what a mag-locked magazine is, but... Hassan's new merch. What is this? Ugh. Ugh. Are we going like Web 1.0? Is this? It's got to be like a meme site, right? Or that's the point. It's ironic. Comrade Crew neck sweatshirt. Hold on one second. Slow ride, burner. I don't even know. I don't even know that song. I don't know. I just hate it. It's stuck in my head right now. I don't even know why. Take it. Okay. Why the fuck? Do I have a hair in my mouth? Does she not know how to join the profile? Mutual servers. Once you join, I can drag you in. AK-74 has a bigger bullet? Or AK-47 has a bigger bullet? I don't believe you. .762 by 3.9. Oh, that's for the 47. Oh, wait. It is. Never mind. You're right. What is this round? I've never heard this round in my life. 5.45 by 3.9? I've heard of 7.62 by 39 and then 7.62 by 52, I think? I don't fucking know, dude. Or 54? Nice. Thank you. Yes! Yes! 51? One of these! No, these are NATO round. Oh, no, yeah. AK-40, AK-74 caliber. The Russians copied us when we went to a smaller bullet. 5.45 by 3.9 versus 5.56. Yeah, nice. Oh, cute. Gotcha. Interesting. .7.62 by 5.4R is the Mosin round. Yeah, those are the big I don't know if battle rifle is a real term, but that's what I heard it called. Those are the big boy rounds. Bubby Bean. Bubby. What's up? You're in.
Oh, what's up?
I don't know. You tell me, bucko.
I wanted to talk about, you talked about hypergamy earlier and how it's fake.
Yes. Okay, yeah. Tell me.
No, it's fake. I mean, I think you're referencing there was a research posted in the subreddit a while back, like 200 years of like marriage data in England.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that was, I think I posted that. That was by Gregory Clark.
Well, look at you contributing to the stream. Good job, dude.
I know. Thank you. Yeah, it was like 200 years of marriage data because the English like autistically track data like no other.
Okay.
And like there was high assortative mating for social status, basically like very, very high correlations between woman and man social status. So like it didn't really differ, which is not what you'd expect if there's hypergamy.
Okay.
And so you have to like, if you're a red pill, you kind of have to cope and twist yourself in a pretzel to explain that.
Okay.
I've seen a couple of weird copes. So yeah, it was interesting. That was pretty much, I mean, what do you think about that? First of all, is that a surprising finding to you?
No, because I've always thought that people date and breed and all that shit within their own like people. Like that's just generally how it is. Like I'm trying to think back to like minimum wage jobs and shit I've worked. Like it's not like all these girls are dating fucking 6-figure guys.
No, they're getting flown out to Dubai.
Yeah, true. Yeah, like it's so wild. But I don't know if it's just because a lot of the people online in these red pill spaces are like all like upper middle class dudes or people that got hurt when they were kids by women and shit. Like
I think they conflate like wanting a man that's higher social status than you with actually getting, because like obviously everyone wants that. Like every guy wants to date up too. Every guy wants, you know, like a woman who's hotter than them. They're not going to say no.
Supermodel and
shit. Yeah. So like, and like some of the cope I've heard is like, well, back in the day, because this data goes back to like the 1800s, like, well, back in the day, women or men had more legal status, so every marriage was hypergamy, and it's like, what? Okay, obviously, like that's not
definitionally true.
Like,
the best type of true.
But it's like, okay, but if you want to go back to like the 1950s, then you're basically advocating for like only hypergamous relationships, which I don't even know. Like this is confusing because I don't even know what red pill people want. Because like on one hand, it's seeming like they're saying, you know, hypergamy, like women are evil for wanting this, or not evil, but just like it hurts men. But at the same time, they're like, be more masculine, and then that's how you'll get more women, which would just feed into the problem. But yeah, I mean, like this will be an important line of evidence for sort of substantiating that it's not real. If you ever talk to them,
I don't know if it ever even was real. I don't think I'd ever seen data proving it. I always feel like I've seen data proving the opposite, but no, I know.
I mean, like I think the only time it was real in human history is when like I've seen some research, like there's one period of human history, like way back, like prehistory, where like one man reproduced for every like however many women. Maybe it was true then in like really polygamous societies.
No.
But
I know exactly what you're talking about. I think Myron saw me research this, or somebody told him, and they never brought this study up again. So there was studies showing genetic diversity kind of concluded that there was like 17 women mating for every one man, and they were able to study genes for that. But the takeaway from that red pillars have was that just it was the norm that one guy had 17 fucking wives way back in the day. But I think what actually happened was in those societies, women tended to move around in different tribes and men tended to stay in their own tribe. So what would happen is,
that would make
every time a tribe was wiped out, all the male genetic diversity is gone, and then the female genetic diversity is moved from tribe to tribe. But there's never been a time in human history. And also, the defeater for that argument too was in hunter-gatherer societies, there was no huge inequalities of power because there couldn't have been. You're one man. You don't have any resources, you know? But as inequality grew, when we hit like things like crops and everything, and when you started to get like feudalism shit, when inequalities got bigger and bigger and bigger, you saw that genetic diversity increase. That but you would have expected if harems were the norm, that it would have been like, well, one man for every 50 women or 100 women, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, and like even today in like societies where women have like complete sexual freedom, like they're not even fucking more than men. Like no, not that much more. I think they're like fucking a little bit more, but it's like not that much more.
I don't remember. I'd have to go back. I don't even know if it was more. I'd have to look.
Yeah, I mean it would be really surprising.
The average partners though, it's like between like 5 to 7. It's not like people act like the average woman today is fucking like 30 guys. It's delusional. It's not even remotely
and like the people that if you just like walk around This is why you're one of the few people who actually push back on the red pill shit by not just saying like, oh, it's sexist. You're like, no, this actually doesn't work. Like if you want to get laid, which they all do, like it won't work. And it's just like, if you look around, like the guys that women choose to have sex with on Tinder or dating apps, like they're pretty similar. They're similar in terms of like BMI. They're similar usually in terms of race, in terms of wealth, like all these things.
Mm-hmm.
So like, yeah, there's no reason to stress over it. It's very weird to me.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. Well, someone else is in here, so I'll get out so you guys can talk. But thanks for entertaining my little ramble.
Yeah, be careful, bud.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye. What's up, buddy?
What's up? Nothing. Trying to figure out Discord. It's hard every time. I think that's why the right is not on Discord, because I think it's honestly just too hard.
It's too hard to figure out the technology. Well.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
How's it going? How you doing?
Doing good. I am going to have a baby in the middle of May, so that's really exciting. I heard we were gender confused today. I thought we would figure it out by now, but it seems like it's still an ongoing conversation, so I felt like maybe I could talk about it. I have a decent understanding of gender, and I feel like the majority of the left doesn't because they're illiterate, but to be fair, the majority of the right is also illiterate too.
Okay.
Do you want me to go?
Yeah, go for it. I've gotten a little bit less patient with a lot of the crazy stuff over here, so I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive in these conversations now. Just giving you a heads up, okay?
Yeah. No, you can be aggressive.
Good.
Be aggressive. But
okay, gotcha. What do we got?
So a couple of things is I actually think that we're going to start seeing fifth wave feminism.
Do we have fourth wave feminism? What was that? Was that the response to third wave feminism or what?
I think so. Yeah. So there's first, second, third, and fourth. And fourth is mostly my understanding about intersectionality, which obviously I think is a bit much. But I think we're going to start seeing fifth wave feminism because we've commodified women's bodies far too much, and it's going to start negatively impacting women in mass. And that's not going to be so good. The projections are right now that 45. If you want to go by it, there's 45% of women are projected to be single between the ages of, I think 22 and 45, or I gotta go look it up again.
Definitions are really important here. When we say single, do we mean unwed, like not married, or do we mean not even dating? Just curious.
I think they mean just purely legally single.
Okay, that's really important, but okay, that wouldn't surprise me with what you're saying then. Okay, go ahead.
Right, and then right now in the UK, 50.1% of women are childless. So what I've noticed about fifth wave feminism, and it's led by academics, but only the academics that I think people believe will be profitable or are considered acceptable, in my estimation, I don't view them at all to be even close to being conservative, even though they'll say that they're not progressive. I still think that they're very liberal. So there's women right now like Louise Perry and then Mary Harrington, and they're coming out and talking about this stuff. But Mary Harrington is taking, I want to say, like more of a firm stance. So they're going to come out, they're going to talk about surrogacy and how that's not a helpful thing for the majority of women because that's further commodification of women. Now we're commodifying our wombs, which at this point in time, past the sexual liberation movement, past hormonal birth control, that is most women's final card. That is what I have to leverage with men in the dating marketplace is, here is my womb. So if we continue to devalue that, I think that'll be problematic. And then we're going to see women trying to speak out against the birth control pill, which is fair, but the right's been doing it for a while, but I'm seeing it on the left side as well. And the last thing is they're going to try to reinstate the institution of marriage because women are going to be sad because they're not getting married anymore. But it's one of those things where it's women most affected. I never hear them talk about how men have lost in terms of not being able to get a wife. So those are some of the things that I've noticed so far, where I think these gender conversations are going to go, because the idea is we've never tried true feminism. So they're going to try this new version and hopefully that will make things better. But I don't think so, because I think feminism is a problematic movement in itself just because it was rooted in female supremacy. So I don't see that ever working out. It's like that conversation about Marxism. We haven't tried true Marxism. Well, you can keep trying, but it's not working out for the overwhelming majority of people.
Okay, I don't agree that feminism was about like female superiority or any of that, but I don't know how relevant that is. Where do you want to take this conversation?
Well, you wanted to talk about gender, I think, is what you were talking about earlier. And to me, it seems really perplexing why everybody is so confused. But I think it's about the fact that people are so single and are so childless that they even have the ability to entertain some of these conversations because they seem perpetually online. I got off of Twitter and Instagram because I'm trying to get ready to have the baby, and I've been watching from the sidelines. Everybody looks crazy. They objectively look crazy about the opposite sex and about each other. So I think that's where this gender confusion conversation comes in, because it's very simple. If you're in a relationship, you'll notice that there are gender differences and that they're not all bad. And the point of gender stereotypes is not, if you want to use it to your romantic benefit, it's not necessarily to put somebody down, but it's to try certain things out. Does your man like it when you make him a meal? Yes or no? If he doesn't, okay. Now we know that that stereotype does not fit him and his individual personality. Same thing for women. Does she like flowers or not? If she doesn't, okay, then we need to adjust to her personality.
Okay, so just, I'm going to push on this a lot, okay, because people play this trick a lot. It's really weird. So what you're describing is the exact opposite of gender stereotypes. You're talking about trying a particular thing, seeing if the person likes it, and then if they don't, moving on to something different. That's an individualist approach. It's not a stereotypical or like a class or hierarchical or whatever approach. So I don't understand what you mean when you say like, oh, well, I'm going to try this, and if they don't like it, I'm going to do something different. The assumption on the gender thing is they should like this because of their gender.
I think that those would be very religious people or the authoritarian types that would say should. And I think most people that have marriages can say that some things are hit and some things are missed. There's women that are in relationships with men where the men prefer cooking. So these should things, I think that's that boogeyman that people like to talk about with this white Christian nationalism. To be frank, I don't even think Christians really adhere to their gender roles anymore. So in terms of should, I've never taken a position of should. I try not to tell people what to do with their lives. I just try to let them know, hey, this is what that outcome typically looks like.
Okay, I don't know how that contradicts anything I said. I think that people have preferences, but I think that it's a little bit more individualistic. I don't think that like we can just say like women want this, men want this. It seems to be where we're at today socially is a bit more individualistic, I think.
Well, the stuff that we're talking about, if you're talking about gender stereotypes, it's worth just seeing and testing, but you get the idea from tradition. You don't get the idea because you have this individualistic approach. It's just been these cultured and biological observations to where you think to yourself, okay, maybe I should give this thing a shot, give it a try.
Sure.
Okay.
But
I'm trying to see what else we can talk about.
I still don't see anything as gendered with what you've said. That just seems like an individualistic approach to like what people like. Like I think of things that like my wife would like, I'm never thinking like she's a woman, she wants this. I'm thinking like, well, Melina likes these things and these things and these things. I'll probably like get her something like this, like because I know the things that she's into, the hobbies that she has, and the things she likes.
Well, has anything ever landed that your wife liked that the majority of women like from your perspective and your opinion?
I mean, flowers, I guess, would be like a basic one. But I think her best gifts are usually things that tie into things that she likes. Like I got her this stupid like $50 fucking Lord of the Rings mug, I think is something that she liked. Or little things that remind her of like time we spent like in New Zealand a long time ago. They're like little gizmos and gadgets that she likes related to that. Those are probably the things that hit the most because they have like a personal connection.
Well, that's like a perspective of gift giving, right? Now, women do give men gifts, but that's a gender stereotype itself that women enjoy when you bring them products. And also, I just happen to think that that's pretty standard and normal. I'm not a gift giving kind of girl. I know for me, I'm really big on, I think, acts of service and quality time together. But even penguins get it. That's why I don't understand these. I don't understand why everybody's so confused. This stuff just makes so much sense. Even the male penguins will bring the female penguins shiny pebbles and say, "Here are my shiny pebbles. Will you mate with me?" And then here we are, humans in America. Like, I wonder what gender I feel like I am today. And how do you even get the metric for that?
I don't understand. Hold on, I'm totally lost. I don't understand anything you just said. I don't understand what part of gift giving here has to do with like I think men and women can both enjoy receiving and giving gifts. I don't think it's a matter of like bringing product to somebody or bringing resources to somebody. I think it's a matter of like when it comes to giving, I think the best gifts that you can generally give to somebody that'll score you the most points are going to be things that the person has like a personal buy-in or tie-in to, or just like little things that show that like, oh, you were thinking about me. I think that's generally what it is. Not like you've gotten me. I'm sure there are some girls out there No, actually, I'm gonna push back against this. I don't think expensive gifts are nice. Of all the women that I've ever liked, and because of the amount of money that I've made, and I don't even know how many red pillar guys actually have real money. But when you have real money, you can't buy your way through a relationship. Your woman will have no respect for you. You cannot impress a woman by like saying, "Oh, here's like a $4,000 thing. Like, do you like that?" Like, if it's an actual woman that you like and you're trying to get her like you, she's gonna be like, "Okay, you're buying me shit. I don't give a fuck." That's been my experience 99% of the time. I don't think that buying things for women in terms of like, oh, she just wants products is like a successful way to do things, unless you're literally just looking for a gold digger woman.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. Well, I don't think this is mean.
I don't care.
I don't think you talk to ugly chicks, my guy. Like, I think you talk to women who receive gifts pretty regularly. I have yet to see you in public with an ugly woman, unless you were like working with her or something like that.
I mean, it depends on what do we mean by like an ugly woman?
Just not very attractive to the majority of people. You can look at certain metrics. You can look at facial symmetry.
Sure, but I think that like I feel like
size.
the majority of women and the majority of men are attractive to like the majority of people. I think. I've dated.
I disagree with that. That's what I would not agree with that. I think that men learn to like what they can get.
Okay, I guess I feel like my I don't know if somebody has pictures of me and my wife in high school. I think my wife was pretty attractive, but I wasn't like a super big looker. I think my kid's mom was.
We're talking about women and gift giving, and you're talking about how you've given women gifts, and it's much ado about nothing to them. And I'm saying that I just haven't seen you with traditionally unattractive women, so I imagine that those women have a lot of experience with gifts. Like, go give a troll woman a gift, and then you might have a different response with that.
As opposed to ugly women can be bought with gifts more?
I think they get gifts less. Like, I know that there's this perception in the manosphere that all women can get some. And okay, that's true to a degree, but there are women that are just so hideous, they don't get any male attention at all.
Yeah, but we're talking about something fundamentally different than gift giving. You're talking about like reaching down into like lower castes of people. Now we're at like a fundamentally different thing. Like, if you talk about like, talk about like a really ugly woman that doesn't get any gifts ever. Like, yeah, I could probably impress her with gifts too, but I could also probably just impress her with my time, right? That has nothing to do with gift giving there. That just has to do with like status and culture and other things. It doesn't have to do with the specific art of gift giving.
Right, but my point was that you were saying I've given women gifts and I haven't received a whole lot of care about it. And there is, if you're going to be in a long-term relationship with a woman, yes, eventually like, gifts do run out. I mean, we still like them, but there has to be more to that experience. But I'm saying the reason why it hasn't mattered is because you tend to socialize with very beautiful women.
I think the reason why it doesn't matter is because you can't buy somebody's affection. I just don't think that's true.
But that would be a red pill principle, that you can't buy genuine desire.
I don't know if that's true. I think red pillars say women hunt for resources, so buying gifts might be a way to demonstrate resources, so you can buy desire. I feel like that would be a red pill thing to say.
I always hear this. I always try to talk to people about the red pill, and I always find that I, for some reason, have been way nosier than them and have gone down the rabbit hole. I have no idea why. I just think that it's a really interesting community to look at through like an anthropological perspective, through cultural relativism. No, like they talk about more than resources too. They talk about men being physically attractive, and they talk about genuine desire. But there's a lot of blind spots in that too, because they could talk more about pheromones or personality compatibility or genetic compatibility, but that never comes up, right? So you just hear the surface level, and that's why you guys tend to hate it. But I wouldn't necessarily advocate for these dudes either, because they be wildin' out there. They be wildin' for sure. Not all their advice is going to hit for the majority of men.
Sure.
It's disaffected males that watch those
platforms. Sure. So just as a quick thing before we move on to this, do you think that gift giving, in terms of just like buying an expensive gift for somebody, is ever a way that you can like further a relationship? Do you think that is the case, or no? I'm curious.
Further a relationship, possibly, if that's how that person receives affection. But
no, hold on. I'm not talking about like receives affection or affect. I'm talking about literally just like I buy somebody like a $5,000 piece of jewelry. Do you think that's like an effective way to like further a relationship or get closer to a woman?
This is a hard thing to answer, because it's a normal human custom to give gifts to establish social rapport.
Okay, I think it's an easy thing to answer. I don't think you're ever getting farther in a relationship doing that. I don't think that's ever working for you.
Well, I mean, like I said, like this is what I mean by we overthink a lot of things. Now, if you're under the premise of a gold digger, you're correct. What's the point besides just for her to get some goods and move on? But if we're talking about human history, it is normal for humans to give other humans gifts to establish a social rapport, and this can have a romantic context.
Yeah, but like
that's the point that I'm making.
Yeah, but
it can. I think it can further a relationship.
Let's pull back and macro. Like, what are we saying when you say giving gifts to establish a rapport? Like, if you give a girl a gift too early, that's like a red flag in today's like dating market. Like, I don't know what you mean by that. Like, you would never establish a social rapport in modern dating by giving a gift. Like, I think you would turn somebody off doing that.
Well, I think it depends on the woman. Now, granted, it can be creepy if it's too early to some women, but you're looking at specific romantic modern phenomenon. I'm saying in human history, it's always been normal and a practice to exchange gifts to establish social rapport. So I think that gift giving can further a relationship, and I think it has in the past. Now, some women are going to take these gifts for granted, but again, I think that's coming down to like youth and beauty and maybe even social status for her. I'm sure Brittany Renner has been given like plenty of gifts in her time. So I understand where you're coming from, but what you're coming from, it comes from like a soulless perspective of hypergamy. And also, I mean, why do we have to assume that it's
a soulless? No, where I'm coming from is if a woman likes you and you're trying to win the affection of that woman, you have to connect with her on like an emotional level. You can't just be giving her shit. That I don't think that ever furthers a relationship, realistically. Like,
Okay. Well, I'm thinking about in my head, if you put me in a scenario, which this would be a very subjective scenario, I think that given the man was attractive, there was something about him that I liked off rip, and he just showed up and randomly gave me a gift, I think I could go for that. But I'm literally just one woman.
No, but
because
I'm asking
there's pre-selection. Because of pre-selection.
No, I'm asking why would you like that? What would be enjoyable to you for that?
About like a stranger that I don't know who has like some pre-selected qualities giving me a gift. Well, I would take it from an ugly dude too, depending on how well socialized
I'm asking
he was.
why you would like that. What part of that would feel good for you?
Because somebody took the time out of their day to think about you and to get you something.
I agree.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm saying though. Like, it's not a matter.
So that
of
does
just,
further a relationship then.
No. If I thought that my wife was like being distant from me, and like she showed up one day, or like I wasn't like giving her any time or whatever. She showed up one day, was like, hey, I bought you like a thing or whatever. And it was like, I'm just giving you a thing to like make you happy. That's not gonna work at all. But if you're buying like little tokens or something because it's like part of a process, like I'm showing affection because I'm showing you that I'm thinking about you. But this isn't like gift giving in terms of like giving you something and that's the point. It's just a token of like saying like, oh, like look, like I'm thinking of you throughout the day. It might be the equivalent of like the best gift that a lot of women would probably like is like if you show up to work and you get like a letter or something in the middle and your husband's like, oh, I was thinking about you, I love you. Like that is like a small little like nothing that's like free or the cost of a stamp. But a lot of people are like, oh, that's really cute. I like that. I enjoy that. Thank you for doing that. Or like small tokens like that. I think that's the point of gift giving. It's not like getting expensive gifts or anything like that, or buying your way into somebody's affection. I don't think you can do that.
No, but you can. So there are people out there that are materialistic. They just like to do that stuff. Like Cardi B and Offset, you know, do
Why are we talking about, if you're talking about like gold diggers or like Cardi B, like what do you mean? God,
no, hold on. Actually, no. I'm talking about people that are materialistic and they love it and they thrive off of that. These people
gold
are
diggers.
constantly. Well, I wouldn't call Cardi B a gold digger. So I have to give you the example because we're just painting out materialistic people to be bad, and like it's possible. But I've met bougie couples too, and they just do their own thing. So like Cardi B and Offset, they're always buying each other cars and jewelry constantly, and it looks like they're genuinely into each other. I mean, they're the only one of the few celebrity couples that I believe actually wants one another, but they're into that. You know, like you just might not be that materialistic.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like if we're gonna go to there's like a weird thing that happens sometimes. I talk to like kind of red pill people, and then I get like these crazy one-off examples of like multi-millionaire celebrity couples. That might be true, but I'm gonna repeat what I said before, and I think it's still true for the vast majority of people. Like 99% of people, this doesn't apply. Where you're gonna be buying each other cars, or like that's your way of like showing love or anything like that. Like I was
talking about lavish gifts. And I'm saying that there's some people that are materialistic, that enjoy lavish gifts, that are in relationships. It might just be that they can afford it. I don't think that you or I are particularly materialistic people. Well, I know that I can be perceived that way. Okay. But we don't have to cite Cardi B and Offset. You know, I've got girlfriends that are well-to-do with well-to-do men, sometimes boyfriends, sometimes husbands. They just get each other really nice stuff. But I would say that it comes more so from the man than it does from the woman. But I think that might be because the woman is not out earning the man. So it would be kind of, it's a challenge when you're financially dependent on your man to go out and buy him a lavish gift with his own money. It's kind of awkward.
Okay. I think my original opinion is completely unchanged, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can have your opinion, but if we're talking about like most people,
my original
you're talking
opinion
about
in terms
lavish
of prescriptions,
gifts.
no, I'm talking about, well, yeah, that was the whole point of what we were talking about initially. For little itty bitty gifts, I think those are fine. But I said that before, it's not because you're spending a lot of money on a gift, it's just to show somebody that you're thinking about them. Like, that's, I think, what people appreciate. In terms of if you're trying to like win affections of somebody or like further a relationship.
Yeah, but you were talking about giving prescriptions. I don't give prescriptions, and some red pill content creators do. But a lot of the red pill, if you look at the old blogs, you're not really supposed to be giving prescriptions. You're supposed to be giving, here's the information, some of it's data, some of it's anecdotal, some of it's men exchanging notes. These are the outcomes. Do with that information what you will, because it mostly encourages men to be their own men. But again, I mean, I think the space is just getting really diluted. And this isn't me necessarily trying to champion it. It's just every time I hear people talk about it on the progressive side of things, they haven't really gone that far into it. I just happen to be a curious gal with an nth degree, so I was curious. But
okay. I mean, my goal is to give prescriptions. I want people to take away what I'm saying and hopefully like enact some changes in their lives. I think would be better, or like say these are things that probably work. These are things that probably don't work. But I feel like most red pillers are the same. They're giving prescriptions. The reason why people are going to them are for advice on like how to live their life better, or be a better man, or be more successful, or get laid, or whatever. But
well, I think that there's two reasons. Men want to watch that content because it's a little bit of rage porn to them, to where they can say, this reminds me of that one time a woman took advantage of me, and here's where I have representation. Yes, let roast these hoes. But then there's another perspective of men out there who literally just want to find out the information, because some men are not hearing basic stuff. I had a gentleman call into one of my shows. He was in his late 20s. And he was asking if he should have a driver's license. And I think you and I both know that a driver's license can be a sign of independence as long as you're not living in a large city. So if you're older, if you're not a teenager, you're an adult male and you don't have a driver's license, that would not be attractive to women. But he never had anybody bring that up to him, and he asked me on my platform. So there's two sides to it. I think the algorithm has just like ran and taken it. And I'm not, again, I keep saying this, like, I'm not trying to defend it. It's just a lot of your points would easily be countered by some old blogs. Because who are men online to be telling other men in real life, like what they're supposed to be doing? They're not.
I mean, if
but
you've
they
got
can
a lot
give
of experience,
recommendations.
and giving a recommendation is the same thing as telling you what you should be doing. That's what a recommendation is. It's saying you should do that. What do you think is a recommendation? that's I'm recommending you a change in behavior.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. So when I think about recommendations, I think it's your life. If I was you, this is what I would do, but you choose what you want to do. That's what I think a recommendation is, because I get recommendations all the time, and it's like half the time the person giving me the recommendation, I don't care. Like, why would I listen to you,
Well, that's the reason why red pillars like say that they have like expertise. They are somebody that gets laid a lot. There's somebody that's financially successful. There's somebody that is an eminent expert in the domain that they're giving advice on. That's the whole point, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we're mostly particularly talking about Fresh and Fit, but those are all, while they are red pill content creators, they're also businessmen. They found a model that works. If you were an intelligent businessman, would you quit a model that was effective, or would you keep sustaining it until eventually it wasn't effective? I mean, you've been streaming for like over a decade, right? Yeah, this is something that works for you. So that's something that works for them. So you're supposed to take that stuff with a grain of salt, because there's millionaires out there that women are not genuinely attracted to them. They might sleep with them, but that's a very materialistic relationship. It's not a strong interpersonal relationship. So
okay, I don't know how that. Yeah, I mean, I would still give advice to people. I don't know how that counters that point, or what that has to do with addressing.
No, you
that
can. I think sometimes your advice is a little. I mean, I don't know if I can cast personal judgments, but I've seen some of the advice that you give. Some of the advice that you give, but you're already the exception to the rule in a lot of metrics, right? So you're a really good earner, and then your wife is very beautiful. You guys have the arrangements.
I was married once before I was anything. I had a child before I was ever anything online. Like, I think I've done okay for myself, like decently before. Like, I bought my first house at 19 years old. Like,
yeah. So you're doing really great, but I think that has skewed your perception of romantic dating, and even women in a sense too.
Like, in what ways though? I'm curious. Or I rather because that's boring. The more interesting question, because sometimes people say this, what particular piece of advice have I ever given where it's like, oh, like this wouldn't work for a normal guy?
Well, I would have to think about that conversation that you had with Jedediah, but you were mostly just making some kind of point about income, but you did set a bar about the income that you were talking about, where if you're making less than this, then you just need to be doing better as a person. But we were talking about how money doesn't fix everything in life, and that is true. But if you don't have to worry about survival, that allows you to thrive in other areas of your life. And I think you and Jedediah were going back and forth about this thing. I don't remember what bracket you
hold
said.
on. To be clear, we weren't going back and forth about that. What you just stated was my point, literally verbatim. What I said was exactly that once you've got all your bills and basics and everything taken care of, like more money past that isn't going to solve a lot of like big like life happiness related problems for you. It's unlikely that's going to be the case. And the bar that I set was incredibly high. It was $80,000 a year.
80,000 a year was your bar, and then she was talking about people making more than that.
She was saying that's like a low place to be. But
I mean, depends on where you live. I mean, it depends on where you live, what you're trying to do. If you want your wife to stay home, and if you're going to be having children, because I think that would be a hard income to have in Miami. But I live in the Midwest, and that would be absolutely fine.
That would be super easily survivable in Miami for sure.
Right, but I think
easily survivable. You could easily make it in Miami on $80K a year. Miami's a really big city. It's not just Brickell and Miami Beach.
That's true. I do like South Beach. So the only way her scenario would have made sense is she was talking about people having like bigger goals where they had to support multiple lives. But it's not just the advice that you give that I see where the perception can be skewed. I think too, like sometimes your perception of women can be skewed.
Sure. Like how? Wait. So there's a big thing that I push for now when I talk to people. Yeah. You're gonna say something. Give me an example. Yeah. Because I feel like people just.
I'm gonna give you an example.
Okay,
I have one. So I've seen you talk to women a lot, and sometimes you'll debate women. And from the outside looking in, just as a viewer, I'm like, they're not that bright. So you'll talk to women, and I think you make an assumption that the majority of women that you're talking to are smarter than they really are, and then you'll get mad at them for being dumb when it was obvious that she was dumb off rip. But I think you really do see the good in women primarily.
Wait, hold on. So that has nothing to do with men or women. This is just my platform in general. I debate a lot of crazy, dumb people. Like I give a lot of men a lot of patience. I don't know if you've heard of Mr. Girl. And there's a lot of women that I give a lot of patience to, I think. I don't think it's just like a gendered thing there.
I mean, that's been my perspective. I made a tweet about it once. It was pretty funny. I was like, Destiny stays debating dumb chicks. And then gets mad at them for being dumb. So, but a lot of your audience, like, they're not going to be you. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to be a successful streamer who, like, found this. And how old were you when you started doing this?
I think 22. But I know that. I don't ever give advice on that perspective. I don't understand what you're saying. I feel like you're doing this thing where you make like a lot of really good points, but it's points that I've made my entire life. So I don't know like what you're even talking about right now. Like I've never in my life encouraged people to become streamers. I've never in my life said that my job is something you should attain for. Like I encourage people to get college degrees. I'm a college dropout. I encourage people to be in monogamous relationships. I'm in a poly relationship. Like I've never made any of these predictions. I feel like there's always like people always say like, oh, like, well, don't you think that you're like different in these ways? And everybody does that. I was like, yeah, I say that literally all the time. So I don't even know what the.
No, my point in saying all of that is that a lot of the advice that you give, you're able to do it because you have such high value.
What advice have I ever given that only
about you being able to step out of your marriage? And I know like your wife has permission as well.
I literally just told you that I don't recommend anybody else be polyamorous. I'm never. You don't?
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. Fine.
Sure.
That's cool. But I've just
wait, because it's frustrating because you have these perceptions of me in your brain that like this, it had to come from like reading Twitter or something because I've never said this ever in my entire life. So it's just really weird for me that people have these perceptions that like they don't map onto any content of mine you've ever watched. It's just opinions you got from other people. Yeah.
No, I remembered one time you were talking about how that women should be able to step out if the man wants to be able to step out.
I agree with that 100%. Yes.
Right. Now, well, I mean, I don't even want to entertain the thought, but I would say like most men would not want to do that, nor is it recommended. Or
I agree
you know
with
what I mean?
you.
Like
I agree with you 100%, but most women wouldn't want to have an open relationship either, right?
Well, yes, but I think that the tides might be turning on that one.
Absolutely
so that's what I'm saying is like
not. Not only is that absolutely not true, most women wouldn't want their husband stepping out. Most men wouldn't want their wife stepping out. That's true both sides.
Okay, so my point about like infidelity is that it's perceived much worse historically and culturally for a woman to step out of the relationship than for a man to do it, right?
I don't care about like the infidelity and the history and blah blah blah. I'm saying in today's market, a woman will generally not tolerate a man cheating on her. A man generally will not tolerate a woman cheating on her. Nobody wants that. That's not desirable from either party. Nobody likes that.
Right. So like my argument is so if a lower value man, I'm sorry guys, but there is meritocracies out there. If a lower value man was to hear this conversation, he'd be like, "Oh, well, surely she should be able to step out and I should be able to step out." Let's just say that he happens to hold your perspective that it's equal and respectable. He might not even be getting any himself, or he might not have access to women, and so she's kind of given the keys to the hypergamous kingdom to just probably find
I don't
the
even know
next
who you
guy.
think would disagree with this. Do you think I would disagree with that it's easier for an average woman to get laid versus an average guy to get laid?
Well, I guess not. I guess we're not disagreeing a lot.
Well, of course not,
The-
because
the
I've never
chat
said
has-
anything this stupid before ever in my entire life, but for some reason you think I advocate for it.
No, I don't think necessarily that you advocate for some of these things. I think sometimes you give advice, sometimes right. But I think sometimes your advice, because you have been so successful, because you're able to do the things that you do socially, that you say these things and it's very removed from reality. But those are even things that I have to
what's
consider.
like a single thing I've ever said that's removed from reality? None of the things you've said I've ever given advice on. I would never, like, it's like you're saying, like, don't you think it would be easier for a woman to get laid randomly than a guy? Yeah, like, no shit. Of course it would be. Do you think I would disagree with that? Have I ever said, like,
Okay,
no,
wait,
I think guys and girls can equally, especially, like, middle class or lower middle class guys can find girls to fuck as easily as any fucking girl can find a guy to fuck. I would never say something that's stupid. What do you mean?
All right, fair. I think I just happen to, in my opinion, view progressives as very delusional people.
Okay,
Except for
that's
you, 'cause
fine.
you go back and forth. You make very witty jokes. I know you provide value, in my opinion. I like hearing your conversations, but
Okay.
I wonder what else we could. There's lots of stuff that we disagree on, but we never get to it because I think we always end up vibing.
Well,
And-
fine. I mean, we're disagreeing on everything you think I apparently think right now, so.
All right. Why don't you tell me your perspective on conservatives? Because a lot of times I hear y'all talk about conservatives, I'm like, this literally doesn't make any sense. Clearly you're wrong.
I mean, I'm a progressive, so I don't tend to like a lot of conservative points of view on social issues, especially, but probably on government in general. But what more specifically do you want? Like my views on conservatives? What do you mean by that?
So what are some of the things that you believe about conservatives? Because you also brought up this point about prescriptions, and I do think that there's conservatives that give prescriptions.
Of course.
But I don't think that that's the majority of conservatives right now. I actually think conservatives are pretty weak. I think that they're a boogeyman. Christians aren't having enough children. Christians have matriarchal families behind closed doors, and they'll sit here and pontificate about how submissive they are and their man is masculine when it's all caps. So like when I hear you guys talk about conservatives, to me, it's much ado about nothing. And if you just met these folks, you would easily see why we had a red splash instead of a red wave. And like there's some things that we have to gatekeep on, but these people won't. One of the things that came up recently, there's this controversy about Blair White because she trolled the right, and then it's been interesting to watch because I'm not on Twitter right now. I've just been viewing it, and yeah, that was a fun phenomenon. So these people that you talk about who or I guess maybe might be wanting to give prescriptions, tell people what they should do. They don't even live by their own convictions, you know?
Well, now you're just like attacking conservatives. I don't know what you're going to say.
Well, what do you think about, I can tell you about conservatives in real life, the ones that I meet, the ones that I talk to.
Okay.
So what are some things that you think about conservatives in general that you find problematic?
I mean, I don't like their social values. I think that we should probably pay a little bit more for taxes. I like government social safety nets. I tend to be pro-LGBT, pro-gay. Yeah, I don't know what.
Okay. Well, the pro-LGBT, the pro-gay, I guess we could talk about that one. So, for some reason, every time this conversation gets brought up, people there's different perspectives. So there is a Christian perspective, and I'm just telling you guys how some of these individuals think. So from the Christian perspective, nobody is born gay. And some people are just born with a proclivity toward a certain sin, right? And that sin would be more so sodomy. So from their perspective, that's why there's this conflicting worldview, because on your side, y'all would basically come out and say, no, this is something that's completely natural, and this is what's going on, and we can't deny this human nature, whereas Christians are like, there's no way that they would be born that way. This doesn't compute. So that's where a lot of butting of heads come by. But I think what I do see from the left, too, is a denial of social contagion, where there are people that I think now that might be trans men, trans women, who in earlier times simply would have just been gay. But now they're being convinced to be something else, and there's larger consequences to that, right? Or we don't talk about how we ended up from let's accept gay marriage all the way to now we have children on puberty blockers. We don't acknowledge that there was a connection within that, where there's yielding and yielding and yielding, I would argue probably on the conservative side of things, to where now there are unintended consequences and we refuse to acknowledge this point A to point B.
I mean, that might be kind of true for some things. Like, I think some of the trans stuff has gone like pretty far. I don't know if I would disagree with that, but I don't know. Like, the solution isn't, I don't now believe in trans people or gay people.
Well, so you're talking, that's a difference in worldview. If you were to talk to the Christians that don't believe that people were born that way, that there's just a proclivity to sin, just because you have this proclivity toward homosexual sin, that doesn't mean that you should act on it. So that would be that side of things and that perspective, right? Which is just going to contrast from what you're saying. But that I don't see the left acknowledge that we literally went from let's have marriage for everyone all the way to we have children on puberty blockers. And I think a lot of this stuff,
I don't know, the slippery slope thing is not very compelling. I think it's like, well, what's wrong about a particular thing? Because like we went from let's have women vote to like now women are on like birth control. Like, is that a bad thing? Like you'd have to stop and say like, is there a particular thing that we don't want? Do we not want children on puberty blockers? I think they're trans, or like that's where the conversation needs to be. Not just like, oh my God, we were there and now we're here. That's bad. Like, well, what's bad? We need to figure out like what the bad thing is and then talk about that particular thing.
I feel what you're saying, but this is where conservatives get gaslit, and that's what they get tired of, and that's why they're getting louder and louder and louder online, is because these things happen in front of their faces, things that they were told this would never happen, you're overthinking it, and once the event occurs, all of a sudden the commentary has just disappeared off the face of the earth, even though the thing they said would happen did happen, and that there are other consequences to that. But you said something about like,
wait, what are the other consequences? What are we talking about? I'm trying to figure out what the conversation is right now.
So did you know there was a time where people didn't even identify as gay? They just identified those sexual relations as something that they chose, just an act. It wasn't an identity. It was just an act. It was just called something like sodomy, would be a word that some people would use for it. But they didn't allow that to become who they were, or there wasn't a word for it. Whereas like now we've taken it as an identity, which I think was probably always going to happen or something like that. So that's where we can see, well, I have to remember your previous point. Can you?
Well, I don't even know what, are we saying that this is like a bad thing? That there's like people identify as gay now instead of sodomists or something, or what?
No, I'm not. So that I'm not going to argue about. My point is that it wasn't always like this.
Well, of course, I know it wasn't always like this. Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out, like, is it like a bad thing, or is it like a non-preferable thing?
I'm not sure. I'm just not sure how helpful it is for people, I think,
gay?
To identify with their sexuality. Like, I think it might be an overcomplication, over labeling. Like, we like to label everything in the West. This is what this is. This is what that is. Did we have to? How did that even come to be? And why have we not questioned it?
Is there some utility to like labeling yourself as gay or straight? Isn't there like some utility to that?
I think it adds a layer of complexity to something that you might not have thought much about before. And
do you think we might not have thought much about it because we're straight, so we don't have to worry about it?
Well, it's not like people weren't having same-sex relations in the past. I mean,
no, but there was a lot of like issues that went into that relating to your family accepting you or not accepting you, or like other things too, no?
Well, so I think that would be a perspective if you're coming from a religious household.
Which the majority of U.S. households were, right? Yeah,
they were. So this is like a Western problem or a Western premise. But my point, it's not an argument that I'm making. My point that I was trying to make is just that, has it been the most helpful for us to tie our identities with our sexuality? And how much more complicated has that become since we thought that that was something we should do? That's more so my point. Is that it's an added layer of complexity. Now we have to ask ourselves so many different things. You know, am I this? Am I that? Whereas before, we didn't have the luxury to sit here and contemplate these things, right?
I think we probably, like, this is something that whether we gave it labels or not, people are still going to be wondering about their sexuality if they're off the norm, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, true. But I would also say, too, if we're talking about, like, this pro-LGBT stuff, I think that they're also in denial lately that 96+% of the population identifies as heterosexual. So this is not to do with my previous point.
96%? No shot.
96+% of people identify as heterosexual, yeah.
Aren't
There's a reference range.
3% of people like trans or whatever now?
Well, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to social contagion.
Percentage of people who identify as straight versus
I don't think as humans we've ever really been that gay to begin with, but now it's like all we hear about. But I think that has to do with women more specifically. From the reference ranges that I've seen, it's been as low as 94%, all the way as high as 96%.
I can believe 94%. Like, I feel like there's like,
Yeah.
I feel like for non-heterosexual, I feel like anywhere from like 5 or 6% would make sense, but like 2 or 3%, when I feel like, isn't it like 1 to 2% are trans? It feels weird that it would only be like 1 point more would be, but okay. I Googled it, and the numbers that I was seeing were around like 95 to 94%, but there might be some that showed it like 97%, so, but okay.
Yeah. So, but this is separate from my previous point. This like added layer of complexity that we have for like no reason now.
Wait,
But
why do you
a
keep
lot
saying,
of
I
it-
don't understand when you say added layer for no reason. There were probably gay people. They didn't really know how to speak about their gayness because like heterosexual is like the norm. And now we have like a way to like identify like, oh, this person is gay. They don't just like anal sex with guys. We've got like an actual like classification for them so they can better understand themselves and who they are.
Yeah, I think I'm mostly just talking about the fact that we have come up with so many different identity labels. Because I could make similar arguments about other things too. Like, I think it's silly that I now somehow have to identify myself as a cis woman. Like, what? I was minding my own business. I've been a woman the whole time. Now I got to call myself cis. Like, why do I have to call myself cis? Do you see what I'm saying?
No. I think that like identities can become more complicated as time goes on. Like, I mean, you might have to identify yourself as like a different race or different ethnicity or different nationality. It just depends on where you're at. I don't see like the added complexity here, like damaging our lives or something like that. I don't think like that's a big a deal.
No, I actually do. I think it's because we have so much free time on our hands. Now, I'm not saying that we have so much free time on our hands
Yeah,
that
but like show
all of
me
a
the
sudden we're
harm.
gay.
Where's like the harm?
The harm?
Like I think in like 99% of circumstances, are you ever like like I don't? How often do I identify as a cis man? Like almost never. I don't know if I've ever identified as a cis man before. Like, like that just seems to be like an exceedingly rare. Like, is this happening a lot in your life? You're like, fuck, I forgot to put cis here. Now people think I'm a trans person. Or like,
I tend not to play those games because I think if you have to say what your pronouns are, it should be because you're likely to be misgendered. If you're not likely to be misgendered, then why does it matter? You know. So what I'm saying, I cannot prove this with data, but these are conversations that I've also had with some of my anthropology professors. That it seems like the more free time that we have where our basic needs are met, and there's a transition as a human from your basic needs being met, and then hopefully at some point in time, you know, like enlightenment, right? But it used to be really hard to get your basic needs met: food, shelter, water, and now we get those pretty easy. And so we have the free time to sit around and think about who we are and how we can manipulate that. And
yeah, that's probably true. Yeah.
Yes, but I think like this is what is also
Was that bad?
leading to. I think so. I actually think so. I think it's leading to a lot of mental illness. I think
Do you think
that
it
it's
was
leading
better?
to.
Like, what's like the perfect balance? Because like I guarantee you, like subsistence farmers probably don't think about if they're trans or not. They're probably just trying to get enough food to survive. Like, is that like the ideal state of human? Or I feel like having the luxury to think about these problems is like a nice thing. It shows progress to some extent. Like being able to have these like thoughts about our identities and who we are.
Well, it might be. It might be nice to just worry about your survival. There are people that have been studied in Papua New Guinea that they live happy lives. However, they're also more likely to die from pathogens. So we have these trade-offs in society to where, okay, our basic needs are met. That's fabulous, good, and I'm not going to die from a pathogen off of pure hygiene. However, now I have the time to play around with these mental models that might be harming me more, and I'm being introduced to these mental models through social media and through modern mainstream media as well. So like that, I think I wish there was a middle ground. I wish we didn't have to be so sanitized.
Well, the middle ground seems to just be like whatever makes me uncomfortable is where we should have stopped, right? Like I'm sure you probably, or maybe I could be wrong, but I feel like you exploring your identity today as a mother, where you get to choose when you want to have a child at the most appropriate point in your life, is probably more fun than like I'm 17 and I need to start pumping out as many kids as possible because half of them are probably going to die, and I'm probably going to die at childbirth for one of these too. I imagine you probably like that. That's a guess, but.
No, there's things that I like about modern culture, and modern is just a word that means what we're doing now. And modern means different things in different countries. Modern in India would be different than modern in America. So there's things that I like, but I'm not so ignorant to pretend like there hasn't been trade-offs.
No, I don't think anybody's saying there haven't been trade-offs. Of course there are trade-offs for sure.
Well, I don't think we see the value in the trade-offs too.
Well, what this is what I'm trying to ask. Like, where's the harm? Like, what is not valuable that we're doing now, I guess? Or like, what's something that's like, wow, I don't know why we do this at all. Like, I see there to be. That's why I pushed you earlier on that thing for utility for gayness. I think there is a utility in like identifying as gay. It's probably a good thing that we can see now, right? That's what I would say.
I think that because of all the classifications that we have available to us in modernity about our personal identities, a lot of us don't know who we are. And I think that's leading to depression and anxiety. because you have to know who you are, which would be more of a conservative principle, which it shouldn't be. But that's why I tend to try to keep things simple. That's why I like things like gender roles. That's why I like, being a woman and doing womanly things. And I like my husband doing manly things, right? I just like to keep it simple, but people look at that as extremism. And it's like, maybe people are just trying to find their joy. And it's not that bad, like that unuseful of a wisdom. Even when it comes to religion, we think we're so enlightened because we're secular. There's a lot of value in religion. We didn't necessarily have to get rid of it. We could have just, seen what things were metaphorical, what things were literal, and kind of tried to keep the wisdom that was inside of it. But instead, we've written it off completely. And now somehow it's perceived that if you're secular and you're making arguments, that you're not making illogical or emotional appeals. That's another phenomenon that I've noticed. But I just see a lot of rejection of traditional things that have worked. Right now, if we're getting rid of traditional things that didn't work, I mean, awesome, because that actually makes sense. But if we're getting rid of traditional things that were helpful, then maybe that doesn't make too much sense.
Yeah, I feel like screens are more harmful for us than people identifying as trans today. But
it's a small percentage of the population, I think. But my only real concern when it comes to the trans stuff, my only concern is the young malleable minds in school, that these kids get talking to each other and they're all on social media and they put really stupid ideas in each other's minds. And then there's repercussions to some of these ideas and they end up detransitioning later. And there's some things that you can't take back. You can't take back a double mastectomy. You can't take back having deformed genitals. You can't take back everything from hormonal therapy.
I don't necessarily disagree. It's a good thing that like double mastectomies and genital surgeries and unbelievably rare. I don't even know if we do that in the United States for minors. I don't know if I would support
there's some that it's happened to.
When you say some, we're talking like what, like a dozen? That's like an exceedingly rare. Even puberty blockers for minors is incredibly rare.
Well, I have to look up Chloe Cole, but even here's the thing though, it's like even one child, like that's too many.
No, that's
you see
not
what I'm
true.
saying?
No.
I totally think that.
Really?
I think
Are you anti-gun?
Am I anti-gun?
How many children have to die to gun violence for you to be anti-gun? Isn't one child too many? Like that's an absurd statement. You can't possibly defend that.
Okay, so I think gun violence is a very different conversation to like physically altering your body forever and the consequences.
Gunshot bullet to the head is going to physically alter you pretty much forever. The rest of your life. You. Well, not always.
I mean, unless you're talking about people, if you're talking about people that have been maimed, right? But I wouldn't see gun violence as the same thing as I had these ideas from my friends when I was in middle school and high school, and I asked my parents to put me on these things. I asked for this, that, and the third. They said yes, and now I have consequences for the rest of my life. I just don't think that that's the same because
it's not the same because it's a different thing, of course. That's why we compare things that are different. We compare things that aren't the same thing. That's why we compare them. I know they're different. I'm just saying that like there are trade-offs for everything, and the statement like one child is too many, that's probably not true for anything. A lot of children die in car accidents. A lot of children died of babysitters. A lot of children died of swimming pools. That doesn't mean we get rid of these things because one child is too many. The question is the trade-off worth it, right? Is the helpfulness to trans children worth it? Like some children might, be ID'd as trans that aren't trans. That's the question, right?
Okay. So what I'm saying, I'm trying to think about why this is a problem, but right, because I'm tired of children being abused. Like I'm so sick of this stuff. Because in the West we like to act like we're so civilized, we protect children. No, we've been abusing kids since like the dawn of man because they're these autonomy-less beings. They're smaller, they're weaker, they're dependent on us. And as a human species, we've been abusing them for a very long time. And I don't like it. So when I look at this trans stuff, when it affects children that are underage, when they're, very malleable, I just view that to be a possible form of child abuse because your parents should be able to tell you, like, hey, I think this might be a phase. Here's why you shouldn't get these surgeries.
Trans?
What if my child is trans?
Yeah.
Well, they can do whatever they want after they're 18. I mean, that's legally where the cutoff is.
Too late at that point, no?
Well, too late for what?
Okay, so like I think the problem, and this is, I don't mind the trans people are fake arguments, but that's the argument you're making. But we're like hiding behind a whole bunch of other really weird stuff, like child abuse for whatever. Like because the argument, truly, if you believe that trans people are real, it would be child abuse to deny children access to medical treatments, right? But I think the argument is just like I don't think trans people are real things, so therefore it's child abuse to like suggest to children that they could be trans. That's like I think that's the actual argument. But
no, I think trans people are real. I think that the genital mutilation, that's new. That's never been proven in the past. We've had multiple genders in the past. We've had people that were intersex what used to be called hermaphrodite. We've had cultures
for,
that had
like-
3 genders. We've
Yeah, but
had
like even
cultures
like
that had 4
genital mutilation,
genders.
because there's talk about. I
Yeah.
could talk to conservatives about this all the time. Most conservatives that
Yeah.
are anti quote unquote genital mutilation are like pro circumcision. Like, so it seems like
I'm not, because
Sure.
I think that's child abuse too.
yeah, that's fine.
So,
But like the vast majority of conservatives
yeah.
that fight for this like genital mutilation thing like have no problem with circumcision. So it's like it seems like, so it feels like again circling back, it's just that, like, we don't think trans people are real. That's which is, by the way, which is fine. That's an argument that you can have.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if you think that trans people are real, wouldn't we want children to have access to like treatments for trans people? Like, wouldn't that be a thing we would want if we think it's real?
No. I mean, not even, because
not?
okay, so if you want to hear like an actual example, because I'll play your game, but my position is that I just don't like child abuse, and we've been doing it
Wait,
as
stop.
as
Child
human-
abuse is begging the question. When you say child
no,
abuse, you're
it's
assuming
not.
that
It's
something.
not.
Yeah, it is. It's,
I
it's
can
assuming something's
you want me
already
to explain
happening.
it?
Well, okay, sure.
I can
but
explain it.
I just want to be clear. Let me state my position. I don't like child
Yeah.
abuse either. But do you see how pointless that is? Like, nobody likes child abuse. Child abuse is tautologically bad. That's like saying I don't like bad things. I don't either.
Well, we say that, but then what is that in reality? Because it was illegal to abuse pets before it was illegal to abuse children in the United States of America. And PETA actually helped us to get child abuse laws. So I'm saying that this is just the new modern wave of socially acceptable child abuse. That's my position. That's my perspective. Because I understand what you're saying when it comes to conservatives that want to talk about female genital mutilation or transgenital mutilation, but they'll turn around and they'll circumcise their sons. I think that's stupid. I agree with you on this point in perspective. But I was just talking about this larger overarching thing that I'm just not down with child abuse. Like point blank,
I
period,
don't think
the end.
anybody is. Nobody's down with child abuse.
No, they are. They
No,
are.
they're not.
They have been. Humans
No.
have been.
No, they're not. They don't consider it abuse. Chances are, if a person is abusing a child, unless it's a really bad or upset person, they probably say this isn't abuse. It's for the better of the child.
So I mean, whether or not it was for the betterment of the child from their perspective, but it was still abuse. It is abuse. But I'm saying, like, in human history, we've always been essentially dunking on these kids, using these kids. It's nonsense, and it's an evil of humanity. But that's why I don't like how the trans ideology can impact young minds.
Yeah,
but
but
that's just because it's the new wave of child abuse.
No,
there was old
it's-
waves too,
Okay,
like the
when
Industrial
you call
Revolution.
it child abuse, what does child abuse mean to you?
Okay, well, I want to go back to your point about why, if like let's presuppose, and this is not what I believe, but let's presuppose the child was trans. Let's say that they were born male but wanted to be a female. You can put them on puberty blockers, but there might be some problems with like penile development. So if you put them on puberty blockers too young, then they don't have enough penis skin to form a new vagina, and they would have to use colon tissue for that. So yeah, maybe it's best that we just let these folks mature and they make their own adult decision once they're adults. But I mean,
Yeah, but like if they
don't think it's
transition as
smart.
adults, for a lot of like trans women, it just wouldn't be possible. You're like fucked at that point. You're looking at like over $100,000 in surgery.
I mean, if this is what you want, I don't think it's. Why would I don't understand. Like, I should let my underage child transition if they are truly trans, which we don't. What are even the metrics for that? And I should do that, because if I don't do that, then that would be child abuse from your perspective, from your side of things.
I'm
Whereas
just thinking about
I
it from a parent. I would want the best outcomes for my child. If my child was truly trans, I'd probably want them to get the help they need like early on, rather than waiting until it's too late. That's what I would think.
So I think you're talking about preventing puberty so that it's easier for them to transition as adults.
Yeah, because you can't. It's pretty hard to transition once you've gone through puberty. It's a pretty difficult process. If you think trans things are real, but if you don't think trans is real, then of course you shouldn't let them transition, because it's fake shit anyway.
No,
They'll grow out of it.
I think trans folks are real, right? Like I said earlier, I think the surgery stuff is new, and I'm not sure that everyone who is choosing to take these extremes in transitioning is going to enjoy having done them in the long run. I think that's a very small minority.
Okay, sure. Let's say theoretically that we could 100% accurately screen trans kids at an early age, that there was 0% or 1% detransition rate, and for the most part we're really good at identifying them. Should minors have access to like trans care or no?
Probably therapy. I think that sounds fine.
What about
But
puberty
everything
blockers?
else, no.
Even if you could 100% know they were trans, why not?
Well, there's negative consequences to that too.
More
I know
than
it
not being
impacts
able to
their
transition?
IQ. Well, so like, okay, this is a point in their lives where they're children or teens and they're in school, middle school, high school. We decide to put them on puberty blockers. It actually affects and impacts their cognition. So they might be doing worse in school. This is why Sweden won't transition children anymore. right? They will only do it if they're part of a study.
Sweden won't transition students anymore because there's limited evidence that for the efficacy of it, that it's actually like producing positive outcomes. But I asked you if we knew 100%. No, that's not the point. I'm trying to. I asked you the question of like, if we knew 100% that it worked, would you still allow it to happen? You said no. So it seems like you're not actually looking at outcomes or caring about any of that. There's some like weird ideological grounds that you're like opposing this on.
Well, there's just an added layer as well. I want my children to make these decisions as adults because there's things that I cannot modify my body under the age of 18 when it comes to tattoos and piercings. And the fact that we've given women that are under the age of 18 birth control is problematic in itself. But
you don't think the dramatic slide of teen pregnancy doesn't mean that was a really good idea?
That's a different question.
Well, no. What do you think birth control has to do with it?
I'm not sure that teen pregnancy is I'm not even. This is like my views and my perspectives. I'm not even that sure that teen pregnancy was that bad of a thing given the rates of childlessness right now. And then on top of that, I had to change my perspective on single mothers when I became pro-life. I could no longer really look down on these women because at the end of the day, they chose to have that baby. But that's a different question. There's better ways to track your cycle as a woman. And we could be doing that with teen girls. We could be showing them how to urinate on, well, not how to urinate, but we could be showing them luteinizing hormone test strips for ovulation and how to track this stuff on a calendar.
Yeah, you can do it, but then you're just not having, but then you're just not having sex for like chunks of the month, right? Which people are going to fuck up on probably.
I mean, if they don't understand the consequences of their actions, but so I was just throwing in that there's another thing.
No, wait, hold on. Consequences of their act. Talking about babies as like punishment for fucking is one of the most deranged fucking things. As a pregnant woman, it actually bothers me that you just said that. Babies are not consequences, and they shouldn't be viewed as punishments. And people that are pro-life don't get credit for suffering through single motherhood that make you reconsider a woman being able to time when she wants to get pregnant. I reject like every single part of that premise. I don't think is true.
Well, I don't believe that to be true as somebody that, like, you're pro-choice. Like, why would I think that you're somehow suddenly emotionally outraged because I called children a consequence? But consequence, the first definition of consequence is a result or effect of an action or condition. But it doesn't have to be negative. That's why
hold on. This is the most Weasley thing ever. Of course you're talking about this. Yeah, this is a negative punishment. That's what you're talking about. When you have sex, what are the consequences of you having sex? Is you getting pregnant and being forced to deliver a baby? Of course it's a negative consequence. We never talk about what are the consequences of sex. You have a really good orgasm.
It could be positive.
Nobody, that's not what we're talking about right now. When we're talking about
That's what I'm talking about.
No, it's not what you're talking about. Since when have we used this birth control to avoid the positive outcomes of sex? We're using birth control to avoid the negative outcomes, which is an unplanned pregnancy. Of course we're talking about negative outcomes.
Okay. So but if we're talking this is why we have a hard time staying on topic, but
well, that's because you're dancing around to a million different topics. You realize you're the one that's driving the conversation right now. I'm just playing video games, so I'm not gonna do it, but you're driving the conversation like 50 million things every time I make a point.
Okay.
If you want, I can keep us on this one topic right now. I don't think this or do you want to go to another topic? Because you're the one that's you got the keys.
Because there's just too many different ways to analyze the stuff that you're saying. So
no, wait. Then hold on. Instead of saying there's too many different ways to analyze, let's start analyzing. Okay. So I think
we were on trans.
No. Let's right here. We're at a good spot right here. Okay. Birth control, I said, is good because it's dramatically reduced the amount of teen pregnancy. You seem like you thought that teen pregnancy was good because your counter to that was, well, actually, the rates of childlessness right now make me think that wasn't a good outcome. Do you think teen unplanned pregnancy is good or bad? Or do you have another opinion you'd like to submit there besides those two things?
I think that it could be good. I really do.
No, hold on. It could be? I don't know what it could be means. I'm asking you, like, in general, do you think it's good or bad? Like, do you think you could make the majority of unplanned teen pregnancy good? Is that what you think?
I think having babies is good, though.
Okay, hold on. Do you recognize that you're not answering? Wait. I just want you to recognize what you're doing.
Yes, teen pregnancy is good. Teen pregnancy is good. Are we happy? Teen pregnancy is good.
Unplanned pregnancy is good. Okay. How do you measure
teen unplanned pregnancy is good.
How do you measure that?
So these are more of philosophical conversations.
Then let's have a philosophical conversation then. Okay, don't tell me what it is. Do it. Yeah. How is it good?
Well, perspective being life has value. Children are inherently valuable and they add purpose to a mother's life. And there's also, like, my family, they like having kids young, like real young.
My family has, when you say I want to make this a philosophical conversation, you go, well, my family likes this. That has nothing to do with philosophy. So is the philosophy that just like an unlimited amount of life is good? Or what about then rape? Do you think that raping is good because you have a higher chance of forcing more children in the world or no?
So I'm not going to go to rape. I'm going to focus on teen pregnancy. Where did we get to a place where this had to be an objectively bad thing? Why couldn't it just have been
Well, hey,
a fact of life that could have been a hidden blessing?
Because
that often has been like a blessing to the women that I've met that were teen mothers.
The majority of the time, it's not a blessing. Generally,
but the alternative is to terminate the pregnancy, which is to kill a person.
Okay, then your philosophical conversation has nothing to do with abortion or any of that. It has to do with whether or not a fetus is a human, which is a totally separate conversation.
I don't think so. I think that the point that you just made before, you said, if a fetus is a human, like the outcome of having that child will probably be better for the woman than to kill that child.
Yeah, but you've tautologically defined it as better because you said life is good and more life is good. That's why I challenged you with the rape thing. What if you raped and got somebody pregnant? Isn't that like really good because you're making a new life?
Well, rape and pregnancy is a different conversation.
Of course they're different. That's why I'm comparing them. I couldn't compare the same thing to itself. It's two separate things. That's why I'm drawing the comparison.
Okay, well, if you want to talk about me being pro-life, we can take it that way.
Okay, we're switching the topic again. If you want to switch the topic again, that's fine. But
no,
I just want you to recognize that.
I think that my perspective on teen pregnancy is because I'm pro-life. There was a time where I was kind of lukewarm pro-choice.
Okay,
and I thought,
we can talk about
pro-life,
but I just want you to recognize it because you're saying we hop around a lot of topics. You're switching topics right now, which is fine. We can switch topics, but you're in the driver's seat right now, so I'm just in the back seat screaming at you like a kid, an unaborted kid. Okay.
Can't help notice that everybody who's for abortion is alive. But so I just think that it might be the wrong or inappropriate lens to view teen pregnancy as inherently bad, because that's also viewing.
Nobody said teen pregnancy was inherently bad. What they said was teen unplanned pregnancy is inherently bad.
Well, most teens are not planning. Well, I don't know.
That's fine. I just want to be clear because if you say it might be a blessing and one teenager likes to get pregnant, then that's fine. If somebody wants to get pregnant, that's fine. But birth control wasn't made to help teens not get pregnant. It was made to avoid unwanted pregnancies. And like you said, that is true. Teens generally don't want to get pregnant. And I think in general, it's probably better to bring babies into worlds where the parents are both ready and willing to have them rather than forcing it upon them as a punishment or a consequence of sexual activity.
No, I'm just using consequence as a definition of effect, because I've used the words unintended consequences for things that I think like feminism might have caused, but I don't want to say that it's like evil or bad. It's just unintended consequence. So like I'm just talking about an effect. There are consequences to sex in one way, shape, or form. There is, but this was because we were talking about initially when it came to trans kids about them modifying their bodies, and I view birth control as a modification of a young woman's body, and we should not be giving it to children to girls under the age of 18 unless there happens to be some sort of documented medical reason for it, which is a different conversation that teen would have between their parent and their primary care provider, right? I think that was my point about that. And then we were talking about, now we're on this is teen pregnancy good or bad? I don't know why we even decided as a culture, a community, that it was bad.
It's bad because it sucks being born when the woman isn't ready to have you yet, because there's a lot of negative outcomes associated for that for the woman's life.
So, like, who determines when we're ready, and then what's the point of all these social safety nets?
Ideally, the woman determines when she's ready. The point of a social safety net is to make it so you're not dying. But I think most children would be preferred to be born into circumstances that are better than just not dying.
Okay. Well, well, then this would be like more of a personal point for me. So I was born in a single mother home. I was abused for over a decade. I do pretty good now.
Please stop. Oh my God. I think that everybody should be in a polyamorous relationship. Because I'm in a poly relationship, and I'm happier than most people.
Right.
I'm happier than almost every person you've ever spoken to in your life. Everybody should be polyamorous. Everybody should flunk out of college. Everybody should work 70, 80 hours a week when they're 21 years old. Every single person should probably neglect most of their family, because I don't talk to my parents or my extended family much, because fuck them. Yeah, this doesn't get us anywhere in the conversation. That's great that you personally. It doesn't. Do you think who do you think generally does better? People from whole families or people from broken families?
The data's clear. It's people from whole families, but that was not the point of me saying that out loud. Like it's not for empathy. Like I don't need people to feel.
No, but now you're starting to provide your example as a personal anecdote, and it sounds like
it will give me a perspective. Like anecdotal wisdom is not, it's not always worthless. What I'm trying to say is that I am still glad that my mom chose life, even though she was poor, low SES, and bad things happened to me.
That's because you exist now. But if she would have aborted you, there wouldn't even be a thing to assert that preference. Of course, you're glad now, but that's just because you already exist. But before you exist, there's not a question of your preference. You have nothing to assert a preference.
I understand you making that statement, but I just think that just comes down to like a nihilistic view of humanity. You
It's
know,
not
who
a
cares if you're born
nihilistic
or
view of
not?
humanity.
I think it is.
There has to be
You said this before.
There has
You
to be a
said,
subject to a sort of preference. Like, can you tell me what John thinks? And by the way, John's not a real person. John doesn't think anything. There is no John. He can't even have a thought.
Right. Well, I just always thought that that was a weird perspective for the left to have. Is well, if you just weren't born, you wouldn't even care. What does that have to do with arguing about the sanctity of life and having the opportunity to be born? But there's other things too.
Well, I'm saying that there are other things. About other things, but you gave the example. Well, I'm happy I was born. Well, of course you're happy now, but that's because now you're a subject that can think. But
I
before,
wasn't always.
Yeah, of course. But when you were a fetus, you didn't have these preferences. It's not like you asserted these things as like a unborn thing.
Right, but this is like the left will basically come out and say, well, poor people shouldn't have kids because the kids will have a bad life, which that's gatekeeping life based on a woman's socioeconomic status. And who are we to determine the value of life based on convenience?
Well,
That's
we
my
don't.
point.
It's the woman that does. That's the whole point of birth control, is that she
And
has the opportunity to do that.
If you're talking about birth control for an adult woman, I really don't have a problem with it. I don't think that it's healthy, but that was my point, where this is a talking point from the left. You know, these poor people shouldn't have kids. By the way, did y'all ever think that maybe, you know, poor people like want to have kids?
If they want to have kids, then they just don't have to use birth control. It's so easy.
Yeah, well, they don't, right?
Well, of course they do. That's why teen pregnancies fall at a dramatic rate.
Okay, I'm talking about in comparison to higher socioeconomic status women, that there's been some data sets that show that the lower socioeconomic status women use birth control less.
Sure, they might use it less, but they're still using it a fuck ton.
Well, yes. So, but okay. You're talking about just like you think that it was good that we prevented pregnancies. I'm saying that
Unwanted pregnancies.
We prevented unwanted pregnancies with birth control, so we should be able to give teen girls birth control based on that premise.
Yeah, because if they probably don't want to get pregnant. If they want to get pregnant, then they don't have to take birth control.
Yeah, I happen to disagree about that, but
Disagree
I think that
with what?
about giving teen girls birth control because it
Why?
skews the data. It's not healthy for them. They can't track their cycle. There's negative outcomes for that.
Hold on,
and then
you absolutely hold on. Being on birth control can regulate your cycle, so I don't know what you mean when you say that. Number one, number two, it's healthier to not have a baby than to have a baby as a teenager. So I don't understand what you mean by that either. And like,
okay, you think that it's healthier to not have a baby than have a baby as a teenager?
Of course.
I don't think that that's true.
Do you think what do you think is like the optimal age for a woman to bear children? Do you think 16 or 17 is a healthy age to have a child?
I think it can be.
Okay, it's not. You're just wrong. Like, women's bodies are, like, giving birth as a 15 or 16 or 17-year-old is incredibly difficult. It's not even the healthiest stage in your life to have a kid. That's like 25.
No, I just don't think that this is an inherently bad thing. I don't think teen pregnancy is inherently bad. I used to think that, but now I don't.
Okay.
But I think I have an article about it that I'll try to pull up. But there was this other question about birth control. So the thing about it is that I also respect autonomy. Like it stands to reason that if I was asked to be put on if I was asked by if I had a daughter, if she asked me about birth control and wanted to be put on it, I would have a conversation with my husband to see what conclusion we came to as parents. But that's putting the onus on her versus what's happened to some young women where their parents just kind of push it on them. You see what I'm saying?
Of course, because the parents are going to be responsible for the child.
So it's okay for parents to push that stuff on their kids in that context.
Yes?
I just think
we're
there's better
stewards
ways
of
to
our
go about
children,
this.
of course. If I don't want my kid to get pregnant, I'd probably say, hey, time for you to get on some fucking birth control.
I don't. Well, okay. So now you're taking control of a young woman's body because you're worried about her getting pregnant on accident. Whereas, like my perspective on it from the get,
we take control of our children's body all the time. I force my kid to get vaccinated. I force my kid to eat his vegetables. I force my kid to go outside and run around instead of being a computer loser like me sometimes. Like, yeah, what do you mean?
Vegetables and medication are not the same. Vegetables and medication are not the same. It's not the same.
Our children do not have the autonomy of an adult. We are their stewards of their health. So yeah, sometimes we make decisions about what we think is the most healthy. I don't know if I would force a daughter to take birth control, but if she wanted to avoid,
that's what I'm saying.
No one is having that. Dude, no one is having
that. Was the example I gave you. I'm not saying you're saying that.
No,
the example
no. Nobody is talking. The realistic conversation is not like, do we force feed young women birth control pills? The conversation is ought to be available to them. That is not the conversation. Nobody realistically saying we should force teen girls to have birth control. No.
Okay. And so I agree with you about that. I've also seen that this is just something that's happening to young women too, where they just get their period and they're very, very quickly suggested birth control and they take it. And they're not being presented with an alternative option, which I still don't understand. Like, what's wrong with my option, which is tracking your ovulation? We buy these test strips. I show you how to use them.
Because tracking ovulation is not perfect. People are more likely to make mistakes, and then if they do, the consequences are dire.
Dire? A baby is a dire consequence.
You are from a rich family or something, or you're lying about your background. I can't think of any other. I can't engage with this subject anymore in good faith. I don't know if you don't know any single moms, or you said you were from a single mom. I don't know if you lied about that or what.
There's tons in my family.
Everything you're saying is wild. These are like, I feel like when I'm in these communities, I'm talking to people that you're either all rich as fuck and you have no idea what it's like to live a real life or what, because you can't say these things as a normal human being. For most people, coming from single families fucking sucks. It's like the number one plight of the entire African American community are broken homes and broken families. Not having fathers in the household, not having somebody to help you do your schoolwork, having your mom work 2 jobs, having to rely on government aid to fix your shit. This idea of like, well, how is it so bad to be pregnant as a fucking 15-year-old? It's like one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. I don't know how to engage with this topic. I'm with you. I'm not sure you know what to say. I'm sorry. I truly don't know what to say. It's beyond like comprehension. I don't know how anybody can say this with a straight face. Yes, it is dire. Yes, it's probably of all the things that can happen in your life, getting pregnant before 18 is probably one of the worst things that can ever happen to you. I'm pretty sure even Ben Shapiro gives us advice, like the top 3 things to be successful was like graduate high school, don't get pregnant as a teenager, and then there was a third thing I don't remember. But every single person in society, Andrew Tate, the most blue pill people, the most red pill people, the most everybody will recognize that teenage pregnancy is one of the worst things that can happen to you. Like, sorry, that's like so obvious to me.
That's like that. Okay, that the reason why is because it's a paradigm. Okay, so it's a different lens to view it. That hey, maybe it wasn't the best, but it certainly can't be the worst, because motherhood would be a blessing and having a child would be a blessing. And honestly, the women that I know that were teen mothers that had their children, they don't regret having their kids. You know what I mean? Not everybody did it well.
Yeah, you can rape a lot of women and they won't regret having their kid.
What?
What don't you understand about that? People can go through negative experiences and come out the other end and feel good about it. I was neglected by my parents my entire life, and I'm grateful for it. It ended up making me a really great person. That doesn't mean I would say it's a good thing for it to happen. That doesn't make any sense. A lot of people can come out of situations like, oh, you know, I guess at the end of the day, I'm glad that this happened. That doesn't make it a good thing. I'm sure there aren't single mothers out there saying like, I wish I could kill my fucking kid. But if you could say like, what if you could have gotten pregnant a little bit later? They're probably like, yeah, probably it would have been a lot better for me.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was like one of the things that my mom told me. That was like the number one thing that she told me was to like not get pregnant in high school, I think was her perspective. So I don't disagree with you, but I think there are cultures and communities where teen pregnancy isn't necessarily the biggest deal in the world. It's a big deal from the progressive side of things, but my family's full of teen moms.
Why are you saying from the progressive side of things? It's a big deal from the conservative side of things. Conservatives rightfully recognize that broken homes and single motherhood is like a really fucked thing for kids.
Well, I would be very skeptical of anybody that was pro-life, but then had a problem with, like single mothers or teen pregnancies. You know what I mean? Because that's the reason why I had to change my perspective. Because I used to be like, oh, this is the worst thing in the world. Whereas now I perceive it to be more of like a hidden blessing. Like it's not a mistake. And why is that the first thing that we say in the first place? Like, oh, this is a mistake. Your life is ruined.
Because
Yeah. Good. Well, your life is ruined because you had a baby?
Yep.
I can't get behind that. I think that that's a really bad narrative that we tell women, that their life, objectively, it will be ruined because you had a kid and you weren't prepared to have one. I think we can figure these things out. I think we have the social safety nets. We've got SNAP. We also have Medicaid available to the children, not usually to the mom.
That sucks. That's a shit life. That's like saying, like, aren't you happy, bro? You're in Section 8 housing with your fucking mom who's working 2 jobs, but at least you've got EBT for 7-Eleven? Those lives suck. Nobody wants to live like that. It's not fun.
I don't know, because there's just too many single mothers in my family, and there's too many teens, and then teen moms. And then when I was in Central Florida, when I was in high school, there were also teen moms there. Like, it's not that unusual for a culture to embrace teen pregnancy, believe it or not. But I understand from your perspective, it seems like this would be an inherently bad thing. I think this is a completely different community. There's a book about it that I've been reading. I have to think about the title of it right now, but it's basically, it makes the point that women choose to be single mothers sometimes. Like, the life cycle of a low SES woman is to have a child first and then get financial security and then get married, right? That's just a different lifestyle.
That's not, nobody wants to do that. That's an exceptionally
That's where I disagree. I think that this is literally a community that seeks to do that. These women wouldn't dream of being childless.
Women don't want to be single moms living on EBT and Section 8 housing. Those lives fucking suck. They suck.
I don't know.
I do.
You think
they
it
suck
sucks.
shit. No, I know, because anybody I've talked to from back there says it sucks. Those lives are shit.
Yeah, but then why do they keep having babies then?
Because people make mistakes. Why do people that are addicted to heroin keep doing fucking heroin? Because people make mistakes. Because sometimes poor people don't have access to birth control. Because sometimes they make mistakes with who they partner off with. Because sometimes people are young and stupid. Because
So it's a book called Promises I Can Keep, and that's the perspective that I have about teen pregnancies, where we look at it as this horrible hindrance, but it's possible that women are choosing it, and that children are not inherently a hindrance, or that they're not inherently, bad. You're gonna have a bad life now because you had a child and you were unprepared for one. It's very possible that we can figure these things out, and we do have the safety nets. We've got scholarships. Like, women have a lot available to them, and they've got, families as well, depending on like what culture you're in. But this is, so the book that I'm reading, it's called Promises I Can Keep, and it's Why Poor Women Put Motherhood Before Marriage. So from your perspective, on your side of things, you guys think, oh, this is horrible. Look at these single mothers. And my perspective is, it's just a different lifestyle. And they don't view these children to be inherently problematic.
It can be a different lifestyle. Like being a crackhead is a different lifestyle.
Being a crackhead versus being a teen mom, I don't know.
That's true. The teen mom is worse because you're fucking up two people's lives instead of one. I agree.
Well, I don't know. Like, why does it have to be inherently screwing up two people's lives?
Because you don't have the financial resources or the mental faculty to provide a good life, a good secure life for your child.
Well, you're also presupposing that these women like care about that particular thing. They
Care
might
about what? Having children, or?
No, that about the hardship. Because if they cared that much about the hardship, they probably wouldn't have gotten pregnant. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, that's not how teenagers make decisions. How old are you again?
Oh, I'm 28.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm 34. I still remember being a teenager. I have an oops baby. I made a lot of fucking stupid decisions in my life too. Like 17-year-olds are not always like of sound mind, that they're not like evaluating the consequences for the rest of their fucking lives. That's not how that's why we're parents, right? Is to make sure that our children do better than we do, or to guide them because we know we're going to make stupid decisions if they're left to their own devices, right?
Yes, I suppose, but I just view I view your perspective as the gatekeeping of the value of life just based off of economic stability of the mother, which I think that's just a stupid bar to have for the value of life.
Why?
We get to decide, like, poor people shouldn't be alive.
Sure.
Like, what? Why?
So you think that a 16-year-old should be able to be allowed to decide to have children?
It's not about what I think they can.
Okay, do you think they should be allowed then? If they can figure out if they can have a child at 16, they can't figure out if they can have a double mastectomy at 16?
These are not the same thing.
I know they're not the same thing. That's why I'm comparing them. I wouldn't ask you, can you tell me what you think about apples compared to apples? Those are the same thing. When I ask you to compare something, I'm asking you to compare two different things with a similar quality to see if you have a consistent opinion about the two different things. You're telling me that a child at 16 can decide how they want to influence the rest of their life and their child's life, but they can't have a double mastectomy? Why not?
I don't know. I don't know about that one. I don't think that would be informed consent. A teenager who wants their breasts chopped off, who might want...
But a teenager can decide to fucking dilate their cervix to fucking 20 fucking inches and shove a baby out and have a human being with them for the rest of their life? That is something they can figure out?
Honestly, yeah, and they used to, and they did. I think, here's the thing. Like, is it possible that there are issues with our society to where women from the ages of 16 to 20 aren't able to reproduce securely? I don't think the problem is like the women and the choosing. I think the problem might be our societal structure. But even so, there are women that choose to be teen moms, and I just don't view that as an inherently bad thing. I think that's a horrible way to view children or kids. And I mean, you said that earlier when when I said that babies are a consequence. You're like, you're pregnant. Why would you think that? But here we are having the same conversation. But that I just think that it's a misperception from researchers. When they study low SES women, they make this assumption that they don't want to have these babies out of wedlock or even out of wedlock or as teens. And it's possible that they do. And it's possible that it's not inherently bad. even though
I'm sure there are some wealthy people or some people with extra financial means that have children at early ages that are okay with it. I'm sure that does happen, but that's going to be in the minority of cases. The overwhelming amount of unplanned teen pregnancy is probably negative.
So when I'm looking at a population and a demographic of where I'm talking about teen pregnancy and where it's more of a choice, I'm looking at cities.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm looking at cities like Philly, and I'm looking at cities like New York City, and I'm looking at cities that have predominantly minority communities, both Latino and Black. And it has something to do with the fact that the Industrial Revolution finished, and there was something that happened with the workplaces there. I guess like these folks like lost a lot of jobs. I'm not sure. I have to go and relook at some of the book, but that's kind of where I came from, right? Okay, so like honestly, that's my culture. That's where I came from.
Teen moms in Philadelphia and in the Bronx are like, I want to be a teen mom.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying to you. Yes.
We come from different reality. One of us is so out of touch. We're on the moon. It's either you or me. I don't know. Maybe it's me. I stream video games all day. But like,
no, I think it's just possible that there's communities and cultures that want to have children young, but they don't feel economically prepared to pursue marriage, so they'll try to achieve the economic status, and then they'll get married. But
you don't get the economic status from having a child.
No, but they just wanted to have the baby. They just wanted to have the baby. They wanted to be a mom. They find joy and fulfillment in the identity of being a mom. You see what I'm saying? So that is a different life cycle.
Mom when you're 16 in the United States of America.
I know. Women used to get pregnant as teens too.
Because they had to start having babies early to take care of the fucking farm, and half their kids would die during childbirth, and because school ended at 11 because there wasn't much history or math to study. It was a totally different world.
I think the call of motherhood is just that strong, and we just look at these sad brown women. They're so ignorant. Okay, what if they're not? What if they're doing exactly what they want to do?
What if the trend of every single industrialized country in the world is that given more options, women historically tend to put off having a child for longer and longer and longer and longer and longer? You put off having a child for longer. Every woman given the opportunity to put it off.
That's higher socioeconomic status women, and if we're looking at like the primary demographic for that, it would likely be white women that are doing that.
No, that's every race of woman, and that's every country in the world. As people become more economically prosperous, they have less children.
Talking about developed nations?
Every nation, even in Africa, the birth rates are falling. As the nations become more industrialized, women survive childbirth and children survive childhood more often. People have less kids, especially as women are empowered to control their jobs and control their reproductive health.
That I don't dispute. I think you're right with that.
Well, but what does it show? It seems to like, if anything, I would expect the trend to be the opposite. If women getting more money enables them to make more decisions, it seems like they would get pregnant earlier. It's like, oh, cool, now I have the freedom to get pregnant as early as I want. But it doesn't seem to be the case. When you give women more autonomy and freedom to choose what they want in their life, it seems like they're putting these choices off for later and later. So it doesn't seem like the call of motherhood is that strong.
Well, we have to consider contraception and abortion in that context, though. Right? Because I think that's what is more of the problem. So
yeah, but that's part of the choice. And like, even so, like, even in the United States, you're telling me you're coming from a Latino family where they're championing their daughter getting pregnant at 16? Bro, in some of the Cuban communities I was a part of, you would get fucking murdered if your daughter came fucking home after a quinceañera and she comes home and she's fucking knocked up. You'd be assassinated.
No, not anymore. Not anymore. Like there was a cultural shift that happened. That's why I'm specifically citing that book that I've been reading. There was a cultural shift that happened. Like, oh, my daughter got pregnant. I'm going to be mad because she's blending, old world traditions and new world traditions. And, well, I'm Christian, but she's American.
No,
she's got a lot more freedom.
That is not, I don't believe that. I don't think any parent has ever thought that. They're mad because they want their child to have access to better opportunities in life, and they don't want them to make the same fucked up mistakes they did. One of those fucked up mistakes is getting pregnant before you're ready. I think that's generally why people get upset, because they want their child to be like successful and to like do well in life.
Yeah, but they never like pressured their from my perspective, from the cultures that I'm talking about, there's not like pressure to get an abortion. As much as your family might complain,
not be pressure to get an abortion,
but
that's probably just because they're more like, Jesus fuck, every fucking Hispanic person in this country is like fucking Catholic. They probably don't believe in abortion. But that's a lot different than saying that like they feel the beautiful call of motherhood for their teenage children.
We just disagree. Yeah, sure.
So what I'm confused about is, so there's the element of that you're saying that, okay, if a teenager gets pregnant, she could not regret it later, or it could be good, or whatever the fuck. But I'm saying, if you support teenagers getting pregnant, as you said earlier, because you don't want to gatekeep life, then we're talking about the active choice as a teenager to get pregnant to promote life. And I don't understand how that's more coherent with your takes than just teenage celibacy.
So I'm not saying that like they should do these things. I'm saying that it's not inherently bad, that it can be a choice of autonomy for these teen moms who want to have these children. But I think often in leftist and quite frankly white spaces, they don't understand this because they're not like a part of the culture or part of the community when it's like pretty normal. It was pretty normal. It's going away now, but there was like a time period, I want to say from the 90s all the way to, I want to say 2010, where this was the phenomenon. And it still is in some cultures actually, to have the baby first, get economic stability, and then get married.
Wait, where is,
Yeah,
wait,
like-
hold on, wait. What culture has that ever been the norm in?
That's what I'm saying. It's urban inner cities in the Northeast with minority women that are Latin and Black.
Yeah, but the culture isn't, first of all, that's a newer culture because I'm pretty sure like Black families and marriage rates were way higher in like the 50s and 60s. That's something that's changed over time, is the single motherhood thing. Also, I don't think that those single mothers are choosing to be single mothers. They don't know that that's what's going to happen. It's not like they secure good economic freedom. What is it like? Isn't it like only half the women in the United States even get paid child support? And I'm willing to bet that in these communities, it's probably even less that actually get it. I don't think they're choosing to be single moms for the lucrative draw of EBT cards.
No, I don't think that's like why they're choosing it. I think that is something that they recognize as an option for them if they were to have a teen pregnancy. They're like, oh, okay, at least I have this. You know, this can help me out. But my perspective was just that this is
pregnancy is
right.
not,
So
it's not
my
a conscious choice, right?
Okay, if we're talking about having sex and we're not on birth control, right, and we're consenting to unprotected sex. Then
so you're saying they're consenting to they're like considering the option that they might get pregnant and they're taking it into account, and that should be considered as them making the choice to be teen moms?
I'm saying that should be the perspective, but somehow we've convinced young women that there is such a thing as sex without consequence. So they falsely believe.
I don't think that that's what we convince women. I think that we understand that teenagers don't necessarily... I mean, have you had... Oh, maybe this is too personal, but I think a lot of adults had unprotected sex, you know? And they didn't necessarily... I mean, sure, you assume the quote-unquote consequences of an unprotected pregnancy, but you can make dumb decisions as an adult, and we understand as a society that teenagers have a higher proclivity to make dumb decisions, so we don't hold them to the same standards of how adults should make decisions.
I didn't say that it was smart. I said that it could be a choice and that it might not be bad.
I'm saying that to frame it as a choice really ignores how we view teenagers in any other context. Like you brought up social contagion, for example. If you're saying that teenage girls don't have the capacity to realize that they're actually transitioning because their friends are trans and they find it cool, I don't see how, if you think that's how their brain works, they have like the mental faculties to understand what it means to get pregnant and like make that a conscious choice, you know?
Right. I'm just coming from a different cultural perspective, and I'm not the only person that has that perspective. There's literally a book on it. Anybody could read it at any point in time. I also think that if we're talking about teen pregnancies, there's a difference between contraception use and there's a difference with abortion as well. So like there are some data sets that suggest that the higher socioeconomic status a woman is, the more likely she is to abort. So while we're talking about low SES brown women, this is the demographic that I'm talking about because I think they're just completely misunderstood. When we're talking about them, they might have an unplanned pregnancy, but they are more likely to make it all the way to birth versus terminating that baby, which they would want the baby, right? Like, why can't we entertain that they want this baby? Like, what's wrong with saying that they want this baby?
I'll entertain it. I just like, I need to understand something. So you say, I don't think birth control is like, teenagers shouldn't be forced to use birth control. Now, I don't think people are forcing them, but let's say, is it fair to say that you have a general aversion for teenagers using birth control?
I think that it's unhealthy for all women to use birth control, actually.
Okay. Cool.
Well, unless there's like PCOS or something like that, right?
Okay.
If there's like a medical reason, yeah, then I could understand
that. Okay, but generally. So I'll just
generally, I think it's bad for them, yeah. It's unhealthy.
So then you're saying don't use birth control because that's bad for you, specifically about teenagers I'm talking about. But you're also saying just track your ovulation cycle so you won't get pregnant. So it seems that the issue with birth control isn't for the prevention of like pregnancy. It's because you think it's unhealthy, so people should avoid it. Is that correct?
My position on birth control?
Yeah.
Yes, that's totally my position, right? And we could be sitting down. I don't think everyone's going to be able to, but that's something that I would teach if I had a daughter, is just how to track her ovulation cycle, because then you don't have to deal with all the negative side effects and consequences with birth control itself.
So would you be fine with teenagers getting how's it called, a UDI?
An IUD?
IUD, sorry.
No, that's still hormonal, and I don't even...
No. There are mechanical ones that don't release hormones.
There's one. It's the copper IUD, and it makes the uterus acidic. There's still side effects of that. I still regard that to be unhealthy. Yes, and it's actually quite large in comparison to some of the other IUDs out there. But that's a copper IUD that makes the uterus acidic. I still don't think that that's the best option for young women. Like, what's wrong with not having sex for, like, I don't know, a week and a half, a month? Like, really, what's the BFD? Like, truly,
it's not a fail-proof method. Like, you can track your
no, but it is though. If you know when you're ovulating, it is foolproof.
Okay,
you see
first
what I'm
of
saying?
all, hold on. You don't always know when you're ovulating. Number one, okay, because sometimes people can have a lot of irregular periods, especially fucking teens.
Yeah,
and number two,
that would be me.
And then why would you advocate then for tracking your fucking ovulation cycle if you have irregular periods?
Because you get enough of a data set through time. And
Bro,
you can also
it only
key
takes
on these...
one good load to knock you up. What do you mean? You don't have time to get a time's worth of fucking data set. What do you mean?
How much time has a teenager gained to know, like, her ovulation cycles? I didn't even start my period till I was 15.
Exactly. If you get your period at 14, like, how much do you know? Do you know when you ovulate? I don't know when I ovulate.
Well, we should know. We're adult women who want to have sex. We should know.
Yeah, but
I just use condoms.
See, that's not even that bad. Like, condoms, not that negatively impactful for a woman's health.
Condoms are horrendously negatively impactful because they make sex suck for everybody. Nobody likes condoms, men or women.
I was talking about the hormonal medical impact, okay? Like, I would see what I'm saying. Like, that's
no, you're not
smart.
just talking about the hormonal medical impact, because you also don't like the copper IUDs, which some women are okay with, and those don't have a hormonal impact.
But why? But why did I say that I didn't like it?
Because you said it's acidic, but semen inside the vagina can change the pH of the fucking vagina. There's a lot of things that can affect your body's health. And there's going to be way more negative impacts to being pregnant than having a slight increase in acidity, which I'm not even sure is true with the copper IUD.
It is true. It's a copper ion.
Hormones can be bad, okay? But I think that there's a lack of information about... So, like, for example, with the birth control, there is no one birth control. There's like a dozen, and they all have different amounts of different hormones, yeah? And often girls get put on the wrong one, and then they don't ever get another option or know that there are different ones that could potentially be much better for them. And this is not just birth control pill versus an IUD. This is like there is a dozen different birth control pills of themselves, and they go on a spectrum depending on what you need. I need one that's very up this end. I need an anti-androgen, which is not normally what they would put you on. But I had to go on a birth control pill for medical reasons. As you said, that would be an exception, so I'm not trying to argue against that. But I think we aren't taught about hormones. We're not taught about what is right for us. We're not taught about getting the right hormones if we do need those hormones. We're never told to go get blood tests to check them, which is something that we should probably all be doing at least occasionally. But that doesn't mean that birth control pill is always bad. It's more like birth control pill can be bad, and there's the reasons for it why.
Can I try to build a bridge with you, Allie? So I don't want to go on birth control. I really don't. I took pills in the past. It worsens my acne. It makes my migraines worse. I need to take special pills for it. I'm not super... I'd rather get the copper thing, right? And I'd rather use a condom. So I get what you're saying. I'll even be willing to concede that, yeah, obviously, if you're taking hormones for quote-unquote no reason because there are supplements that you can use, then I don't think that's a terrible argument. But I would like to ask, would you be willing, for the sake of, like, coming my way, that it is possible to get pregnant if you fuck up while you calculate your ovulation cycle, if you're not on birth control?
Yeah, that is possible.
Okay.
Sperm can live inside of a woman for 3 to 5 days, and then we've got 12 to 16 hours to when the egg leaves to for it to be fertilized. Yes.
So what I want to draw a comparison on is that, let's say that the birth control does have some negative or unnecessary, quote unquote, unnecessary, like medical influences that you might not need. But if you fuck up with your other types of birth control that aren't pill, then you are pregnant, which I'd argue has not only during pregnancy, but after pregnancy, a lot of health costs as well.
Okay.
So why is one health consideration not okay and but we're fine taking the pregnancy hit?
So I need, can you restate it? It was a little bit hard to follow.
Yeah, sorry. Basically, very quickly without caveating too much. Birth control, bad for health. Pregnancy and after pregnancy, also bad for health.
No.
Why not?
I mean, pregnancy hormones.
Wait, let her answer that. Hold on. How can we see?
Like gestational diabetes.
Or wait, have her answer the thing.
pregnant.
How does pregnancy has like some pretty lifelong changes that it introduces to a lot of women's bodies? What do you mean?
Yeah, like why is that bad? Like our bodies are literally made for it. This isn't like something that we're unable to do. It's actually an included feature.
Wait, you're also able to grow cancer.
Gestational diabetes is very different, and I've already like had to get tested for that. Like what? Okay, this is the weirdest thing I heard from a feminist one time. She said that like pregnancy was proven to be unhealthy for women, and that is crazy to me because is it not a natural state of being a woman? It's natural, right? It's featured.
I mean, dementia is like that.
But it's a feature.
Sure. So
right?
dementia and cancer.
Our bodies are made for it, though.
Dementia and cancer are like features that our bodies are theoretically made for, like autoimmune disease.
Childbearing in comparison to dementia and Alzheimer's. We're gonna compare childbearing.
Isn't it something like 70 more people probably develop dementia than have children?
It's a natural product that our body does. Also, if you're going to say, no, not the pregnancy, like Alzheimer's and cancer as well, right? It's just a natural process. It happens to people. It's not unnatural.
One of them is not making a human life. One of them is naturally making a human life, and the other one is a disease with age, I think we're saying.
There is a cost to being pregnant that will affect you for the rest of your life. You can wrap that up with whatever nice words you want, but the reality is there is a health cost to that. Okay.
Which you're fine paying because it's for the sake of creating a life, right? But then my question would be, sorry? Yeah?
No, go ahead, because I want to see what your question would be.
Okay, but then my question would be, if you're saying, well, you know, my body is made for it, so yeah, maybe there's a health cost to being pregnant, but my body can handle it, it's what it was made for. So then my question is, sure, pills have like health costs, but our body can handle it. Many women are on the pill and they survive just fine. Some women have no side effects. So how is that different? Again,
a lot of women do have side effects from birth control.
Why did you just counter
there's a whole
that?
fifth wave feminism
you
coming
can't
out.
just counter a lot of women have side effects, well, a lot of women don't have side effects. The reality is that overwhelmingly, most women that are on birth control prefer to be on birth control. Right?
Yeah, I mean that's their choice. Yeah, I still think that probably the healthier outcome for them would be if they just track their ovulation cycle. Like I don't know why does that sound so stupid?
Because the chances of getting pregnancy are way higher and there are way more negative
No, they're not. Sperm lives for 3 to 5 days. You track your ovulation window. You urinate on 2 ovulation test strips to test for luteinizing hormone. You can honestly, like, you'll pee positive for 2 days.
I don't know why you're explaining to me natural family planning, like the NFP method.
Yeah.
I understand what it is, but I'm telling you that the chances of somebody, you've got 2 different rates that you measure when you're talking about using birth control. You've got a perfect use rate, which for pullout, I think is like 96%. For condoms and birth control, it's like 99%. And then you've got a real world use, which is like when people don't adhere to it perfectly. Now with the pill, that can drop a bit, but with pullout, I think that drops to like 60 or 70%. Right? Real world use application of the pullout method or of the natural family planning method are pretty low because people fuck up when they track their ovulation. They fuck up, they don't know if they have an irregular period because by definition they're irregular, or because fucking sometimes somebody just might want to fuck on that week and they just happen to get horny in the right moment arises.
A lot of things
maybe you just don't have sex
for cycles too, right? Like so you get stressed and your cycle gets fucked up.
Sure, I said irregular periods, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but this isn't just irregular periods. This is someone who could have a regular period, but she goes through a significant period of stress, or she does sports and then her level of testosterone is higher and it throws it off more. Like, there's a bunch of things that can change. Even
Is it
like
the social
somebody who has
contagion? Is that why her testosterone level is high?
No. With a lot of women that do a lot of sports, it goes up. But like, there can be a lot of things that can throw off your cycle, even if you have normally a very like solid one too. So something to keep in mind.
Yeah, but if you're collecting data and you're also in touch with your body, like you would know that something was off too. You see what I'm saying? Like it takes time. Like you're not going to be able. Oh, I'm just going to track my cycle for a month and I know everything.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Stop. Hold on.
Hold on.
No, wait. The answer is, hold on. The answer is you won't know. That is not true. Women do not know almost anything about their body when they're fucking 14 to 20. That's why every fucking woman, multiple times in their life, has woken up, felt a little bit sick, and is like, fuck, am I pregnant? I don't know if I'm pregnant. Am I late on my period? Like every teenage woman that is sexually active has these issues because you're still new to your body. You're still learning. You're still developing. Like I don't think any woman has a great understanding of her body when she's 18 years old.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, right? But my point is that they're going to remain ignorant if we never teach them. And so you guys do what you want to do. Women can be on birth control. It's legal. Personally, for me, I plan on tracking my cycle, and that's what I would educate other women to do. And if they want to hear that out, natural family planning, then they can. There are women who have done natural family planning. They got pregnant when they wanted to, and when they didn't want to get pregnant, they did not. Y'all do what you want. I just think that that's better than taking a medication for what we have 12 to 16 hours to fertilize an egg, and sperm lives in us for 3 to 5 days. So because of, we'll give it a 5-day window. Let's do that. So because of these 5 days, then we need to take 21 days of hormones. Like pass on it. I'm good. I wouldn't want to do it.
Allie, can I So the issue that I'm having is that you're making the claim of like, I care about women's health and the pill is just not healthy and there are other options that are healthier. But then we also say, well, if there are health costs to pregnancy because I value life more than that, then I'm fine with those health costs. So it just feels like it's like I care about health until baby. And then if you're screwed by your pregnancy, and you're a teenager, it doesn't matter. And then I'm like, well, do you really care about health then? Because that doesn't seem the main issue.
Well, this is also, you're saying that their pregnancy was a negative outcome. Like screwed how? Like screwed socially, screwed physically?
No,
what's the metric?
I'm just speaking about medical right now.
You're talking about, so this woman had a pregnancy and she experienced a complication and she was a teenager?
Yeah.
Is that where we're going?
Sure.
Right.
Which are probably
I've
way
only
more
really been
common
talking
as
about
teenagers,
healthy
right?
pregnancies.
Well, I don't know can you have I think at 16, what are the rates of complications from pregnancy? 16 to 18 is probably quite high. I think the time period when you're most able to deliver a baby healthily is like 25 to 30 years old.
I think
sure.
really you should be all right over 18, right? For most, I mean, aside from people that hit puberty late.
I just think it's
I'm
a society problem. I think that it's stupid that we have a society that doesn't facilitate women being able to have children young. That's the bigger problem. That's my stance on it.
Okay. Even without complication, I want to speak about teenagers because I do feel like it's more relevant, but just generally speaking, leave complication aside, I misspoke. What I mean is just that pregnancy takes a toll during the pregnancy and after birth. Medically, health-wise, right?
Yes.
So, but you're saying I'm okay with that toll because there's a baby in the works. But we're saying you can just take a lesser toll and just not have the pregnancy if you just use the pill.
Yeah, and women can do that. I just think that it's not as healthy as natural family planning. I don't know why we can't understand that. Women can go on synthetic hormones if they want. Like, go do it. It's available. I just natural family planning, not a bad idea. That's all I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. I think, at least I'm saying that when you're saying it's not as healthy as natural family planning, you're taking into account that a pregnancy hadn't happened, and we all do, because without birth control, it is significantly more likely that an accidental pregnancy will happen. So I think that goes into my calculations and it doesn't go into yours. And if it doesn't go into yours, then obviously it's more healthy, right?
Also,
No.
like natural and healthy are not the same. Like arsenic is natural. I wouldn't recommend eating.
Yeah,
it.
can't.
But also like birth control can be very bad. But the thing is that we need to be seeing this from an individual perspective. So like for you, Ali, it probably is better that you don't take these types of things because it doesn't work for you. But we need to stop ascribing the whole, like everything for the same people. Like everyone's an individual. They're all going to have different hormone levels and not everything's going to work for each person.
I mean, some women can't take birth control. I'm not saying that can't use the pill. They shouldn't use the pill. It's not like medically safe for them. I don't think anyone is making that argument though.
I am.
Well,
Force
I
feed
mean,
them
a lot of
birth
people
control
make
pills.
that. People make that argument every day. I mean, I don't even.
Hysterectomies.
If you think that synthetic hormones are the better option than women organically tracking their cycle, then that's your perspective and you're allowed to have it. I just disagree. I think we can do better for women. So that's all I'm saying. I don't think pregnancy is unhealthy. I think there are cases where pregnancy has been unhealthy, cases of eclampsia, cases of gestational diabetes. Huh?
Well, unhealthy is unfair. It takes a physical toll on a woman, so it deteriorates her health in some ways.
Always a chance of death.
What?
What do you mean? What?
Okay.
You're pregnant.
Pregnancy deteriораtes a woman's health. It's just it's a harder state of being, but to say it deteriorates her health, like this is like a leftist position usually. It's like, oh, pregnancy is so hard. But here's the thing, like we always talk about, oh, pregnancy is so hard, but we never use it as an argument for chastity or anything like that. We're like, oh, pregnancy is so hard, and that's why women should have birth control and abortions. Now, like, pregnancy is so hard, maybe that's why we should be more selective.
I'm not saying it's hard. I'm saying it is physically making you less healthy as a human than if you weren't pregnant.
I'm pregnant right now. I'm not less healthy. I'm a different kind of healthy. I'm doing it right now as we speak. I'm still a healthy human being. There's lots of women that are still healthy when they're pregnant, except for like rare circumstances. Like the eclampsia.
That's because you're doing all of the right things, right? Like you're taking all of the prenatal vitamins and you're doing all of the things that your doctors have told you to.
Not very good with that. No, I'm saying like we're 200,000 years old as a species. Women have been having babies and doing it well for a long time.
And a lot of us
just to be clear, hold on. Just to
not
be clear,
anymore though.
Just to be clear.
No, not that much.
No,
and you know that.
Wait, just to be clear, women don't women don't have good times delivering babies for humans. That's not true, right?
Who's had a good time? What the hell?
Well, because other species can have easier times delivering children than female humans can, right? It's very, very, very difficult for female humans to have babies. Historically, I think we have like some of the worst outcomes with any species when it comes to having children. Just to be clear, because you're saying like, oh, we've been doing it for hundreds of thousands of years. We've been doing it really horribly. Like human babies are fucking terrible, right? They can't walk. They've got soft spots on their head where if you poke it too hard, you'll poke their brains out. They can't even talk or communicate. Like kittens are walking in like 2 hours, right? I'm just historically speaking, like humans are not good at delivering children. It's one of the most the biggest gains we've made in life expectancy are usually having to do with infant mortality rates, which require unnatural medical interventions.
Okay, like if we're talking about children dying of infection, I don't have any problem with that. I said there's some good things about modern medicine, there's some bad things, but we're talking about like, women's maternal mortality rates. They're actually a lot lower than they're the lowest they've ever been. Like I don't understand. We're doing great medically when it comes to.
No, for everybody, they're probably the lowest they've ever been. For everybody, they're probably the lowest they've ever been.
It's worse for black women in America.
Sure, but they're still better than they ever have been.
The most obese
in
demographic in America, and we don't think that those two that could be correlated. We don't think that.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, so I often hear this, that black women, their mortality rate when they're giving birth is higher than other races, but nobody ever considers the consequences of obesity and pregnancy, and that's the most obese demographic in the United States of America.
I'm not going to say that obesity can't be a variable, but the reality is medicine has not treated women as a group very well, and has also treated black people even less as well. So they were less included in studies and the control groups for things, right? So they don't always get the best care, women in general, from male doctors, and then you add in a black component where the physiology might be slightly different in circumstances, and then they get worse care.
I'll make you a deal. I'll consider.
I can tell you the circumstances.
And you'll consider systemic racism. How about that? I'll consider obesity, and you'll consider racism.
One is like, no, these are not the same thing. Racism is not the same as obesity. This don't make no type of sense. Why do you want to compare them? No. What is it? Okay. Racism is discrimination based off of your race, okay? And then obesity is you got fat and you couldn't stop eating. How...
So what I'm saying, and I'm not comparing them, I'm saying that if you're saying we're not taking into account the factors that Black women are more obese, then I'm saying that you're not taking into account the factor that Black women have worse medical outcomes because of racism.
Right. I've worked in the medical sector for a couple years. Also, okay. Well, I just don't think that is how that goes. I think it's possible that nurses might have more discrimination practices against Black women than doctors. But you guys are welcome to have your perspective on that as well. But we do really good.
I don't think this is direct racism necessarily. This is more like a historically
systemic racism.
Yeah, it's things that affected how doctors have learned and what they've studied and what we know about other groups of people that we don't have as much data on as well. But I mean, just women in general can get some quite bad care from men because they're often brushed off, right? So like you have bad periods, but then it turns out they actually had endometriosis because they're just disregarded a lot. And then if you add on a Black component, it's just an additional to that.
I mean, that is possible. Would I say like in modern medicine today, it is possible that there's a minority of doctors that, might be racist, but I can't sit here and say that it's the majority. These people would lose their licenses, and there's also like patient satisfaction reports too. But this was all about, the women's maternal death rate that you think is high, and I don't think that it's high. Like I'm actually very confident. This is what I'm saying. Like modern medicine has come so far. Okay,
it's 3 times higher.
Right. Okay, you guys can argue the race all day. Like, do it till the cows come home. I'm talking about, like, for some reason, we're talking about women are putting their lives on the line if they have a baby, which is, okay, it's true, but modern medicine has really helped us develop in those ways so that it happens less.
It also helps us arguing get the pill, so we don't have to be pregnant in the first place.
Well, yes, which is an option, was always an option. Uh-huh. I don't have anything else to say to that. I do have another panel that I have to go to. I have a bunch of wives coming to my channel in half an hour, so I have to go.
Based. Oh, thanks for the conversation. Nice. I don't know why these guys jumped in and gangbanged you, or that was more sexual.
I like Kelly. Kelly's actually, it's a vibe. Because the cat, but also your pretty face. But I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Have fun. Be careful. Bye.
You are very pretty, Kelly.
Really?
One of the guys in the chat said that you look like you should be hanging out with pigeons, Katie. And now all I can think of is that lady in the Home Alone movie that has all the pigeons.
Is that like a homeless reference? I don't get the joke.
She has big gray hair, basically.
I see. Okay.
It's not a negative thing. I think she's cool.
I hope. I don't think it matters.
Just made me laugh.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry I hopped in on your party. I was told I'm allowed to do that. Maybe I'm not.
You gonna talk about the stuff from earlier?
I don't think she wants to.
Stuff?
Oh, he watched your video with
I know. I asked him his opinion about it, so I think that's why he watched it.
Yeah.
But then he was like, well, this got personal, and he got really
Well, I just thought it was funny you guys spent like 20 minutes discussing my mentality or something to online friendships. But I don't know. I was curious if there's anything you want to discuss about it. But if you don't, that's fine. I don't have to.
I mean, I said everything I had to say about that, no? Like, I don't even think you want... I don't even think... Like, do you have any clarifications you need or something? Like, I think you got my point.
Yeah, I mean,
I
obviously I think it's a dumb point. I did get the point. It was dumb, but...
Yeah, I know that you think it's dumb, which is why I still don't think you get it. But it's fine.
What part do you not think I get?
So, it was really weird because I was watching you react to it, and then I was explaining how I was making an appeal to hypocrisy, and then you were arguing basically that my point is dumb because... Okay, you said if there were actually multiple allegations against me, then I actually think this would be good advice. Like, I would be saying this. And my entire point is that I fundamentally reject this notion that you are on board with, and a lot of people are on board with, that, like, you should be making this advice. I'm gonna say, even if there were a bunch of claims about you, I still don't think that's a valid advice. That is my point.
Do you not think that anybody can do anything to improve their outcomes ever? I
do think that. I just don't think... What?
Then we should never advise people to do that, or?
No. So you have this thing where you're like, oh, I see a way that a person can improve their outcomes, which is fine. I see that too. But then you say, arbitrarily to some extent, in my view, I think you have a responsibility to do something to improve these outcomes. And when somebody chooses to engage in a behavior, and now we're assuming that someone is not stupid or that someone has put any amount of thought into something, right? Of the behavior that they have. If they're not putting in that extra work that can better their situation, I'm going to assume that them as an adult who has agency have considered the pros and cons of doing that extra work, and they have decided against it. So for example, you could get off online, but you have said yourself during your reaction to me that at this stage in time, being in this space has not impacted you to an extent that you think you should withdraw from it. If it did, you would. So that's a consideration you're making. For other people, maybe their threshold is different. And I think the way you decide when people should have the responsibility to mitigate their outcomes is basically whatever you feel like or whatever you think you know about that person.
You don't think people are... Don't you think it's pretty reasonable to assume that people are severely negatively impacted by getting raped?
I think, well, a lot of people do. Absolutely.
You don't?
But I don't... What do you mean?
You don't think that people are severely negatively impacted by being raped?
I think a lot of people who are raped do. That is what I'm saying.
Okay.
But I don't think
don't you
rape...
think, Don't you think if people are getting raped a lot, that they probably need to dramatically alter their behavior?
Okay. Can I... Do you want me to answer that, or do you want me to clarify what I'm trying to say? I can do either.
Whatever you want to do.
Okay. So my stance has always been that I think the reason why we're having a lot of this discourse right now is because people, and women especially, seem to be confused about, like, how consent is about, like, guaranteeing positive sexual outcomes. And that's just not the case. Like, consent is what's important to me. So you absolutely could be raped and your life wouldn't be ruined and you'll recover. Or you can be raped and you'll be traumatically impacted for the rest of your life, right? There's a result that is more likely. But the point is, for example, in the stealthing discourse, you were saying, okay, stealthing is technically rape, but it's not like rape, you know? Remember that? Because it's not the same, like, emotional impact. So clearly women can be raped in some cases of rape, and the negative impact is not as severe as other types of rape. I don't think you can dispute that because I've heard you made that argument.
I'm not disputing it, but we're doing a lot of mental gymnastics, I think, to, like, avoid, like, a pretty easy thing. Like, if somebody said that they got, we're in a lot of gymnastics here. If somebody had gotten, like, stealthed like 5 times in a row, do you think it's fair to say, like, hey, maybe you should pump the brakes on casual sex until you figure out, like, how to get guys to stop doing this to you?
Well, I reject the premise that they don't know how, that they have a way to make guys stop doing it to them, you know?
You reject that premise. So you don't think anybody has any way to control, like, the likelihood of them being in a sexual interaction where guys likely to stealth them?
The issue is this is more complicated than I think it seems on a surface level.
Don't ever say that. Hold on. If you want to say it's more complicated, just
okay, yeah, explain. Get him, Kelly. Get him.
Okay, so statistically, if a woman is being sexually assaulted, she's already in a higher risk group of it happening again. And it's not necessarily down to just her behavior. But what makes a woman vulnerable can be things from like being disabled, for example.
Why are we, dude? Why bring up the most retarded
poor.
fucking shit?
Disability
Like you're
isn't
talking to
just
me
like,
about
"Oh,
like
it has a
how
broken
you're telling a
leg."
woman to not get raped, and you're ignoring the fact that she might like
No,
fucking
I'm
roll
not
around as
ignoring
Hot
it.
Wheels all day. Like what the like what? Yeah, no
I'm not
shit. Somebody that's
ignoring it
fucking
at
disabled
all.
is gonna have a harder time of. That's not what we're talking about. It's like the most like well actually
not-
thing in the world. Like yeah, I'm sure disabled women have a harder time avoiding getting raped. Like how well, Destiny, you think you can avoid getting raped? What if the woman is in a fucking coma in the
It's not 'cause
hospital,
you can't
Destiny?
run
Like.
away. So like there are vulnerable groups in society, right? And the more groups of those you're in, the higher the
Yep.
chances of these negative.
That doesn't
experiences
impact me
happening
saying
to you.
anything at all about the fact
No,
that you could
I'm
make.
not
Then
saying
why are
it
you bringing it
did.
up as a contradiction to me saying you
Because
could?
I'm explaining why it's more.
Thank you.
more
Explain
of a
to all of us
complex
that some people are
issue.
more likely to get raped than other people. Nobody understood that. Go ahead. Talk more about it.
No,
Yes.
I'm explaining why it's a more complex issue than how you try to simplify it.
Okay.
That's
It's
what I was
not, but go
trying to
ahead.
do, if you let me
Go ahead.
speak.
Yep,
That
go ahead.
is what I was trying to do.
Talk to us.
Well, it's kind of like it's comparative to telling the poor to stop being poor without it, whilst ignoring all of these sort of societal structures that have sort of stuck those people in being poor.
Don't you think
People
there's
that have-
advice that we give to poor people though to not be
Yeah, but
poor?
you're ignoring all of the issues that might end up making that woman more vulnerable, that is causing her to get raped more than once. And it could be like
Wait,
I
hold-
don't
no, no,
know,
no, no, no.
mental illness issues.
Don't
like,
we
it could be
mental?
a
Oh my
number of
god.
things.
Go ahead. Tell me more about the schizophrenic rape victims that we're definitely talking about in these conversations.
Who said schizophrenia?
Don't we
Like,
literally
that's not
we give
what I'm
advice
saying
to
how
poor
is it?
people to avoid being poor, don't we? Don't waste
Yeah,
your
but
money on
does it
dumb shit.
work?
For
Does
some,
it-
I
does
mean,
it work most
some of
of the
it can
time?
help a little bit. Yeah, some poor people make better choices with their money than other poor people. Sure,
But a lot of them don't get out of it, do they? And you know that.
it's
So
not
plus
whether
more
it's not.
difficult
The
than it
question
seems
isn't.
on the outside.
Okay, you're right.
Can I
No
ask you
piece
a
of advice is
question?
good for anybody. There's nothing you can do to change anything.
not
And
what
if you
I'm
get raped, then go
saying.
because some people might be literally fucking schizophrenic in a wheelchair. Based Kelly,
Destiny.
based Kelly Take. Yes, true.
Cringe. You couldn't argue
I-
with me, so you had to make some
There's no
shit
argument to be had. You're giving me like the most retarded actually retarded counterexamples of retarded women getting raped as a counterexample to like, can you not like give people advice that, hey, do this or that or that, and you're more likely to avoid getting sexually assaulted. And if you can't figure out how to implement this, you should probably avoid these situations that are putting you at risk.
That's not what I was saying. I was saying the more vulnerable groups you are in, the higher likelihood that this is going to happen to
That
you.
doesn't
Yeah,
change
you can't
anything that I'm
engage with
saying.
that.
I
if
did
you
engage
can't-
with that. My engagement is, listen, if I say, hey, listen, don't accept a drink from a stranger, and you go, well, what if you're part of more groups that are likely to assault it? Then I'd say, okay, don't accept drinks from
one's
strangers.
saying
I would still say
that.
the exact same thing.
Destiny.
What?
Okay,
Pulled my headset out in frustration by accident.
we'll make it, Kelly.
You're making it sound easier than it's like, oh, I gave this person advice and they'll never get raped again.
That's
It's
exactly
like,
what
"Oh, I
I'm
gave this
saying. Yeah,
poor
of course.
person
It's so
advice,
easy.
and now they'll
You
never
guys,
be
it's like
poor
the
again."
classic, you actually like the progressive stereotype of saying that you can't do anything ever to
No,
improve your
that's not
situation
what we're
ever.
saying.
That's what you're saying.
Literally, we're not. We're
That's just what
literally
you
not.
want to pigeonhole us.
I'm not
into being,
pigeonholing
but
you
that's
in.
not what
I'm
we're
giving like
saying.
really basic, easy advice. Like, well, what if you
Yes,
tell a
we all
guy,
know the
what if you
basic
tell a
advice.
guy to
No
stop
one's
raping
thick enough
you,
not
but
to
the
know
guy's
the basic
actually
advice.
deaf and you don't know sign language? Like, it's like
Yeah,
the most
the
absurd.
The question I was going to ask you is relevant to this, okay? For what Kelly just said.
Yeah.
Do you
Just
think
stop getting
that,
raped, forehead.
do you think that
no.
maybe feminism or progressivism or leftism or put whatever fucking ism you want before, do you think they're pushing women to make dumb decisions to get raped more?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's really stupid.
Okay. I can like
and-
probably deductively prove that's true.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think there's an element that is, oh, you're gonna get mad. It's really condescending that you think the women don't know that they shouldn't drink, like, take
Yes.
drinks from strangers.
This is basic
Like,
shit.
And yet here we
you're
have
not-
Lumiru doing a full stream about how she accepted drugs from a fucking stranger on her first date that she met off Tinder.
Is
can
that
I-
representative, is it?
If Lumiru is making mistakes, there's probably
Right, Lumi Rose
You
like,
make
you're
mistakes
giving
too!
the
Oh my God.
schizophrenic example as a counterexample of me talking about... Okay, never mind.
Okay, Destiny.
That's my name.
Earlier,
Fucking hell.
does it bother you that I call you Destiny?
Call me whatever you want.
Okay, fuckhead. I was earlier in your chat, okay, when you were yelling at them about the red pill stuff, which was hilarious. Thank you for doing that. That was great. Now, in the chat, some people on YouTube chat, the degenerates, they were like, you're giving basic ass advice, dude. How is shower and be nice to women is going to help me? You think I don't know that? So, what I think me and Kelly are trying to say, although maybe I shouldn't speak for Kelly, what I'm saying is that the advice that you're giving, sure, it's obvious, it's easy, it's not God sent to women, and women already know that. Now wait, you give advice, and then you say, well, I heard a woman who didn't follow this advice. What does that mean? It means people make bad decisions sometimes, and people make mistakes. So do you. We are adults. We engage in behaviors that make us not follow good advice. To say that that is somehow like a systematic issue or that progressives are pushing women to make bad decisions is ludicrous. I think you feel that way because you think that when you get pushback on giving basic bitch advice to women that women already know, you get pushback on that, and then you're saying, well, they don't want women to make good decisions. What we're saying is, women already know this, so we want to focus on like the elements that are the systemic elements, and you want to talk about individual responsibility, which is fine. It's just that we already do that. The end.
Okay, I don't even know if there's an argument in there for me to respond to, so thank you for the wonderful speech.
Really? Okay. Fine. Don't engage with it. It's okay.
What am I supposed to engage in?
Awesome. Steven,
What?
hey, wanna play some Warzone right now?
Nope.
And not talk about this?
Nope.
Please, God. Well, thank you, White Woman, for derailing another conversation.
How can we
Appreciate
derail
it.
if there wasn't a conversation there? Or thought, what
Why
did
are
we
you making
derail?
this
The
about
silence.
race?
We derailed the silence of nothing. Of
Why is he
Steven
making it
clicking
about
a
race?
keyboard.
He did make it about race, true.
True.
Why are you being racist?
Because I hate white women. True.
If I'm Jewish, does that change anything for you?
No, we're
it makes it worse,
progressives.
actually.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Based.
Do you
Derailing
prefer
is
this
when
silence?
People talk
Yes.
about what I don't want them to talk about.
Destiny, do you need me to simplify my argument so you can engage with it?
You're just like saying like a ton of like shit that's just like completely fucking irrelevant is what.
How?
No, we
Tell me
were.
how. Maybe I'm wrong, but I can't like.
There are actions that women can take that can dramatically improve their outcomes when it comes to hooking up with strangers. And it feels like
Yes.
we don't have very many of these conversations at all because we're so scared about victim blaming. That's the feeling that I
See.
get. It feels like as a society, we've pushed women more into an environment where they have a lot more casual sex, which is based, but we haven't had good conversations about how to avoid dicey situations, which is not based.
Okay. So, I understand that you feel like as a society, we do not have those conversations publicly. And I agree, and personally, I don't necessarily think having those conversations publicly is the best way to address the systemic issues. Nonetheless,
Wait, when you say systemic issues, what are you talking about here? I'm
We
sorry.
just gave
Rape
you so
culture.
many.
I didn't ask you what you. I'm just asking. Just clarify. When you say systemic issues, what are we talking about here right now?
rape culture.
Okay, like more particular. Like, what are we talking about here?
I mean, I gave all of the reasons why someone would be more vulnerable, and not just because they're disabled. and they
None
have
of
a
those things. I
broken
understand
leg.
you gave those things, but they had nothing to do with anything I was saying, right?
Well,
No-
yes, because they put you at higher risk because you had those things.
If
so
that's
it's
the
not as
case, then
simple.
it would be even more important that you follow somebody else's advice. So
But do you not think that that advice would not work for them because it's just basic and doesn't really do anything?
it does
Like,
a ton.
This advice,
You could probably
okay,
protect yourself from like 90% of sexual assault with some basic implementation of some basic advice. Yes.
by never
That's
leaving the house. Maybe.
That is so stupid.
If you feel like
Can
not
you
leaving the house is the
substantiate that?
only way to do it, then you probably shouldn't leave the house, Kelly. Find a caretaker or somebody to walk you with a leash and do that.
You said 90%. That's what I was giving as the only way you could avoid 90%.
I think that the vast majority of sexual assaults and rapes come from people that you know right? Isn't that true? The most of them
Yes.
come from people that you know?
It is.
Okay. Do you think it's because they're violent rapists with a predilection for abusing women? Or do you think it's because people get
No.
themselves unintentionally in situations that are just like out of their control, that end up becoming out of their control? You're like scared to answer because you're like,
You
you're
asked us about systemic things.
Neither.
Now you're telling us.
I'm not.
that
No, I never wanted to talk about systemic things. Systemic things are the progressive brain rot to avoid having any conversation about anything at all.
No.
What can a black person do to
Oh
improve
my
their
God.
white colonialism and systemic racism? Oh, okay. I guess we're done with the conversation.
I
Thanks, bro.
just-
Like sometimes when I talk to my kid's like, Dad, what do you think I should do? Well, Nathan, systemically you're white, so you're base. Good luck systemically.
Oh
And then
my
systemically, this woman that I was with yesterday was like, bro, what are you doing? You're being really touchy. And I'm like, well, statistically speaking, 1 out of 10 men rape. And, I had consensual sex with the last 9 women that I fucked. So you're the unlucky one today, bitch. It's a thought terminating thing anytime you utter the word systemic. Because it shuts down the conversation.
Maybe it's not terminating for you because you're a triggered liberal. Like, what? It's not thought terminating.
It is thought
It's
terminating.
for
We're
you.
not even
because
saying
you
that
don't want to
advice-
engage with it.
We're
There's
not
nothing
even
to
saying-
engage with. Systemically speaking,
my
some
God.
people might be more likely to get into dicey sexual situations. That's true. Systemically speaking, some people might be more resistant. That's true
That's
too.
not what systemically speaking means. You're just talking about statistics and sociology. That's not what systemic anything means.
What is systemic anything if it can't be measured by statistics and sociology?
It
What is
is
sociology if not the
measured by
study?
it.
Okay, then what is
It
sociology
is
if not the
measured
study of
by it,
systemic
but-
things?
Okay, stating rape statistics is not talking about rape culture, which is a systemic issue. You know this.
Yeah, but there are individual actions that you can take to keep yourself protected from systemic things.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Go for it.
Can you do anything to try to counteract systemic issues?
Yes.
Great. What do you do about that in terms of rape issues? Of prevalent rape?
You can make sure that when you go out, you take a friend.
This is individual advice. It's not addressing the systemic issues with rape culture.
I'm not giving systemic advice. That's not what I'm doing on my stream when I'm talking about this type of rape stuff.
If you were doing that and you said yes, asked you, do you do anything to fight the system that is doing this? You said yes. Maybe you misunderstood.
The system that leads to this is a cultural thing that just has to slowly change over time. It's not like police
You
encourage people to...
change culture.
You change culture by giving advice on streams and in movies and in TV shows. Culture, it changes with music, it changes with entertainment, it changes with things our parents tell us. Culture is really complicated. What do you mean?
Can I just say something? It's not necessarily that advice, and even your advice, is bad. It's more that it's looking at a problem and making it too simple and not addressing an overall picture and additional issues.
It is pretty
we
simple,
should be
Kelly. It's
talking
pretty
about.
simple.
No,
Yeah, rape is a pretty simple thing. The dick goes in the vagina when the woman doesn't want it to. It's a pretty simple thing.
But you're not considering mitigating factors that could put people in positions of why it happens more than once. And you
Yeah, but
brushed
he
off
doesn't
mental
know how
illness,
to address
right?
systems.
But like,
tell
there's a
me
higher-
how do I
I'm
tell
gonna give you
somebody
a
to
higher
systemically
prevalence.
avoid rape, please? Tell me what I'm missing.
Can I just right? Okay. Firstly,
Sorry.
it's not schizophrenia. It's it's a high prevalence. Of
I
ADHD,
know, probably a
anxiety,
lot of mental
bipolar,
afflictions. What does that
PTSD,
matter?
depression.
Tell me how that changes anything I'm saying.
Because those things affect the way that people behave and think fundamentally. So if you're ignoring such big things about groups of vulnerable people, then you're oversimplifying an issue, and it does kind of seem
That's another thing.
condescending.
Nuance and oversimplification are also
No,
two
no.
valuable tools in the progressives' arsenal to avoid having a substantial conversation about anything.
No one's saying. Actually, you know what? Your advice would be great to like under 16-year-olds, for example. Like kids.
Good. Those are
like-
exactly
like-
the ones I want to talk to. Yes. Yes.
No. But like that kind of basic advice is good for people that are
Yeah.
young. Okay.
Don't talk to
I don't-
strangers online.
Yeah, I don't think
send
we
your
would
nudes.
disagree with that. That's valid, but it's more like.
But older women are more sophisticated. They always implement that advice. They know all those things. They're savvy and
I don't think-
sophisticated.
I think you have a really weird equivalency between implementing advice that you think is useful and just like shitty advice. Like, I don't know how to help. Okay.
Okay, well here, then let's say if we agree with this, I'll take it all back and I'll agree with you guys. Can we agree that we should never ever ever again tell men not to rape? Because what a worthless fucking thing to say. If women are too stupid to take advice on how to avoid getting raped, then surely men are too stupid to take advice not to rape. Can we all just agree on that then? That anytime you say don't rape to a guy, it's a fucking worthless statement.
Agree.
I mean, I think
Okay.
it's a cringe statement.
Cool.
But
We're
I
just
still
don't
think
say anything
people-
at all. Leave people to their own
No,
devices. Good luck,
people
guys.
aren't getting raped.
Oh my
because they're
God.
Stupid.
Can I?
Can you?
Do you
First
consider
of all-
people with autism stupid or
Yep, I do. Yeah,
Okay,
I do
well,
consider them
fine.
stupid.
All
they're
of these
they're
things are
literally socially
socially
stupid by
people.
definition.
So, like,
They're dummies.
They're not stupid.
They can't read social cues. If that's not stupid, what is?
That's not stupid.
It's absolutely stupid.
No, that's not your intelligence. Like
It's social
how
intelligence.
You're able to manage in society doesn't dictate your IQ. Those two things aren't the same. It's why you find people with autism are incredibly intelligent.
In some
but they
ways,
don't
and they're
have
socially
social
stupid in
skills.
other ways. So fuck them.
Socially stupid. Okay,
Yep.
they have a developmental disorder.
True.
These are
Exactly.
all
And that
out as
disorder makes you
disabilities.
stupid. Base.
And they all put you at a higher risk. Okay, we're just calling all. Okay, whatever. That's a lot of fucking people.
A lot of people are real dumb. What do you want me to say?
I have a neurodevelopmental
I think you're
disorder.
dumb. What do you want me to
I'm
say?
not stupid. I'm literally not. I
We're
know that
all
you're
a
just gonna
little
be like
stupid,
meme
Kelly.
on her because she said, "Ugh." This is just like you. I know that you know that you're oversimplifying this issue, and the reason you like to do it is because you just like to be an asshole.
Yeah,
to
that
them.
word
You all know
oversimplify
this.
again. I love that.
Okay.
Here's
You
the
don't
problem. Here's the
think
problem,
that
guys. The
you
problem is that this is
are.
the problem is that this is really nuanced. You know.
You don't think
Can-
it is.
I think it is
That's
nuanced.
The problem.
The problem is I think it's nuanced and I think it's systemic. And I think a lot of the advice given is oversimplified. Oh my god.
Can I talk?
I just feel so smart. Just saying that makes me feel smarter. It's so true. Yes.
So first of all, stop saying you progressives, because you're progressive. So stop making it sound like we are the progressives and you're
I'm
not
one of the good
progressive.
ones, okay?
We are all progressives here.
I'm one of the,
okay?
they call me Uncle Luke. Okay, I'm one of the good progressives, all right?
I don't care. You're a progressive. Stop authorizing us when you are one of us. Second of all, okay. You know how you said if you can admit that telling men don't rape is a useless statement, and we said yes. Well, I said yes, and Kelly said it was cringe.
It is cringe. Yeah.
I don't think it's cringe.
Can
Well,
I
telling men not to
just
rape is-
confirm?
I give advice all the time to guys. Don't be fucking creepy. Don't pressure people into situations they don't want to be in. Don't get women into situations. I give that advice all the fucking time to guys.
God damn you! Okay, so you said if we admit to that, you take it all back. Of course you didn't, because it wasn't true. But
Yeah,
okay,
because I think it
let
is
me-
good advice. I'm just showing you how dumb it is.
Let me explain
Yeah,
to
go
you.
ahead.
Let
Okay.
me try to explain to you.
Please.
Why-
I don't understand these things. I need 22-year-olds, please, to explain these dynamics to me. Go, yes. Please.
I mean, if you don't want to listen, that's fine.
I do wanna
Like,
listen.
I'm
Tell
not
me.
going to pretend like I can't. If you don't think what I have to say is valuable, that's
just
cool.
say
Like, you
it.
don't
It's
have to
taking
listen.
10 hours to say what you want to say.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So, when I say it's useless, what we mean is, you know, the meme rape bad is because men don't rape doesn't give people actual tools about how, yes, you said yourself many times, men who just want to like grab you by force and do the most violent form of rape, like telling them don't rape is not going to change it. But most types of rape that you specifically are worried about are men being confused, just trying to push and not realizing they're pushing too hard, and just misunderstanding, miscommunications, issues. Yes, there are creepy guys out there, but there are also really good guys out there that ended up hurting their girlfriend or their partner or their wife or whatever the fuck because they got the boundaries confused. And technically that falls into rape. And telling them do not rape gives them zero tools to not do that again. So it is a useless statement.
Yeah,
People
but
who
can I
want
just
to
because
rape will rape.
you're going so far down a road that I don't know. You're not even talking to me, okay? I do give advice to guys on how. Stop. Let me just finish. I do give advice on guys how not to rape. I do give that advice, and I think it's good advice. I just think the broad statement of like don't rape is dumb, but there is specific advice you can give that is really good. Same thing with women. It's stupid to say, oh, women just avoid rape. That's dumb, but there's specific advice you can give that's really good. A lot of advice that the majority of women and men don't implement in their lives.
You know, that's fantastic, but when you try to get us both, you said, can we agree that the statement, don't rape, is a useless statement? And yes, we said yes it is. If you want to talk about the concrete advice that you give people, fine, but that's not the framing that you give.
Okay,
so
if
don't
that
weasel
one's...
out of
Sure,
it.
I'm not weaseling out of it. I was just trying to prove the point that it's stupid to make, like, one hyperbolic statement on either end is dumb, obviously, but there's nuanced advice you can give to both parties.
Yeah, and I said that it's dumb, and then you're telling me I'm going off the rails. So I'm done engaging with the dumb premise, and now we're
Good, that's
talking
good.
about
We were never talking about the dumb premise, because I literally said right after that I do give advice on guys for how not to rape people. I literally said that.
Who was the Australian girl?
Your mom.
I forgot her name. No, okay.
God, she's
no,
so
what was
fucking
her
hot
name?
in Australia. I love her.
You mean
Oh
Joe?
my God.
Yeah. Okay, so she said something that was quite good in that conversation that we had, and she said to
no.
be able
I'm sorry.
to be able to fix the situation, you need to diagnose, like, you need to know the harm to diagnose something, right?
Uh-huh.
And if we assume that every woman that's getting raped is just because she's stupid, then we're not diagnosing
That's
the problem.
I'm
They're
gonna
not
stop.
stupid.
No one is saying they're
autistic because they're retarded
stupid.
children.
Okay,
Stop,
that's
you're
where you
being
guys are.
silly.
It's not that they're stupid. It's that a lot of people just don't know a lot of basic strategies to avoid getting in dicey sexual situations.
Do you really think that it's as simple as that?
Yes, for some of it, yeah.
I would say that could be true if there are literally no other external factors for that individual.
Oh my God,
Like,
you're gonna repeat the same thing you said
No,
earlier.
I'm
That has
not.
nothing to do with what we're talking about. I actually can't even believe it. My mind is getting
I'm
blown
not
into a
going to
million.
repeat anything.
Please tell me
Shut
more
up.
that some people get higher.
You spent more time whining.
Oh
than
my
I spent
God, say it
repeating
again. I
myself.
want to hear it again. God, I'm being intellectually
Fucking
edged right
hell.
now. Go ahead, do it.
If there were situations where literally the women are getting raped because they're making very brain dead, very simple decisions, then your advice would be applicable. But do you think that that's the case the majority of the time?
I think so, yeah.
Really?
I think that the majority of the time,
Dude,
there was
you
probably
just know.
the majority of the time, there's probably a basic thing that you could have done that would have dramatically changed the outcome of that situation. Yes.
Well, I guess we just fundamentally disagree on
Okay.
that one.
Do you think the majority of rapes are unavoidable?
Unavoidable. Okay, right. So the reason why women get raped more by people that they know, right, is because they put themselves in a position of trust. So they ignore red flags and things that people are doing that are bad, such as being pressured or whatever, because they've allowed themselves to be put in that position where they don't feel anxious around them. And that leads to vulnerability, especially when things like alcohol, drugs are introduced. But then you get to the point where it's like, oh, don't drink around someone that you thought you trusted. That makes you a dumb bitch. And it's like, well...
Nice. That's exactly what I said. You're a
Kelly,
dumb bitch.
you don't-
Yes.
Kelly, you don't understand. It was your responsibility to not trust the person. So if you don't have the emotional maturity to realize who you should trust and not trust,
And you need your father
shouldn't
with you
be
to fuck
trusting
people. Yeah,
anyone.
true.
I already don't fucking trust anyone, so here we go.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Okay.
Well, like, you gotta keep that one in
Oh
mind. isn't
no,
it? Like,
the original!
Yep, I can't stand this.
of course you
I
can't. You
bet
just
you
come in here to
can.
farm because you're like fucking up Destiny's asshole. You don't.
No,
need to
actually,
know
I saw another moment to hate on women, and I had to jump on it. You know?
Go fucking kill yourself.
Whoa.
Nice.
What?
That's my peanut butter.
You're talking to an ex-cutter here, dude. Jesus.
So
Shame.
I want to direct this conversation in a much more productive direction, maybe.
I'm sure you do.
You never do that, but alright.
Good one, guys.
You mean your
Anyways,
version of productive? Are we gonna talk about how women shouldn't drink with people? We never
Yeah.
heard that advice before.
yeah,
And
actually,
yet
that's
they
exactly
still
what
do
I
it.
came on to say.
Crazy.
Yeah. No, I actually just think it's really it's disappointing when I see Katie sit here and try to actually
Do
express
anything.
some amount of empathy for men
Oh, sorry.
when we were talking about situations where men will end up violating the consent of the other person because there was, men don't pick up on certain cues or there's a lack of communication on their part, etc. Right? We're willing to sort of look at that and all the nuance involved there, right? But when it comes to the other party's responsibility or their role in that sort of scenario, everything goes out the window. There's nothing we can say to that person to say, hey, you also have some responsibility in communicating. Hey, you also, you know, have a role to play in how this situation goes, right? You guys want to make it seem like all the advice that Destiny or myself or anybody else has given is just sort of brain dead advice that women have heard, and every single woman just, constantly, sort of enacts that advice in their day-to-day life, and that's just not true. I don't know how many.
My God, if you conflate.
Wait, Katie, before you get triggered, no,
advice.
Katie, please stop. No.
You're just
Mine
so
ways. If you ever
shit,
even
dude.
fucked a woman, you're going to be on the panel with me
Jesus
next week. That doesn't
Christ!
give me hope that that's the case.
Anyways, so what I was saying.
That's a no.
Cool, Kelly. Great one. Can you guys actually have a conversation, or are you guys just here to make jabs? I can't tell anymore.
Can you leave? If
Katie,
we can't, would you leave?
Do you have a personality other than just being a bitch? I can't, like, is this all you have?
I do
You
not,
have a
but if you can't
personality other than
handle that,
sucking Destiny's asshole.
As these Western women, dude. If we were talking to some good South American women, we wouldn't be dealing with this shit. Amen.
Jesus fucking Christ. Anyways, so yeah, I think that all the instances of these allegations that have come out, right, from like streamers or whatever, you know, there's all these rape reviews that we've covered. There's been a lot of women that have gotten themselves in situations where, you know, yeah, they are the victim. I'm not going to say it's all their fault, right?
I'll
Obviously
take that
there has
bullet.
to be obviously has to be an aggressor in the situation, right? And I'm not going to pin that person's responsibility on the other party, right? That'd be brain dead. But what was that person, Campbell or something? I don't know these streamers. I don't pay attention to them. But there was the woman that knew the guy was a fuckboy. He knew all he wanted was sex, and she still ended up going to his house and then ended up regretting it later. And it's like, look, if you guys had a friend, right? Let's say either of you had a friend, and let's just say this woman friend of yours had gotten raped a few times, right? Let's just say hypothetically.
What if Rich Campbell was my friend? Because he was. You want me to give my opinion now?
No, I don't care. No,
Of course
Jesus
you don't
Christ.
care. Why are you here when you don't care?
Kelly, I don't
not
care about that
actually
specific person
asking
because
you.
I'm talking about the ideas. Can you guys engage with anything I'm saying?
You're
Jesus
the one who
Christ.
brought him up, you retard.
well, you don't let
Oh
us
my god, I
talk.
mentioned a name, so
We're
you have to.
trying.
Oh my god, you guys are actually just brain dead. Anyways, okay, so I'm just gonna keep
I'm
talking
to
because.
you and you shut me up. Like, if you want, I have a lot of things to say.
Katie, I have a hypothetical I'm trying to get through, and then you can answer me. Okay, please, just bear with me for a second, okay? So, with hypothetical woman that's been raped a few times, and they're a friend of yours, and, you know, this is something that you've talked to them about before. Let's say that you guys got together for a dinner or a lunch or whatever, right? And they said, hey, that party I went to the other night, I ended up getting a little bit drunk. More drunk than I felt comfortable around these people. There was a guy sort of like harassing me all night, touching my butt, and I didn't really feel comfortable telling him no or like, you know, expressing my boundaries. And then, you know, she goes on to mention a bunch of other different like red flags or whatever. And then she says, you know, at the end of the night, I got raped. Now, telling her, well, obviously the human thing would be to empathize with her or sympathize with her and comfort her, right?
You don't need to be human to rape victims. Come on.
But
Let's get to your point.
But would it not be more productive, or wouldn't it be also the kind thing to do as a friend to say, hey, this seems to be a pattern of behavior for you, getting in these situations where you end up getting taken advantage of? You obviously have a problem with expressing your own boundaries in these sorts of situations, or even taking certain precautions so that you make sure that other people don't disrespect your boundaries, right?
May I engage with your hypothetical now?
If this is a pattern of behavior, is it not okay to then say, hey, these are problems, these are behaviors that you should probably look to change because I don't want you to be a victim anymore?
Okay.
You often give unsolicited advice to women. Yeah, they would explain a lot.
Yes, he does.
Why you don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I gave it to your mom after I raped her too. Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah, but that would imply that you actually could have sex mind waves, and none of us believe that.
I literally have a kid. What the fuck do you know, Kelly? Jesus Christ.
Wait, did you rape her mom because her mom
What,
was bad at
guys? Are you
expressing,
guys okay?
in expressing, shut up, Destiny, in expressing boundaries that she like feels bad for you, so she kind of wasn't clear that she's not down, and then you just went for it? Is that what happened?
Yeah, it's Kelly's mom's rape baby. Yeah.
Okay. Can I engage with your hypothetical now?
Yeah, any moment, please.
Okay. I find it really interesting and really indicative and very reminiscent of Destiny that you give a hypothetical, and in your hypothetical are baked in a lot of assumptions that are very infantilizing and condescending. Like, you think that if you say, she's been raped multiple times, and then she tells you a story about another rape incident that she has, that somehow establishes a pattern, because you're assuming that the other times she was raped, it was the exact same situation, and there's no nuance there.
Yes,
So
that
I
is
do-
the
I do
hypothetical I'm
appreciate
building
that.
on. Do you want to engage with it, or do you want to just pick apart my hypothetical because you want to cry about how it doesn't fit into your narrative?
I think that if you think that that's a hypothetical that could happen, then you should talk to more women who were raped.
Oh,
So I
okay.
guess
So,
I do
so
want to cry about it.
So you're gonna say to me that this hypothetical person doesn't exist. There aren't women out there that have gotten raped or sexually assaulted multiple times,
They
or put,
absolutely are.
or
They
put,
are not the
or,
majority.
okay, and okay, I'm not talking about majority here, okay? But there
If you're not
seems to
talking
be
about the majority, then it seems you're giving advice to very specific niche group of women.
yeah,
So how about
yeah,
don't
that's the
give advice
point.
to general women?
No,
And how
that's actually the
okay,
point.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so your point is I, Mindwave, give specific advice to very specific women who have very specific issues, and I just say women don't do this because that's exactly what I mean. Right?
No. Okay. So what I am
No.
saying, what I am
Mhm.
saying is that there are women or just people in general that end up putting themselves in precarious situations where they end up being the victim of assault, right?
Yeah.
Now, what I'm saying is that there is a part of that behavior, right? That is their responsibility, right? And I think to deny this would be to create more victims, to not even acknowledge the fact that you know, if women are putting themselves in precarious situations, that you are more likely to get raped. That, like,
Yeah.
if we're just
Do
going
you
to
think
deny
I'm
that that's the
denying
case,
this?
well, it seems that you are, because you have a problem that
Okay.
anytime that anybody wants to give advice to people that engage in that behavior, you say, "Oh, well, that's an issue. You're just victim blaming."
I never said
Every
to
woman
anyone
follows
that
this
they're
advice
victim blaming.
already. This is brain dead
I've
advice.
never said to anyone that it is brain dead advice. But let me answer your question, okay? So, I always say, yes, what you're saying is true. There are many things women could do to not get raped. For example, if women generally, and this is an extreme example, but I will engage with less extreme examples. But it will significantly reduce rape rates if women just never left their houses. There'll still be rapes because women get raped by their partners all the time. But it would resolve all the bad rape that you're giving advice for, right? So good for you for that. Now, what I always argue is not that there aren't actions you could have taken to mitigate a situation and avoid an assault. What I argue is that when people make decisions, they take into consideration the hit to their agency versus the risk. And you think if you got raped, you calculated wrong. And I think you're a condescending asshole if you think that.
I just want to make clear, do you think that I think every single person that's been raped, it's their fault?
I do.
Because-
I think
No,
that.
I don't think that.
I do think that.
Okay, well,
That's good.
Thank you.
so I don't know what the actual issue is with anybody saying that, hey, there are certain things that you shouldn't engage in if you don't want to be raped. And if this
Can you
is...
engage with what I said? Because I explained to
What
you
is
what
all
the
this
issue
great
is.
advice anyway? What are these things we need to not
Don't
be doing all
drink,
the
Kelly!
time?
Don't fucking
I'm
drink!
just curious what his great advice is.
Kelly, you don't know that you shouldn't drink around men. Please, just stop it. This is
Just
good
don't
advice,
be around
goddamn.
men, period, forehead.
I don't know. Some great advice would be like, okay, if a guy has shown that he doesn't respect your boundaries or is touchy and you don't like it, then maybe make that clear, right? Telling people to clearly communicate what they are or are not okay with, or what they want or don't want in certain scenarios. That would
ask
be
you a
like a good
question
place
about
to
that?
start. I don't know.
Wouldn't it be a weird assumption to go from, oh, this guy's a fuckboy to, oh, this guy could be a potential rapist, though? That's usually not in the forefront of somebody's mind.
What the fuck are you talking about, Kelly?
Well, the example that you brought up of like Rich Campbell was a fuckboy, therefore don't put yourself in positions around people.
Are
that
you
could do
so
these things.
stuck on that issue because you have a personal connection with that
No,
person
because
that
it
you
was
can't
an
move
example
past
you
the?
fucking gave.
Wait,
dumb
did Rich
fuck.
Cam-
If you
Rich
want to
Campbell-
give
wait,
a
wait,
different example, go
Rich Campbell didn't
find
even
one.
rape anybody, did he?
No, the person just had regretful sex. That was like the whole point of that. Anyways, yeah.
Can
I
I?
don't think he would have got kicked out of like OTK if it was just regretful sex.
Wait, did he?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Wait. What was the?
Wait,
Wait. What happened with him exactly? Tell me, Kelly.
He's gone AFK from the internet for the
Whoa.
last 3-4 months.
Tell me what happened in that girl's story.
What do you mean beyond the story being there? I guess they believed it.
Wait, did you even read her story? I don't remember. I gotta look
Yeah.
now. Hold on. Link me.
Go find it yourself. You think I have it to hand?
I think she did claim she was raped, but I don't know.
I don't remember. I'm sure.
The whole. Are you feigning ignorance to make her flesh out her argument, or?
No, I don't remember. I'm just curious.
Okay.
I want to point out that was the only time that something like that had happened with her, and she'd known him for over a year. So while she did think he was a bit of a fuckboy, she didn't think he was a potential rapist.
Yeah, but there had been signs before that he didn't respect boundaries that she had set or that other women had set around him, right?
Yeah, but nothing to that
so-
extreme. Like, there's
Okay,
been a
yeah,
bunch
okay,
of
but
in my life that
when it
don't
comes to a
respect
guy like
boundaries,
that,
they're not
this is the type of advice that we're talking about. When it comes to a guy like that, you probably shouldn't put yourself in a situation where you're compromised around them, right? And alone with them.
I remember this. I don't think I believe this story. Okay.
Fuckboys would rape you.
Go ahead.
Basically, is the argument. Can I engage
No,
with
it's
what
not
you
about
said?
being a fuckboy. Being a fuckboy is okay. Fuckboys aren't necessarily rapists, right? What I'm saying is that
Bullshit.
when someone goes to show that they don't respect your consent, your boundaries, what doesn't respect you as a person, you probably shouldn't put yourself in a situation where you could get raped by them. Yeah.
Great. Okay, so let's talk about that. So let's say the person who's showed you that they're not respecting your boundaries, they're not very considerate of you, is your boyfriend. Can you tell me how to establish my boundaries with my boyfriend?
So you have a boyfriend that doesn't respect your Yeah, break up with them. What are you talking about?
Okay, so when Kelly was bringing up earlier that there are certain factors that Destiny never bothers thinking about because of reasons, there's
I think about these
this
factors
element.
all the time. I always have sex with women that are a higher risk for rape. They're the easiest ones to take advantage of.
Yeah, that's true. You do say you have like a boner for
Mentally ill people, of course.
That
They're
might
so
be,
easy to
like,
manipulate.
not ironic considering the rate of mental illness that's been in some of the women that have been around here. So.
Hey,
Exactly.
It's true, exactly. Hell
It's
yeah.
totally true.
He hears BPD and it's like BPD has a higher increase of like getting into promiscuous actions that they might regret.
True.
No, I just think it happens by accident.
It doesn't.
Okay, so mind waves. The argument is that I'm saying is that I agree with you that if a woman isn't being treated right by a man, she should dump him. I think if a person isn't being treated well by another person, they should not be around them. But interestingly, human relations are complex. So sometimes people stay in
the thought
relationships.
Terminator. There it is.
Oh my!
It's
how can I
nuanced.
speak? If you stop me from making a full sentence, it is only thought terminating for you.
My
It's
thoughts
so
have been
sad.
terminated. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You were at the part where you said it's nuanced.
Don't say you're sorry when you're not
Please
sorry.
just let her get to the enlightening
I'm
part.
sorry,
I
I'm
can't
sorry.
wait to hear
I'm
it.
No,
sorry.
you're not sorry.
I'm sorry.
If you met someone or in dating someone or are in a relationship with someone and you feel like they're not very respectful to you, but you have a hard time asserting that, which there are many people that are, we have a hard time asserting stuff with our partners all the fucking time. Yes, there are certain personality factors and other things that go into it. So giving the advice of, if someone doesn't respect you, dump them, yeah, no shit. That's not really helpful advice, though, because it doesn't address the underlying issue that made that person be in that relationship in the first place. If women could just solve dumping any guy who treated them badly because they make bad decisions, there wouldn't be rape, is it? Because your advice is so great. But you rather pretend like women are too dumb and incapable of not making the mistakes that you think, than there are issues that cause people to be in relationships that are
What makes you think
suboptimal.
that I think that?
I think that.
The words that you speak.
Do you have anything
Words come out
besides?
of your mouth.
Do you like have anything specific that you can nail me down on, or are you just gonna like appeal to this general like notion? I don't.
Okay, so when I say that there's the element of agency and that relationships are complex, and then you say, I don't see the issue, like if your boyfriend doesn't respect you, dump him, how is that not good advice? And you're completely ignoring what I said, then I'm not saying that you're in your heart, you, I don't know, what was your point? That you hate women, that you don't think women are smart or something. I'm just saying you're not actually addressing the point, because you can't, because you don't know how to, because we don't apply systemic solutions.
Damn.
You're so debate brained that you're talking about like meta level arguments instead of actually having a conversation with me about the issue at hand. So I want to like bring it back to the actual issue. Okay.
I'll
So-
be nicer.
Oof.
Yeah. Anyways, so what? Okay. The whole problem.
Ooh, you rattled him with that one.
The contention that I have with this conversation and the way that you guys have conducted it is that anytime the conversation is about a woman and their role in, sexual assault when they're on the receiving end or whatever, that conversation suddenly is like off limits. But when we're talking about
Not off limits. We're having it right
Jesus
now.
Christ! But when we're talking about
The only
men,
one we have.
but when we're talking about men, you guys suddenly want to talk about all the nuance and how much, there's so many different dynamics that the guy has to take into account. And, the guy needs to be thinking about this, or we don't socialize guys to think about these situations in this way and they need to know better and stuff like that. It's like, okay, that's cool. I agree with you. Men do need to understand like consent better. Men do need to respect boundaries better. Men need to communicate better, etc.
Oh. Okay,
It's
so
almost
you
like
don't
they're the
understand our
opposite.
argument.
But why is it? But why is it when anytime anybody wants to talk about women who put themselves in precarious situations, risky situations, that is they
Can
they
we
have
use an
some
example?
amount of responsibility in those situations.
Can we use an example of that precarious situation, just so we have something to work with?
Yeah. Do you want to work? Give me an example then, Katie.
No, you give me an example. I'm not very interested in this whole precarious situation. That's your narrative, not mine. So you give me an example.
Go, Mindwaves. Example time.
Okay. A woman's at a party, getting a little bit too
The
too drunk
classic, the drunken, promiscuous woman. Yes.
around men that have already sexually harassed her.
Base.
Okay.
True.
When I'm done engaging with this, would you mind talking about women who are raped inside their relationships, or are we just perpetually going to have conversations about women in parties?
What about
Why
when
do you wanna-
9-year-olds are raped by their husbands?
Why do you want to railroad this conversation into relationship dynamics?
I'm really confused. I said I will engage with you. I asked if you are ever going to engage with my points, and of course you wouldn't, because why would you want to talk about relationships where a very large amount of rapes happen inside relationships? But why would you engage with that? It's just not easy as to say don't drink around men. So let's do the stupid drunk girl example. Nobody's ever talked on Twitch on that. And then at some point we can also ignore all the other types of rapes that you never bring up because you don't have advice for it, because it's not that simple. Okay, let's go.
If you want to talk about other instances of rape, like marital rape or something like that, then that's a cool conversation to have. But when the whole conversation that we've been trying to have is about women casually sleeping around and casually dating and the dynamics behind that, that's a little bit different than talking about, I got raped by my boyfriend.
This
And you know
woman
why
that
I
got
push back
raped
on
at a
that?
party wasn't casually sleeping around, was she? She just got drunk.
Ooh, I don't even know what that was in response to, but damn.
I'm
He was
sorry,
the one
Kelly.
that gave a party example where the woman got raped because she was at a party and she got drunk because there were some other people that had sexually harassed her. Did you say? She
She
should
did.
have not drunk? Question mark.
Well, she's promiscuous.
You
But,
see.
but why is she promiscuous?
Okay.
Just by being there?
It doesn't matter why she's promiscuous. She's making mistakes, Kelly.
Kelly,
Don't defend
okay.
her.
Look, if you want to engage with that example, okay. But you're feigning ignorance if you're going to pretend like the conversation around consent that we've been trying to have and the role that women play in it isn't about women and the dynamics of like casual dating or casual sex and stuff like that. Then you're
You know
just,
what I think?
you're just detached
think-
from the
I mean,
conversation.
we can talk about casual sex, but that's not the example you gave. If you want to talk about that, you'd have to
Okay,
do that
sure. If you want to nitpick about the specific example I gave you, then fine. Okay,
You
fine.
give an example, you dumb fuck. So give the one you want to actually talk about.
Oh my! What do you guys want to talk about? Jesus Christ! I keep trying to steer this conversation in one direction,
Wait,
and you guys are
you told us that if we want to
you guys
talk
are
about
pulling it apart in a million different
relationships,
directions.
that's feigning ignorance. So, like, which one is it?
What, Katie? What'd you say?
I mean, you said that if we want to talk about other types of rapes, we're being unreasonable about the type of conversation that you're trying to have. So you don't want to talk about what we want to talk about.
No,
Right?
Katie, Kelly, Jesus Christ! I'm trying to have a conversation about one specific topic.
I know. So let me tell you something. No. Let me explain this to you. I know it's difficult. By the way, I'm
literally
enjoying this.
engaging with his example, and he's losing it. You can give a different example if you don't like
Okay,
that one.
Kelly, I don't know if you know this, but
wasn't
sometimes
engaging with his
conversations
example.
go in
I
a
was
different
asking-
direction, and you extrapolate the conversation in a different direction that has nothing to do with the example that we were talking about
literally-
earlier in the conversation. Yeah, sometimes conversations go forward in time because that's the fucking direction that time goes constantly.
It was a
Yeah.
few minutes ago, you retard. You're talking
Jesus
about like it was
fuck.
an hour ago. We literally, Katie just asked you for an example.
It's
and
not
then
my
we
fault. You can't
directly
recognize that we've
engaged
moved on
with it.
past that part of the conversation,
You
Kelly. That's
hadn't.
not
It
my
was
fault.
A few minutes ago, you do you have Alzheimer's? Do you have memory loss? Like, how else could you think that that was a long
That's
time?
Yes,
natural. It's
you are
okay.
giving me brain damage. Yes.
No, I didn't
Okay.
give it to you,
But he wants you
but
to.
I can believe it.
Is this the way that women just get out of talking about the subject? They just fucking
don't
talk
want
about
to engage
nonsense
with your
and
fucking
obstruct the
example,
conversation
you
for an
dumb
hour?
fuck.
Okay.
Give us
um,
another example. We don't.
no,
mind.
no.
Don't
No, I will-
complain when we engage with your literal example.
Mindwave.
Fucking hell.
Mindwave.
Yeah.
Baby, honey, I'm sorry that you feel attacked. Okay, we
Oh,
we
God.
will be more pleasant. Now, when you're saying, hey, we want to have a conversation about casual sex, and you guys are feigning ignorance or are not really addressing the point, like I'm just trying to talk about casual sex, and I'm like, that's all good and fine. But when you're saying women are being raped, and this is advice I give to women to avoid rape, you're not really talking. I mean, maybe you think you talk about casual rape, but that's not actually what you're saying.
What the fuck is casual rape?
Casual
Kidding.
rape, casual dating. I mean, casual rape dating. Okay. Do you get my drift? Now, I will engage with your example, but I will let you know that it's fine that the discourse you want to have is just about casual sex. The problem with it is that my argument is that that doesn't solve the majority of rape. So we're focusing on the wrong thing. And now we can talk about casual sex.
Okay, we
but
can
with
have
all-
multiple
with all
different
due respect,
conversations
that's
at
the only
once,
thing we
though,
talk
Katie.
about. Now we will engage with you.
Okay, but we can have conversations about multiple. If you want to talk about marital rape or other
Would
instances
you have
of
that conversation with me?
sure on a different date. If you want to set it up, Katie, I'll gladly
Okay,
have that
I'll
conversation
set
with
it
you.
up. Can we
Alright.
then have a different conversation about rape?
We can
inside
have all the
relationships?
conversations you want in the world,
Yeah.
all right? Pick any topic, I'll talk to you about it, Katie. All right, but let's have one
Awesome.
conversation now about one specific subject that we're trying to talk
Good,
about.
because we never talk about this specific subject. So I'm really happy we're doing this again. Okay, so your example was a woman who was sexually harassed by some dudes at a party,
And gets
and
drunk.
she's drunk.
Bad choices.
This
So
falls
my waves, I'm
into-
gonna be charitable. If you want to change your example, do it now.
No,
We're
it's a
doing
perfect example. No, go
Alright,
for
we're
it.
sticking with it then. So why the fuck did you complain anyway?
Oh,
Continue,
wait,
Katie.
what happened to Katie's example?
Go on, Katie. So sorry.
No, I was trying to hear Katie out before Kelly interrupted her. So go ahead, Katie.
Yeah, so I was gonna make a snarky comment, so you were saved by Kelly, actually. You should thank her. So she was sexually harassed by some dudes. She knows that they are at the party. She went there knowing that they're there. She got drunk. Was that your example?
With the bad boys in town.
Yes, the example, once again, I'll reiterate it just one more time.
I already reiterated it. Why do you need to repeat it?
The woman was at the party, got sexually harassed while she was there, got too drunk. Yeah, okay. Ended up
Awesome,
getting
awesome,
sexually
awesome.
assaulted more, yeah.
Damn.
Awesome. So just to clarify, this isn't casual sex, or is it?
Wait, what is? Okay. What's the point in asking that, Katie? Do you?
You wanted to have a conversation about casual sex, right? So if we're going to be giving advice to something that isn't casual sex, I'm just making sure. Does this fall under casual sex?
Okay. If I say yes to this question, you're going to say that I am painting this hypothetical person as.
Say yes. Just say yes. I will engage with your hypothetical. I just think everyone else would realize that that's retarded. But you can say yes, and we engage with it. Okay?
Okay. I'm going to answer the way that I want to, not the way that you want me to. Okay. So yes. If I said yes to
that's
that
exactly
question,
what I want you to do.
if I said yes to that question, you were going to paint it as if I'm saying that this person went to this party looking for sex, and that obviously isn't necessarily the case, right? I'm not saying that this is the woman in herself choosing to engage in casual sex, because obviously it was not wanted, it wasn't warranted, it wasn't consensual, right?
Mindwave, I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and you're here assuming my positions without even hearing me out.
Katie,
this is so
can you
unfair.
just can you engage with what I just said instead of being pedantic and whatever you're doing?
I wouldn't say that she's looking for sex. You're the one making the scenario. You tell me what she was looking for and how exactly.
We literally
she was
gave you the
sexually
option
assaulted.
to change the scenario, Mindwaves. Come on.
Okay. I can't tell if you guys are trolling right now because I was talking
No,
about.
We're not.
Okay, cool.
I'm a little bit. I think this is funny. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this is enjoyable. All of my positions are the same.
What I was trying to have a conversation about, all right, is advice that we can give to women to not be sexually assaulted, right? You guys are trying to say in any fucking circumstance ever. Jesus Christ! General anti-rape advice, yes.
Okay, so we can talk about rape in relationships, right?
Why are you trying to shoehorn relationships into this topic that isn't about?
You retard!
You did say anything. You said in any circumstance.
Yeah, I said anything. My fucking bad. Jesus Christ.
Languages.
Okay. There are women that end up in situations, regardless of whether or not they are in a relationship, where they ended up getting sexually assaulted, right? That is a statement pretty agreeable. I think that there's nothing that you could really disagree with that, right?
Yeah. Why does it happen, Mindwaves?
Okay. And now, exactly, why does that happen? That's a very good question, right?
Oh,
I would
Kelly,
think that
they're stupid.
I would think that it obviously depends on the scenario and the person. It's a case by case basis. Yes, it's fucking nuanced. Jesus Christ, right? But what I'm saying is that there are certain commonalities, certain behaviors that we can look at and say that, all right, if you're engaging in this type of behavior, you're increasing the likelihood that you're going to get taken advantage of.
Like getting out of your house, for example. Would we agree with that?
Yeah, you're right. Women should just never leave their fucking house because they'll just get raped the moment they walk out.
Say that.
A giant fucking 6-foot cock is gonna ram their fucking vagina as soon as they walk out the fucking door. Yeah, you're right, Katie. Jesus Christ. You're so productive in this conversation. Thank you so much, Katie.
Please.
Everybody learned so much from that.
Can I build a bridge? Okay.
I've been trying to construct this bridge for like 20 minutes now, but yeah, go ahead.
That is a lie.
Ooh. Bad faith accusation number 1 dropped.
Okay. So, Mindwave, I think what you said is a completely agreeable statement, do you not? So I'm going to make an agreeable statement, and you're going to comply and say, yes, I can't object to that. And then we'll move on from that. How about that? Unless you object to it. I think that women never leaving their houses will absolutely reduce the chances that they will be raped. Do you agree with that?
I do, but I wouldn't advise people to not leave their houses because that isn't generally a risky behavior. No, Katie, hold on. I'm actually going to engage with what you said before you want to just like move on to the conversation and shoehorn whatever. Katie, listen to me. If you don't want to listen to me, then there's no point in the fucking conversation, all right? And you can just go on your own stream and talk about whatever the fuck you want to do, okay?
Well, I want to talk to Destiny.
Oh, well, cool. Okay, but you're here to talk to me, okay? Because Destiny's checked the fuck out playing a video game,
I'm
okay?
not checked that. I'm following this conversation very closely.
I'm here to talk to you, but okay.
Okay,
Well,
so
what becomes unreasonable as an ask? So we decide that telling women not to leave the house, that's unreasonable. But when
it's because that's not a risky behavior.
Well, yeah, no, it's everything you do has a risk potentiality to it.
Okay, but we don't. Okay. Just
So that's why I'm asking, how risky does it be before we
sitting
say,
down
hey,
in a chair for 2 hours is a risky behavior because I could get a fucking blood clot in my foot. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say that you should never sit down for 2 hours. Okay, when
Yes,
we're talking
that's
about
also my point.
when
So
we're
I'm
talking
asking how dangerous
when we're talking about risky behavior, we're talking about behavior
dumb.
that puts you
I'm
at
asking you
risk
a
of
question.
something bad happening.
Behavior. Define risky behavior.
How risky does something
I
have
just
to be
did. You just weren't
percentage-wise?
listening.
No, you
But
fucking didn't.
No,
If
you
you
didn't.
if you call risky behavior something that increases your chances of being raped, everything can be considered that. So what you really saying? No,
a substantial increase.
Shut up.
More than just walking outside your
Shut up,
fucking
shut up,
door,
shut up,
Katie.
shut
You
up,
brain
shut
dead
up, shut up,
illiterate fuck.
Shop. Okay. If you stayed inside your house, that would provide a substantial decrease of the rape cases. Okay? So don't fucking puss around. Okay? What you mean by risky is there are some things I think it's legitimate to require from women and some things that I don't. So we're asking you, can you define that line, or is it just what I feel like? Which it is, but I want you to say it.
Can you restate the question?
Yeah. Can you define risky with anything that actually makes coherent sense?
Okay, cool. I've tried to define it a few times, but you guys just want to screech over me. So, okay, so to define what I qualify as risky behavior is any sort of behavior that you're taking that puts you at a substantially increased risk of sexual assault. In this case, is what we're talking
Wouldn't
about.
that include going outside though?
We're asking what
No.
the risks are. You
It
know,
does
why
no.
not?
Okay,
well,
wait,
no,
let me
listen
hold
to
on because this is really entertaining for me. So let me accelerate past this point of the convo, okay? What they're trying to say is Katie's trying to make the point that if you stay inside, the likelihood of you getting raped, assuming you don't have a rapist father or husband or boyfriend, probably goes down to zero, right? Unless somebody breaks in your house and rapes you. It severely decreases it. But obviously, you would say, well, that trade-off of staying inside forever is not worth the likelihood reduction of getting raped. So
Yeah,
what
it's
she's
not
saying
reasonable.
is,
Yeah.
So what she's asking is what is your reasonable test? How do you test for reasonableness for the prescriptions you're making?
Technically, I'm the first one that started asking this, but it's all right.
Okay.
Took this long to get to this point.
Yeah. That's what her question is right now.
Can't pick up with
Yeah,
How do you figure what's reasonable, right? So for instance,
Yeah.
if she never talks to men, that would also probably reduce it, but you probably wouldn't agree with that. If she never goes to parties, that would probably reduce it, but would you say never go to parties? If she never goes to parties alone, that might be one thing that you would accept. She's trying to figure out where is the line, right?
Yeah, I think that when it's no longer like a substantial
Don't beg the
decrease
question.
in the
Substantial
quality.
is begging the question. What does substantial mean? You have to define it. That's what she's asking. What is substantial?
Okay, I don't know if you're looking for like data or
No, like an actual, like, what is the test? So somebody says, like, here's the thing. A girl wants to go to a party that is maybe 15 miles from home, and she doesn't know any friends there, but it's like a group of classmates that she knew from like high school. And she's like 22 and she wants to go to a party there. Would you say you should go to that party or you shouldn't go to that party? And why?
I think it's fine to go to that party. Yeah.
Okay, but why? Like,
But
probably
why?
a
Because
higher
there's-
likelihood of her getting raped there because there might be alcohol involved. There might be boys there that she doesn't know very well that could be at a higher risk of raping her, and she's not taking a friend with her. So there's like, these are risk factors for getting raped. So how are you determining that it's okay here, but maybe not in another circumstance?
Yeah, because I don't think that any of those things stand out as red flags as being a substantial like threat, right? Like I don't think that any of those things are necessarily a threat.
How do you determine what's a threat? This is what we're trying to figure out, or this is what Katie's asking. How do you figure out what's a threat? Like, you're using a lot of terms. Let me give you an example of not answering the question. When I say something is a tautology, what I mean is that it's defined as the thing it
Baking
is,
in the
right?
answer,
So,
yeah.
like, not even begging the answer, but so, like, for instance, I'll say, why shouldn't somebody go to that party? And I was like, well, they're not at risk of being raped. Well, what is the risk of being raped? Well, it's risky when it's dangerous. Well, what is dangerous? Well, it's dangerous when there's a substantial likelihood of getting raped. What makes it a substantial likelihood of getting raped? Well, it's a substantial likelihood of getting raped when there are factors that would make it raped. Well, what are the factors? Well, the factors are things that would increase the risk. We're like talking, we're redefining the word over and over and over again. But the question
It
is
might
like,
be complex.
what is the test there? That's the question. Is what is the test? Like,
I
what is
don't
the
think
actual?
I don't think that there's a one size fits all answer to that, right? Like I don't think that.
the nuance answer. The nuance answer.
I like the mind
Terminate.
waves is like steel manning our argument by accident. It's great.
I don't think
Destiny
that was
had
your.
to make my argument for me so he'd listen, so there's that too.
That wasn't really your guys' argument, though, right? Because the
was.
argument that you guys
It
are
was
making,
mine.
It
the
was
argument,
Kelly's, sorry.
the argument that you guys are seemingly making, at least my perception, is that
He just explained to you the argument we're making.
cool, is that women already follow all the advice that people are trying to give to them when it comes to.
No, we didn't say that.
Okay, well, you did, but anyways.
No, we didn't.
Okay, all right. I don't know how to argue with these fucking people.
Say correct
Yeah,
things.
clearly we're the problem.
Okay. So, I don't know. I don't even fucking know. I don't even fucking know anymore, dude. I don't even fucking know. Honestly. Jesus fucking Christ.
How about you define risky behavior, but anything that isn't, this is how I feel. How about you try that?
Okay. If I'm going to define risky behavior, do you want like examples or what do you want?
Sure.
We tried that once.
So you
and
do want
never-
examples of a risky behavior?
Yes, but I'd have to see the pattern that you're drawing between those behaviors.
Okay. So a risky behavior would be something like, I don't know, something that got brought up earlier, like taking a drug at a party that you don't know what it is. That is a risky behavior, right? Because you are putting yourself in a situation where you might not have control over yourself, and you're like, it compromises your ability to your own autonomy and your ability to make reasonable decisions, right? Yeah, that would be a risky behavior.
Cool. Is that specifically risky behavior for women to engage as if they want to reduce the probability of rape?
Yeah.
Okay. Wouldn't you say that's just like good advice for everyone to not take drugs from people they don't know?
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Okay, cool. So how is that as like helping women to not get raped?
Because it's also applicable to situations where women end up in a scenario where they're likely to get taken advantage of, or at least more likely to get
Yes.
taken advantage of. Yeah.
That is true. But you're saying you have valuable advice to women to avoid getting raped. And this just sounds like you're giving advice for people to not get, well, fucked in general. Or raped. So what is your specific advice to women?
Just to be clear, that is specific advice to women, right? Just
No,
because
it's not, because we said
Okay,
it's a general
Katie.
advice to everyone.
just because it's
Just
applicable.
because you put women at the beginning doesn't mean women get it differently.
Actually, yeah, I think that is true to some degree.
Yeah, which is why I said that you're a condescending, patronizing dude, right?
Okay, cool, Katie. So yeah, so
Don't do drugs. kids.
while that is just good general advice,
Kids and women.
okay, just because that is good general advice, I would agree with you. Yeah, it is also specifically applicable when it comes to how to avoid having your consent violated, how to avoid being sexually assaulted. Would you say that that is also the case?
Yes, for men and women, that is
Okay,
correct.
awesome, cool. So when we're talking about ways to avoid getting assaulted, it would make sense to also include that as a specific piece of advice pertaining to that specific topic. So it is actually specific advice about this specific topic, even though you could
Okay,
extrapolate
let
that
me
advice
help
and
you.
apply it in a more generalized sense.
Let me help you, because
I
you're
don't
not
need
getting
your help, Katie. Help
No,
yourself.
Destiny, can you explain my point to him so he'll get it? Because he doesn't hear it if I'm saying it. Can you explain to
Okay,
him?
I think what Katie is trying to say is that what we're looking for is particular advice we can give to women that would help avoid them getting raped. But we're saying things like, well, here's a piece of advice I would give to women. Don't drink and drive. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, isn't this advice that everybody would get? Well, yeah, but it's also particular to women because they shouldn't drink and drive. It's like, sure, but that's not a particular piece of advice that addresses the uniqueness of a woman's proclivity of getting sexually assaulted. That's just like good advice for everybody.
Sure. And I would say that there are definitely other examples that you could use that are maybe more like specific. Give one? Okay, women need to be
Give one that is appropriate to this conversation. Yes.
Cool. Women need to be explicit with what they are or are not okay with in sexual situations.
I agree.
Cool. Now, a lot of women don't do that because they don't feel comfortable doing that, right? And sometimes when women get raped, it's because they weren't communicating.
That's excellent. I agree. How do we solve
Awesome.
that?
And some women don't hear that advice and don't obey by that advice, and that's why they need to hear it, right?
I have a question.
Correct, Katie, or no?
I'm sure some women don't listen to that advice.
Yeah, and some women need to
I
hear
have a
that
question.
advice, right, Katie?
I have a question.
No, wait,
Sure,
answer that
some
question.
women need to hear that advice.
Okay, cool.
Women-
Conversation over. That's all we've been trying to do this whole fucking time. Don't you realize that? You literally just conceded the whole fucking argument right there. That
No,
was
she didn't.
the
That's
entire
not what
fucking
she
point.
did.
No,
Oh,
that
you
is the
poor
entire
baby.
point. Is that sometimes there is advice that is
Sweetie,
needs to be
honey,
directed
let me
at women
help you.
because women end up in these situations where they're
Please.
not actually
She
invoking.
wants to engage with you on that if you let her talk.
Go for it, Katie.
Well, I just conceded the entire point. KUC, Kelly. Mind waves. Some women might hear this superb advice and not listen to it. They're either stupid or trying to get raped for internet clout. I don't know. Those bitches be crazy, okay? But so this advice is super helpful to women who don't listen to this advice and don't communicate their boundaries because they don't want to, Now,
It's not about not wanting to. It's also about some women just
What
don't
is
know
it
how to
about?
communicate those things, or they haven't been encouraged to, so they're not comfortable doing so
oh, they don't know how to.
for several different reasons. Because
So
that's how
if
they've
they
been
don't
socialized
know-
to think about these
So,
things.
so if they don't know how to communicate that, wouldn't telling them to communicate that be useless because they don't know how to?
Yes,
No, it
stop
wouldn't
being
be because we can
autistic.
no because
Wait,
we can
wait,
actually
Kelly,
have
beyond
we can actually have conversations about how you can go about having those conversations, how you can express yourself in a way that is productive.
Okay, that's amazing. We should have more conversations about women should assert themselves instead of telling women to assert themselves. Would you
That's
like to
the
have
same
that
fucking thing,
conversation?
Katie. You just said the same thing twice. What are you talking about?
Mind wave. You say women should hear the advice that they should assert themselves in sexual situations, which is not the same as you coming here and saying, Katie, let's discuss actual things women can do when they feel uncomfortable expressing themselves. And then you'll just say, well, if you don't feel comfortable expressing yourself, maybe you don't have what was it, Destiny? Emotional maturity to engage in sex. So more advice, which is great.
That's a generally that's a fine statement to make. I would think that is true, and you should that is good general advice to women. Yeah.
So women, I do agree that women not having sex would reduce the probability.
No, it's not
them
about not
getting
having
raped.
sex, Katie. That was never the argument. It was about casual sex. If you are having casual sex, if you're Katie, can you not be
Oh my
autistic for a minute?
No, I'm having a thought-terminating brain right now.
Okay, so the conversation was about women. It's not talking about women dating and having a boyfriend of many months and how to avoid rape for them, right? Again, it's talking about casual sex, casual dating, women going on Tinder looking to hook up, etc. Right? And in those scenarios,
The sluts.
if those women are not able to communicate their boundaries or what they're okay with, or not, they themselves have a very murky idea of what consent is or how to all that shit, right? Those women shouldn't be in the business of having those casual hookups. No.
Can I ask you a question?
Just ask. Yeah.
Okay.
You could just ask it. Yeah.
No, this is how I communicate. Anyway, so I think you made a good point. Be careful, that doesn't mean I'm conceding my argument, although you might get confused about it.
Wow.
So, while I do think it's a
Snarky.
good point, I'm a bitch, I'm not snarky. Speak to me like the truth, okay?
Well,
whatever.
at least we can agree on something. So.
I mean, I understand that it's hard for you when women talk.
Just these women.
Yeah, just these specific women. Okay.
Burn sick.
Do you think that women who engage in casual sex go into casual sex thinking, I don't have the tools to properly assert myself?
Can you repeat the question?
I just want to point out why
I'm sorry.
mind waves is thinking. We don't get to do a test run, right? When it comes to being put in these really complex situations. So we don't get to do where.
And this is why I had the incest argument to practice with siblings
Kelly,
first.
you said complex. Don't say complex. It's ruining the conversation.
Situations are very nuanced, if we're being honest.
We don't get to do a rape test run to kind of learn how we react to certain things. So keep.
Well, if you've been raped multiple times, that is your rape test run, is it not?
True. Holy based.
All right. Are we getting to multiple rape victims in casual sex? This is what we're sticking with now?
Well, clearly you're the issue in that case. You keep.
Oh my
inviting
god.
that. Please stop. Okay, my question, Mindwave, was, and just to parallel this so you'll understand where I'm going with this. Do you agree that some men, even in casual sex relationships, don't feel like, even though they have raped a woman, they have never thought that they are raping her as they were doing it? Do we agree on that?
Do I agree that that sometimes happens? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
I'd argue that might be even the majority of cases.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Awesome. Good. So now I'm going to ask you the flip side, which is, do you think that if women engage in casual sex, they go into it knowing that they don't have the tools to properly express themselves?
I would say that for some women, that's probably not the case, right? I think that a lot of people are just not self-aware to that level. Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'd argue that that's the majority of cases. Would you dispute that?
No, absolutely not. That's why these conversations are important, right?
Ooh.
Yeah. So if someone doesn't know that they are lacking the tools to express themselves, you telling them to express themselves wouldn't even address them because they don't think they have that
No,
issue.
it actually is addressing
Correct.
them because it's saying, hey,
How
if
so?
you yourself are, if you're not able to have these types of conversations,
But
and
they don't. But they think they do.
okay, well, then we can expand on that conversation, right? We can talk about, okay,
We should.
yeah, you're right, we should.
Should
and
we do it right now instead of talking about women?
Well, we have to get past
Dating
this part of the
advice?
conversation before we actually
Of
get to
course
that
we
part of
do,
the
of course.
conversation. Yeah, of course.
We don't need to do nuance. That's
Ooh.
So
Could
what
there
I'm
be like even
but
just one other reason why women get raped multiple times other than they're stupid? Could there not be like one?
They might have
no,
two
I'm not
brothers
gonna
instead of one.
entertain that, Kelly. No.
There's gotta be more reasons than just that. come
Ellie,
on.
if you were raped multiple times in casual sex, there is no other explanation except that it's your fault. I'm sorry, not your fault. Part of your responsibility. I apologize.
I'm just gonna say that being stupid could be one of the reasons, but it's unlikely to be all of the reasons all of
So-
the time.
Well,
I'm
most
gonna ask-
women are stupid, so it's clearly.
Well,
the
I wanna
minority.
Most
ask.
people are stupid. That is also true.
I want to ask Katie. So you're saying that, well, okay, there are some women that aren't even aware that they don't have the skill that you're talking about, right?
Yes, as you
Okay.
said, people lack in self-awareness.
Sure, that is true. But does that make the conversation about recognizing that skill any less important?
No, my critique is that we never have that conversation. We just want to give advice that I say is brain dead because it doesn't actually address any of the issues.
Okay, so you actually don't have any problem with anything that we've said. You just wish the conversation was a different conversation.
I'm saying that we never have the proper conversation, yes.
Okay, cool. Then you can have that conversation. And if you want to have that conversation, you can start that discourse all you want.
We were trying to
I'm
have it before you
trying.
fucking turned up. Jesus.
Well, no. The thing is that you're mad that we don't have that conversation.
Can I tell you something? I actually am mad because I've been trying to start that discourse for a really long time, but all Destiny and you and other people are much more interested in talking about is how women don't want to take responsibility and accountability and take good advice from dudes who don't know what they're talking about.
And the reason
Would you
that-
like to start the discourse with me about something that actually helps women not to be raped? Or would you like to virtue signal to Destiny that you also think women should take more responsibility?
No, because I don't care about helping women, actually.
I
So
agree.
no, but for real, if that is your contention with this conversation, that's fine. You're not mad at us. You're mad at something else then in that case, right?
No, I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you.
No,
I'm
you're
also
not
mad
because
at Destiny.
you're not though, because when I actually laid it out for you and said that, hey, sometimes this happens, right? Sometimes women end up casually hooking up or putting themselves in those scenarios while also not having the ability to make their boundaries or communicate clearly, right? You agree that this happens, and you agree that it needs to be something that to be talked about, right? And you agree that women need to hear that message, right? At least some women do.
Not that message.
You're sitting here mad that we are having this conversation because you want to have a different conversation. But
Let me help you.
No, wait. I want to get to the point, all right, before you go off on a tangent, is the reason we keep having to have this conversation, the conversation that me and Destiny and other people are trying to have, is because people like you and others will constantly try to ignore that, or you'll hand wave it as if it's not an issue. You guys, literally before I joined the call, the reason I got so heated and wanted to join in here is because you guys were making it out as if, well, all the advice that you're giving is just brain dead advice that women have already heard, and they're already enacting this advice.
Basic advice that would actually be useful to someone that is apparently getting raped a lot in casual sex scenarios.
I have a snarky comment though first.
No, you saved the snarky comment. Okay. The good advice would be, okay, you're getting raped a lot in these scenarios. Let's try and figure out why.
Isn't that the whole conversation?
No, that's not what you said, you little liar. No.
Wait, what do you think?
Just like do these very basic things and don't do what I tell you to do, but you're stupid. No, because there could be a myriad of reasons why.
Oh, sorry, you're getting raped because you have depression. My bad. That was one of the answers that you wanted to give.
That was not the only one I gave. I gave multiple.
Okay. Sorry.
And it was a lot of different mental illnesses and neurodevelopmental disorders and all kinds of things that could affect your social skills. It could be how you were brought up. It could be how you were socialized.
That's so great. Why'd you get raped? It's because your dad was real mean to you.
I like that you're dismissing this just because you can't be bothered to engage with any of her points. This is so
I'm letting
good.
Mindwaves has his turn right now.
Is there any woman that needs
Can
to?
we then take Mindwave on, and then maybe you'll engage with Kelly for a change?
Is there any woman that exists?
They're an alcoholic. Like they could have a whole bunch of.
Oh my god, you got raped because you're an alcoholic. True.
Is there any woman that exists that needs to hear, oh, the reason I got raped was because I have a fucking mental illness? No, that's not very helpful, Kelly, is it?
Yes, it is if they don't know that their issues stem from the mental illness.
They don't know they have a mental illness and that it plays a role in their ability to... what are you talking about, Kelly? This is actually useful advice to you? What are you talking about?
Hello? Do you think everyone that has a mental illness just knows what it is?
Yeah, they might need people like Kelly to educate them, dumbass.
Yeah, I guess. If you want to be the fucking disabled whisperer, Kelly, go for it, I guess. Jesus Christ.
Cringe. Anyway, we were discussing mitigating factors, alright? And how we would treat the harm. You gotta diagnose it to treat the harm. And if you don't know the cause, then you can't
They do know the cause. Women are too stupid to do things properly. That is the cause.
Stupid. Yes.
Mindwaves. You are completely right. I'm sorry. I was just mad about having a different conversation. In the future, I will make sure that when you or Destiny say an advice that is super useful and productive, really great, I will attend to your fifis first about it, praise you for giving that advice, and then hopefully we'll continue to talk about something that is actually useful.
Katie, just to be clear, my issue with you is never that you're not nice. I don't give a fuck if anybody's nice or not, okay? It's just that you actually don't engage with
You don't get my point.
No, it's that sometimes you don't engage with the conversation that's being had, right? I'll say something and then you just want to be pedantic or ramble off.
Maybe I'm pedantic because it's significant to the conversation.
No, it's significant to the conversation you want to have, but not the one that we're having. All right, and this is levels of meta that I really don't care to engage in, and that's just been my frustration. That's the point.
You join the conversation.
Yes, I joined the conversation to try to steer it in a productive manner, but I mean,
did you do that?
Alas, here we are. So.
Okay, Mindwave.
Isn't it? You keep calling him Mindwave. His name is Mindwaves. Okay, just
multiple.
I don't give a fuck.
A lot of waves.
A lot of waves coming out from over here. Okay.
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 So, I was trying earlier with Destiny to address the systemic part of
depression.
Why we have. Can you shut up? A big rape problem. Okay. And then he didn't really know what to do about it, so he gave me more individualistic advice because he can't engage with those
I was
arguments.
just completely blindsided.
Okay.
He just wants to keep calling women stupid because he thinks it's funny. That's why he's really getting
Yeah,
into it.
base.
I think he thinks it's funny. I think he genuinely think that's the issue, which is so much worse than
I
if
just
it
want
was
to
a
say that
meme.
you could also be stupid and there be other reasons why you're a vulnerable group. And also, if your
No, there
IQ
can't.
is low, you are in a vulnerable group by definition.
Ooh, IQ
No,
realism?
Kelly,
Uh-oh.
they're not talking. They're not talking about poor women, women who are mentally ill, women who were raised religious, women who have issues. They're talking about the regular women who just choose to be dumb because they like being raped.
True.
Be reasonable
Oh,
about
in
it.
that-
I thought we were talking about 80 IQ disabled women not leaving their houses.
In
my lord.
wheelchairs.
Yeah.
Okay, so
With
mind waves.
schizophrenia. Don't forget
Whoever
them.
brought up schizophrenia and wheelchairs, mate, it weren't me.
Sorry.
Oh my god. I like how you bring up schizophrenia because you can't contend with the point that a woman with social anxiety might have a hard time expressing herself. It's
Well,
great.
those women should not be putting themselves in situations where they're
I just
having
wanted to bring up
express-
schizophrenia
They
because
shouldn't
I was
have
curious if,
boyfriends.
like,
I agree.
if the voices in your head
No,
are really negative
you
and you
can-
get raped, does that count as like a gangbang or?
Those people should date all you want, right? But I
No,
think
they
the way that
shouldn't. They
no,
can't
but the way
assert
that the way
themselves.
that you go about it has to take into account that dynamic, right?
And they don't do that. Well, that's fantastic advice. Women didn't do that until you said that. That is so insightful.
You're right, Katie. A lot of them don't. Yeah, that's part of the problem, Katie. Yeah.
Oh
You
my
laugh,
God.
but you're actually just
You-
too stupid to realize that that is actually the issue. Yeah.
You are women's gift. You are godsend. Thank God
Yeah.
you're
Many women tell me that. You're right, including Kelly's mom.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Kelly's mom.
Oh my
Um,
god, guys.
Okay, the point that I'm trying to make, Mindwave,
Tell us.
is that when you are giving your top G advice, okay, like really top-notch shit, it actively detracts from the element that I think is a part of it. So there's individual responsibility, and then there's systemic issues. Now, Destiny doesn't believe in that. Systemic issues are a thought-terminating cliche. But I do believe in that. So when we have a conversation, and the conversation systemically enforces rape culture, I push against that. Because I think addressing rape culture would save a lot more women than giving women advice they already know. But I might be wrong, and we needed to hear that, like, the great things you said that we never heard before.
Well, I think that that is true, but if I'm going to engage with what you're saying when it comes to rape as a sort of systemic issue,
Mhm.
I'm not sure what you mean by that because of I know what that means to me. I don't know what it means to you, right? So the way I hear it,
Well,
when
no,
you
it's like
say-
when a woman is out drinking, sometimes you ask her if she gets raped. You don't want to say like, well, you know, did you accept a drink from somebody? Did you know who you were there? Did you tell her? Usually it's better to say like, well, did you check to make sure there wasn't any rape culture in there before you kind of went into the party? Like you're looking for the
Wow,
systemic issue.
Destiny, look, we were trying to have a good faith conversation, and then you interjected because you
I was
can't
trying to think of
handle
systemic
issues.
Yeah, I was thinking of
Yes.
it systemically. Yeah, my bad. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you don't know what addressing anything systemically is.
It's
'cause
looking
you're
for the
such a good
systems.
progressive.
I thought no.
What- so
I'm
when
sorry, I'm
when I
gatekeeping you from your progressivism. I apologize.
Okay, cool. All right, so moving forward. So viewing rape as a systemic issue, I don't even really know what that means
That's
because
not
when
rape, it's a systemic issue. But yeah,
isn't that what you said? That
Okay.
rape
people think that
Rape culture is
just
systemic?
a culture. Yes, rape
Okay.
culture is a systemic issue, but that
Okay.
doesn't mean that rape is a systemic issue. Rape culture is a
Oh,
culture.
okay. Rape
that
culture. I
underplays-
forgot one word. Jesus, I'm sure you didn't understand what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really important that when we talk about systems, we be imprecise.
Okay, but the thing is that when we're talking about rape culture, we're talking about a cultural problem, right? The way that a group of people views consent and these sorts of issues surrounding it, right? When I hear systemic, I'm starting to think about institutions, like how institutions uphold this sort of dynamic or oppression or whatever the fuck, right? So I'm not sure what you mean there. If you're implying that institutions do that, or if this is purely like a cultural or like social problem, I don't know what you mean by that.
Ooh.
Okay, so are you saying when you hear systemic issues, just to make sure, because I'm not sure I got the last part, you're just thinking institutions? So when you're thinking systemic racism, you're just thinking about the ways that institutions are enforcing it, not how it's culturally represented?
Well, they reinforce each other, right? But
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. But when it comes to rape culture, I'm not really seeing how like institutions really reinforce that. At least not in current day. I don't know.
Seriously, dude?
And you would then argue that if I would argue absolutely that rape culture is not as institutionally enforced as something like systemic racism, right? I have no
Is
issue
it
admitting
to
that.
any degree though?
Yeah, if you look at the court system and the policing around cases of sexual assault, there is obviously an issue there.
Police are
I-
super
I-
pro-rape. You didn't know
Wait,
that?
wait,
Can
wait,
you-
wait, 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 wait,
Can
wait,
you can you make that case? Because I'm not sure if I accept that on face value.
I can make that case, but I want to ask you something first, okay? So if I even said, like, if we just made this case and we agreed that it's purely a cultural thing and institutions aren't upholding it in a significant way, would you then say that it is not systemic?
I'm sorry. Can you restate that more?
Yeah,
succinct?
basically, would it only qualify as systemic if there has to be an institutional component? Should I call it a cultural issue instead? Would that help?
I mean, so yeah, if that's the way that you're using systemic, I would say that you'd be better off saying it's a cultural or social issue, because when you say systematic, it implies that it's institutionally enforced to some degree.
Okay. Well, I can make the argument. Well, I wouldn't say that it's institutionally enforced, but I would say that obviously I can make a decent case for how institutions are contributing to the cultural phenomena, but it is mostly...
That's the same thing, but yeah, like, make that case is what I'm saying.
But I was going to concede that it is predominantly a cultural issue.
You say
So I'm fine.
predominantly, but that's a very Weasley word, because you're implying that it is some part systemic, right? And that's what I'm challenging you on. Is I don't the way I think of
understand.
systemic issues, that it doesn't fit.
Look at the bridge I'm building. I'm saying that I'm completely willing to say I was wrong. It's not systemic. It's a major cultural issue. If you don't want to talk about institutions.
Okay, cool. It's just I was wanting to make sure that that's what you meant, because you were saying that you're implying that it was partially systemic. So yeah, as long as we agree, then fine.
I definitely think I can make... Do you want me to make the argument for the institutional part?
So you do believe it's institutional or not? You keep flip-flopping. I can't... What is your actual position here?
My position is that there are absolutely systemic elements to rape culture. My further position is that I think there's a lot of work that can be made if we discarded the discussion about institutions and just talked cultural impact. So if you are not willing to concede that there are institutional powers enforcing it, I am fine removing that from the conversation and strictly talking about cultural elements. And I won't even call it systemic.
Okay.
I am coming towards you.
Yeah, no, but I'm trying to meet you where you're at, not having you meet me where I'm at. That's the thing. Is I'm trying to get a clear, because you guys both said that this was a systemic issue, and now you're saying, well, okay, well, I'm willing to ignore that, but you're implying that you still believe that. So do you believe it's a systemic issue or not?
I think she's saying she can make the argument. She's saying she can make the argument either way. So she wants to know if you want to deal with the institutional part, or she's saying...
Yeah, so once again, I'm asking you to make the case that it's systemic. That's what I'm asking you to do,
What
Katie.
do you think rape culture is? It's
No,
obviously not an individual issue.
No, I want
It's
Katie.
systemic.
I want Katie's answer before I talk about that. Before we go on a separate diatribe.
Why it's systemic. When we normalize things and we victim blame, it causes a culture around it that causes these issues, and that's what makes it systemic, and it's not just in individuals.
Okay, so you mean systemic as in like socially? It's socially reinforced.
What do you think something is if it's systemic, if it's not affecting
Systemic can mean
society?
it's reinforced by an institution.
Yeah, I've already defined what I think systemic means. If you want to use a different definition of systemic, then that's fine, but we need to agree on the terms that we're using here.
But there are institutions that do then reinforce rape culture, right?
How?
Like, there have been many cases, where women go to report rape and they're dismissed, They're not treated well by the
Yeah.
establishments of the police and healthcare hospitals. They're dismissed by people that matter, not just by your mate.
So okay, I so you're saying that
And
when
also,
rape.
there's the fact that policemen rape a lot of people too. That's a bit of an issue.
Okay, sure. So you're saying that because rape, when it's reported, is oftentimes dismissed. Now, that could be true. But I would have to then see, okay, well, why are these reports of rape getting dismissed, right? Is this the fault of the institution? Is this just the nature of these sorts of reports, right? It's very hard to prove that somebody raped somebody in the first place, so oftentimes these cases are going to get dismissed. And I think the same goes when it comes to healthcare and the way that hospitals deal with reports of rape as well, right? Like these are just sort of hard issues to address as an institution.
I mean,
right?
what's the good excuse for all the rape kits that just never got tested and went fucking AWOL? There's been a lot of women that have been let down.
I would agree
by
that that's a systemic
institutions.
issue, but I'm not really sure. When we talk about rape culture, what we're talking about is the way that we perceive consent as a society. I'm not sure that these institutions,
No, it's no.
if they're not testing rape kits, that doesn't really have anything to do with the way that we perceive
That's not what
consent
rape
in
culture
society.
No, that's not what rape culture is.
Wow. Shut the
Okay,
fuck
so if you
down.
want to expand the definition of rape culture, then you can
It's
do
not
that.
expending. You're just using a wrong definition. I'm not expending anything.
Oof.
Go for it. So what's your proposed definition of rape culture?
Do you want to Google it? I
No,
know
I'm asking
Destiny
you,
doesn't like
Katie,
it.
Rape
because
culture
you
is-
had a contention with my definition, so you can
Okay.
posit your own.
Rape culture, generally speaking, is a culture that minimizes or downplays rape and its effects on victims.
Yeah.
It is a lot broader than that, but that is like a one-sentence definition.
Wow.
Sure.
It does not do it justice.
Yeah, I think that that's one part of it, and that's also an incomplete definition of rape culture as well, right?
Yes,
Because
so
it
you want to expand the definition. Okay, let's do
Well,
that then.
yeah, okay, but I don't see how that necessarily ties into hospitals and police reinforcing any of that, right?
Yeah. So would you? Okay. And just to be clear, when you still contend this institutional element, I'm just going to go for the cultural thing. So, okay. If we as a society, institutionally, think that rape is bad and is a crime that people should pay for, then if our institutions are not capable of properly prosecuting rape cases and actually hold potential assaulter accountable, if we're assuming that if we're assuming everyone who gets acquitted or not sued are actually innocent, but most people don't think that. So if our institutions are incapable of actually addressing the crime issue that we have, that is part of the institution failing. Do you disagree with that?
Failing to prosecute rape is what you're saying?
Failing to address the crimes, yes.
I would have to be convinced that that is actually a problem.
Okay, well, I can pull up quickly statistics, but out of the X amount of reported rape cases, very few actually go to any type of prosecution, and even fewer
Why do you
than
think
that,
that that's the case, though?
because of systemic rape culture.
But could it not?
Can I finish my sentence?
You can, but I'll bring it back to that if you want.
Yeah, of course. I just want to finish my point. So, out of an
They
X
often
amount
don't
of...
even bother building a case. They just won't
Yes.
bother.
So, out of X amount of people who go to the police, which the majority don't go to the police because they don't trust the institution power to help them. So there's lack of confidence in the institution in the beginning. Then, out of the amount that get reported, most of them don't go to trial. Out of the ones that go to trial, most of them do not get, what's it called when you win your case?
Conviction?
Conviction.
A conviction. And then if you do get a conviction, sentencing is very light. So I've demonstrated the whole thing. Now bring back the point that you wanted.
Yeah, okay. So if you're going to say that rape culture is institutionally enforced because most reports of rape don't go to trial, and of those that do, most don't lead to convictions, and when those do, the sentencing is light. Well, you would have to make the case that that is a flaw in the system and not the system working as intended, right? Like, because
well, no, I believe that the system is working as intended, which is not holding rapists accountable.
Well, the system doesn't give a shit.
Okay, so yeah. I'm not sure that that's the case, because I also think that the reason most of these things don't go to trial is because it's just hard to build a case for rape.
They would have to try and build a case to know if it was worthwhile or not. Do you not know the amount they don't bother? They don't even look into it. They'll throw the rape kits in the fucking sea. God knows where half of them will. I mean, fucking fucked off, dude. I think you're giving them
he did say that he doesn't know.
Sure, I
mean,
think
you don't know. Like...
No, I do think that it is an issue that rape kits just don't get tested. I would agree, and I would also agree that if somebody is making a substantial case, right, and that doesn't go to trial, I think that is also a problem, because I guess some police departments might not just want to deal with that sort of case because they might see it as fruitless or not within their interest or something like that. And we can have a conversation about how that might reinforce rape culture in the sense that it doesn't punish the people that do commit rape. And I guess I can meet you there, but I think that when we're talking about why rape happens, I don't think it's because I don't think it's because of this issue, right? When we're talking about ways to prevent rape, nobody is sitting here saying oh, well, we need to prevent rape by making the sentences heavier. Because I don't think that is really
the sentences they can be significant. They just never get enforced. But I do agree that the better way to prevent rape is to address the cultural element. But you wanted us to make a systemic case for it, and you met us there, so it's systemic. But we can now say that we're addressing the cultural element, which is the larger element of rape culture.
Yes.
So that's
okay.
fine.
Yeah. We can meet there for sure. I would agree with you.
Cool. See, we're building bridges.
Yeah, it took us a while.
Kelly, can you imagine? Okay. Next, culture. How do we stop rape?
They were asking me for evidence of rape kits going missing, not getting tested, or what have you, and I was just giving it to them. Happened in America, guys. You should know, right?
Well, a lot of people are very uneducated on this, so.
Yeah. So the only point that I want to make when it comes to, you said that the when it comes to rape, the way that we address it is largely cultural and socially, right? So if that is the case, I'm not sure why. If that is the case, I think that it shouldn't be a controversial statement to say that we need to have conversations about the way that women conduct themselves to avoid behaviors that would wind up putting you in a situation where you're more likely to get raped, right? That shouldn't be a controversial statement.
I mean, I tried to explain it as if you want it to be more conducive instead of how you're putting it. You're telling a woman how to act when you don't know anything about them, whereas it would be better to say, hey, you're repeating these very bad mistakes. Can we try and figure out why? That's actually helpful.
Well,
they think we're speech policing
giving
them.
Advice without knowing
that is actually tone policing, because you're essentially doing the same thing. You're just saying it in a nice way.
Can I explain it to you?
They're not the same.
No, it is.
You're giving a medication without knowing their diagnosis.
No, but Kelly, you're talking.
Asking them to try and figure out.
Okay, but in the same sense that a doctor can't prescribe one medication to hundreds of patients because they don't know the specific, variables in any of their patients' cases or whatever.
What are you talking about?
Can I explain to you my
No, you can't actually. No, you can't do that. So
why can't I?
So
you can't just fucking prescribe a random medication because you think your patient might have that issue.
No, but
try and find out the issue.
Yeah, but Kelly, okay, so even in that case, a doctor still has some general health advice that he can give you that is that is good advice, right?
Drink water, Kelly. There you go.
Yeah,
solved.
Drink water, have a better diet, right? That's shit that a lot of people don't want to hear, right? But it is still helpful, and some people do need to hear that, right? In the same sense that yeah, so a lot of women are told these certain things that we're saying, but some women aren't told that, and some women do
Which
need to hear it, and some women.
Name them.
I don't
Name all the
know.
women.
I don't know.
He doesn't
Maybe
even know
you-
all women.
Oh, okay, that's not
Jesus.
surprising, is
Yeah,
it?
do you want me to have a binder full of women that I could just list off? Like, Jesus, I don't know what
think-
you want from me right now.
The
I
mystical
want
woman
you
that
to
doesn't
understand.
exist.
I want you to understand that if you are born a woman, from a very young age, people constantly talk to you, family and society, about things you need to do, about your conduct.
I don't care,
to keep
Katie.
safe.
I don't give a fuck.
If you don't care, then the example you're giving is fucking retarded and meaningless.
No,
because
the
you're
reason-
talking about,
the reason
shut
I
up!
don't care-
You're saying that women aren't hearing this advice. Where's this imaginary woman who needs this advice who haven't heard it?
A lot, actually. No, there's a lot.
In the
Because
walls.
you're
Point them
right.
to me.
Okay, my fucking, I don't know, my girlfriend, my ex, fucking, several of my women friends in my own personal life.
That was the worst
Jesus Christ.
example ever. My ex didn't know I raped her 20 times.
No, but... Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry. I know that's not what you
I
meant.
mean, you walked yourself right into that one, mate. You didn't have to do anything.
No, I would air it out, but it would not be a streamer friendly. Anyways, I don't know. It's yeah. Anyways,
Okay, mind waves. I'm not saying that women have detailed advice on how to assert themselves, but the basic advice of don't wear a skirt, don't go alone at night and at alleys you don't know, don't take drinks from stranger. Is that stuff your girlfriend and your ex haven't heard either?
Uh-oh.
I mean, it was proven statistically that clothing doesn't even make a difference as well. But we all used to parrot that as
So,
some like
But
yes.
advice.
Destiny and
And then
Mind
it
Wave
turned
thinks
out that
this is
advice
valuable
was
advice,
shit.
so I'm asking.
You
So to
seem
engage
like a
with
little
that-
bit of patterning.
Please do.
It's
So to
shit advice.
so to engage with that, yes, I think that there are lots of women that don't hear that. You
Then
guys
talk
might
to
be.
more women.
I'm sorry,
Talk
Katie.
to any women.
I know that you're in debate mode right now, but earlier in the conversation, you said that the type of advice that we were talking about, some women do need to hear that because they haven't heard it before.
The type of advice about asserting yourself. That is
You-
not advice like don't take drugs from strangers.
Yes, you're right, Katie. Yes, advice like that, and that's the type of advice I'm talking about. Yeah.
But we're not talking about that.
Oh my god.
Weasel.
You weasel. Weasley little liar.
Weasley little liar, dude. Okay.
Wait. How did I lie,
I don't know. She said it.
Katie?
It's a meme.
Okay.
know
She's just
memes?
memeing her way through the comments.
How am I being a Weasley then?
Okay.
Her making
If-
a claim
if
and then calling it a meme
maybe-
is Weasley, by the way. Don't let her do that.
Maybe, if we're having a miscommunication, I am willing to say I'm not very charitable. Maybe I'm not very charitable. So maybe we're having a miscommunication. So when you're talking about this advice that women need to hear, I felt like since we were talking about the doctor, you were saying there's general advice that you can give to women that is helpful. And then I'm thinking, okay, don't take drugs from strangers, don't walk alone at night, in a college maybe wear a rape whistle.
Don't go
So
on
it's-
Tinder to hook up with people if you can't make clear your boundaries. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
That's
Triggered.
a different
Uh-oh.
one.
Uh-oh. Did
No,
she-
that's part of the whole umbrella of advice that we're talking about that women need to hear. Yeah.
Women need to hear advice from mind waves.
So I do agree with you that fathers don't tell their teenage girls not to go on Tinder if they can't assert their boundaries. That is correct. That is not an advice that generally is being told to women at young
Cool.
ages.
So you would agree that some women do need to hear that, and so we should be having that conversation as
No.
well, right?
She might have been being sarcastic there, I think.
Okay. So what part of that do you not agree with
I
or
wasn't
take issue with?
sarcastic. Okay. As we said, and I thought we covered this, but I guess we're back here. The statement, if you can't state your boundaries clearly, you should do something different, is meaningless because people who need that advice don't know that that's their issue. So how about you give
You're right,
advice that
though.
is actually helpful?
That could be true, Katie, for some of those women that need to hear it.
That's
That
true.
could be true. Okay, and let's say that it is. So the way that we would
Right.
have those sorts of conversations, it wouldn't
Mhm.
just be, hey, yeah, women, you dumb fucks. If you can't fucking, do this, then, obviously the conversation.
Wasn't that your tweet? Wasn't that Destiny's tweet? Wasn't this entire conversation? Women, you dumb fucks, just don't do this thing if you keep getting raped.
Yeah,
You
but
can't
Katie,
say that you're having nuanced conversations when you're fucking not.
Katie, hey, hi, you hear me?
I'm sorry, I'm so triggered. I'm in debate mode. I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, that is where the discourse started, but the discourse also expanded, right? And within that discourse, those were... No, it did, actually. Those
no, it
were...
didn't, actually.
Okay, well, cool. I'm glad that you checked out of that discourse and just wasn't participating in it, because those were the conversations that we did have multiple times.
Yeah.
On panels, even. Yeah.
Mindwaves, I'm super interested. So you know that great advice about how if you can't assert your boundaries, you shouldn't engage in casual sex?
Based.
Can you...
Yeah, who wrote that tweet?
Shut up. Okay, can you give me an advice to how women should assert their boundaries if they have an issue asserting boundaries?
Yeah, Mindwaves.
Because you had that on panels, right? The conversation expanded, so I'm really interested in any advice, because you had a lot of those, so surely you could say something, right?
Let's hear it, Mindwaves.
Okay. So you're asking me for how the conversation
Helpful
expanded
advice, yes.
to women that didn't
Meaningful
understand
advice,
they
yes.
had that issue? Is that what you're asking me?
Did I not? Destiny, tell him what I'm asking him.
No, I want you to tell me. I don't need Destiny to reword it. All right, you can do this on your own.
I
You're a
think
big
you
girl.
do.
I believe in you.
You don't seem to understand when I speak, so...
Okay, just because I'm having trouble understanding you doesn't mean it's my fault. Sometimes you're just a shitty communicator. That's also probably the case. Just like women are sometimes also at fault for, you know, the reason they got
take
fucking
responsibility
raped.
for being a shitty
You're also
communicator
responsible for
sometimes.
me not understanding what the fuck you're saying when you go on these fucking...
Hello?
Wait.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
what?
I
What?
take responsibility for being a shitty communicator sometimes. Please clap for me, okay? Can we move on from this bit? Awesome. So, my question is, can you, since you've been on panels and the topic expanded, can you give me a subcategory advice to the concept of if you can't assert yourself, like, only have casual sex if you are confident that you can assert your boundaries. So if a woman is not good at asserting her boundaries, what should she do to assert her boundaries?
Die.
Okay, so what should a woman...
Not die, Destiny.
What
Get
should a
raped.
woman do if she's not comfortable asserting her boundaries? How should she learn to assert those boundaries? Is that what you're asking me to do?
Yeah, advice. Useful advice, yes.
My
go.
personal
Mindwave,
advice,
let's
I
go.
think the best way to sort of practice that would be to do it on a smaller scale or like in parts of your everyday life, right?
That's not it. Okay, what does that mean?
If you can communicate your boundaries when it comes to something more benign in your everyday life,
Rape practice time.
Rape practice, yeah, sure, if that's what you want to call it. It would be practicing like communicating your boundaries, right? And I think that that's also applicable in sex. So I would say, probably take a look at your personal life and try to assert your boundaries in other areas of your life that isn't sex. And then when you feel comfortable there, maybe give it a shot when it comes to sex.
Hey, is that something that you talked on a panel about?
I'm pretty sure that's a part of a conversation that I've had on this topic, yeah.
That's
and
wonderful.
others.
Do you think that's a common thing that is said whenever we talk about the advice of women not engaging in casual sex?
No, because most of the time we can't even get to that point because people like you are sitting here obstructing the whole conversation because we're not even allowed to have this conversation without you guys making it about like, oh, but it's actually the guy's fault and we need to talk about how men need to just stop raping people.
Kelly, remember when he said it's actually the guy's fault? Remember how we said that?
Yeah,
I remember it.
I'm getting gaslit now.
Oof. Wow, guys.
The times when we said it was all men's fault and women are pure and good.
Again, you guys are
we
obstructing the
actually
conversation and not engaging with what I said. But
we specifically wanted to get into the nuances of it instead of making it a surface level discussion.
That's what I just did.
It wasn't
Kelly.
about blaming men at all. Well, no, you said we were blaming men. That never happened.
You know, Mindwaves.
Cool.
I'm actually
never
really
happened.
proud of you because you just
Quote me,
engaged.
dumb fuck. Oh, shut up.
You engaged in a nuanced discussion on this, a complex discussion on this, and I'm happy that 2 hours into this conversation, you were finally capable of giving advice that is in any way actually useful to women who have a hard time asserting themselves.
I would have been able to get there a lot quicker if I didn't have people like you
but I'm
obstructing the
happy-
conversation the
but
whole
I'm
time.
But I'm happy that you felt like you needed to reassert how the original point, which was valuable advice as well. Sure, it was very helpful.
Cool. So you guys agree with me? This conversation is worth having.
Yeah,
There's
that's why
nothing
we were
wrong
having
with
the
having these
conversation
conversations.
before you turned up. Of course, it's worth having.
Okay, cool. So I'm glad that we all agree now with
Wow.
my position.
Good job, guys.
Yeah,
That
would you
is-
like to talk about the cultural element of rape culture? Or is that a boring part of the conversation?
I thought we
that you
already
don't
were having
actually
that conversation, but you sure?
Okay. So we were talking about the definition of rape culture, correct? And you said it has to do with consent, and I said that it's about like minimizing and underplaying the effects rape it has and is impacting victims, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you think that we, culturally as a society, can promote the decrease of rape rates, except for giving oh, you know what? Not accept. Just that question.
Which was?
What can we do as a society to reduce rape?
Well, probably. My mind immediately, if we're actually looking for solutions, my mind immediately goes like policies. So like probably
Oh my god,
changing
like let's
sex
make it
ed.
illegal? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, changing sex ed to include more conversations about consent and what that looks like. Fuck, I don't know. Yeah, just changing the way that we like talk about it as a society. I think that like having people in media and stuff like
In
this
what
talk about
ways
these
we should
issues.
change the ways that we talk about these issues in society?
I don't know. A lot of ways we should be having conversations about. Let's see. I don't know.
Do you think that maybe it could be better to open a dialogue other than just, throwing out unsolicited advice in quotations that might not be applicable to the individual? How about if we, did a bit better than that?
No, that sounds base. That sounds like one tool in the tool set.
because you're a fucking bootlicker.
Oh, I think that's just one tool in the toolbox of many. Okay.
So
You are a tool, I agree with that.
Ooh.
So mind waves.
Uh-huh.
I'm willing to say that it can be a tool when applied correctly. I think the tool that you're using is a bit inappropriate for the task because the way that you're speaking, I feel, culturally enforces rape culture. And you might not agree with that, but just for the sake of advancing the fucking conversation, I will say, yes, there's a tool, although I have an issue with its usage. Okay? But
Sure.
I asked you, what other solutions can we apply except for this? And I think it wouldn't be unfair or bitchy of me to say that you're struggling with this. You need to give it some thought. And my critique of you and Destiny and
Whoa,
Twitchful
don't group me in on this one, okay?
is that you seem to use that tool and think it's very valuable, but Destiny can't even engage with Kelly's points about systemic solutions to rape culture. So it seems that you're only interested in using this tool and not actually applying any other tools. Or you just haven't bothered giving any thought if there are any other tools. Because honestly, I think the truth of the matter is other tools are just too complex for you to use.
Wow.
All
so
right,
you prefer
Katie,
to use the
I'm
easy one.
gonna stop you right there. I know
Uh-oh.
again you're just looking for like nice dunks, but even in this conversation, just a few
I'm-
minutes ago,
I'm
I literally
100% genuine. in
I
what
literally-
said. Like that wasn't a condescension thing.
Well, it was.
well, it was
condescending.
condescending whether or not you intended
I
it to be or
apologize.
not. Okay, well that's cool. But so I was literally talking about like other prescriptions that we can make. So for you to say that like, well, you're only focusing on this one tool and I think that this tool is bad. Well, no, that's not true. I was just saying that I think that the way we solve rape and rape culture is multifaceted, right? And I think
Okay,
that
I'll talk-
there needs to be like I said, more conversations about consent. Like I said, expanding sex
I'll talk
education.
more concisely because you did not get my point. What I'm saying is that we seem to only want to use the tool about advice, but when I asked you what are other tools that we can use, you don't even have any an answer to give, which is exactly making my point that all this space is interested in doing is giving advice that they think is helpful because they can't engage with any other points.
Did I not though? I think that we should be talking to men and their role in consent and relationships and these sorts of dynamics. I think we should be talking to men about how they have or men and women is what I'm saying, right?
Are you saying we should tell men that rape is bad?
No, it's not about telling men that rape is bad. It's about telling men that, hey, consent is a complicated issue. Sometimes it might seem like you're getting consent, but that might not actually be the case. Or maybe these are some like red flags that you could look for to make sure that, you know, the other person maybe isn't as reciprocal to this sort of, you know, sex act as you might think they are, right? Like, I think that there's a lot of room for conversation about this issue when it comes to addressing men. But in the same sense, on the other hand, I think that, you know, there's also a lot of room in this conversation to be talking to women and the role that they like play when it comes to sexual dynamics. So my take is not a hot take, and I don't know why you keep like saying that like, oh well, your prescriptions aren't good enough. What are your solutions? It's like, well, what other solution is there? Like if I've said something that is not sufficient, well, what else do you have?
Okay. I
feel like it's the case in almost everything that generalized advice is not always very adequate, and I don't see why in this scenario it would be
to adequate. Individuals. Yeah, for sure. I don't think that, like, obviously,
and who's getting raped? Individuals.
Also, women.
Groups of women.
Yeah, like it's not just an individual woman problem. This is also like
it's a woman
an issue.
Problem, is it not?
Yeah, like we should address people as a whole, obviously, but then there needs to be a conversation for those individuals and their own interpersonal lives.
It's not even just women that are only getting raped, is it?
Oh, Kelly,
I can't with you.
Oh,
that's just not even worth engaging in.
Just...
Of course, yes, Kelly, men get raped too. Yes, thank you. That was very enlightening.
Mindwave.
We're going to discredit all male rape victims now, are we?
Yeah, you're right. Men never get raped, and if they do, they're lying. They wanted it. You're right.
I have a question. So, Mindwaves, and this is absolutely bad faith, but I'm still interested in your answer. So, do you feel like there's a certain culture around women that gets them to be raped more?
Oof.
Is there a culture surrounding women that leads to them getting raped more? Is that what you asked?
Well, yeah, you said like it's
yes,
not
I already
just
acknowledged that rape
women.
culture exists. What's the point of that question?
Nah, dude, that's not what rape culture is. So what I'm asking
Well, let's redefine it for the 5th or 6th fucking time. Yeah, okay.
Okay, I know you struggle with my points. We'll make it slower. Okay. You said...
Alright, how about we all be like 10% less condescending? Because I feel like we're all on like...
Says you, Kelly. Says you.
No, I said all of us.
Says you.
I'm including myself. Shut up, I'm trying to be nice to you, okay? I regret it automatically. Never mind, continue being as condescending as you like. Never mind.
No, I'll be like 50% less condescending. How about that? Okay, Mindwaves. So when you were talking to Kelly, she was saying, well, you're giving generalized problems to individuals. And then you said, yeah, solutions. Generalized solutions for individuals doesn't work, but you can give general solutions. So then she and I like exclaimed and we said, what do you mean individual women are being raped? So that implies that you think there's something cultural or social about like women that makes them more susceptible to rape.
To the clothes they wear.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Like, what do you think that is, Katie? Yeah, of course.
Okay. What do I think that is? Because I'm asking you what you think that. I don't think that is a thing. So
you asked me if I think that is a thing. If there's something like unique to the way that society treats women.
Not treats women. Something about women.
Something about women. What do you mean by that?
I mean that if individual women, wait, 50% less.
Just trying.
I mean that if we're saying that individual women get raped, and so the issue is about giving, on the women advice side of things, we need to give specific advice to specific women because they all have specific issues. And you're saying, no, we can give general advice. That implies that there's something societally across women that we can address generally. And I'm asking you what you think that is. I think that you and Destiny, whether you like it or not, think that women are stupid.
Oh, okay. I see where you're going with this. Okay,
Okay.
cool. So now that you made yourself clear, no, I absolutely disagree. That's not at all what myself or what I think. I don't think that that's what Destiny was implying at all.
And I'm asking you, what do you think that societal thing is, if you think there is? And if there isn't, why is it not individual solutions?
Well, the societal thing at play here is probably the way that we've socialized women to think about these topics, right? The way that we've raised them from little girls to think about sex, the way that we've, sort of established the dynamic of women being the ones getting pursued and men being the pursuer. The idea that women aren't, the ones that can be the pursuer, because that's like not a womanly thing to do, probably has a huge thing to play at that. There's a number of different social factors at play here with how we treat women and what we expect of women. Yeah.
I agree with you. So how would generalized advice to women help with that?
How would generalized advice to women help with that?
Yeah.
Well, it would probably depend on the advice being given, I guess. Yeah, right?
Well, you've been giving advice that you're saying is helpful, and I'm asking, how is it helpful to the things that we're talking about?
Okay, because again, what I'm saying is that there are some women out there that don't understand that not being able to make clear your boundaries or what you are or are not okay with compromises their ability to have consent and have their consent reciprocated by the other party, right?
So you think there are women out there who know they can't handle expressing themselves in sexual relations, and they choose to engage in those sexual relations because they're fine being raped, or that increases the possibility that they'll be raped, and they assume that risk upon themselves?
I think that some women do know this about themselves and continue to put themselves in these situations. Yes.
Okay.
So do you think partaking in risky behavior and knowing it, why might that be?
Why might that be? I don't know, Kelly. You tell me.
I mean, the point is that I've made many times. It could be a multitude of reasons that we don't know about. That
oh, cool. So the conversation ends there. Awesome, Kelly.
No,
thanks.
it doesn't. Oh my god.
Look, I just want to point out, none of this
Then what the fuck are you
anything
saying,
to
Kelly?
do
What was
with-
the point of that?
Nothing in this conversation has anything to do with like women's accountability. Yeah. So like,
I'm not trying to make women accountable. That's not what I'm doing.
I am.
Well,
He's
if we're
trying
talking
to
about
save women,
responsibility, if we're talking about responsibility and changes that we can make, yeah, I agree there are things that we can do that can be helpful, but there is a very unclear line between what is reasonable and unreasonable, as we have previously discussed.
Yeah.
And we've also discussed that there could be a myriad of reasons why women end up in these situations. And what me and Katie are trying to say is often that generalized advice is not very good.
Well, I disagree, because I think that there are some women that know this about themselves, that they themselves know they're not able to establish their boundaries in a healthy way or a clear way. They know this about themselves, yet they continue to go on Tinder and look for one-night stands, go to a party and get drunk looking for a hookup, and they'll do all these sorts of things that are risky, not because those behaviors are bad in and of themselves, but it's risky because they know that about themselves, that they're not able to communicate those boundaries clearly, right? For that type of person, I would say that you would be better off just dating, right? Dating would be fine. Get to know somebody before you actually try to fuck them, right? Because casually fucking is not a good idea for those people, and that's not a controversial take.
So if you don't think this is a prevalent issue, if you think there's a category, like a minority of women who are like that, I think that's absolutely plausible. I'm just asking then, don't you feel like saying women do X is a bit too general for the specific subset of women that you're addressing?
Well, the thing is that I never said that. I never said that all women shouldn't be having casual sex, did I? I said that women that aren't able to establish clear boundaries
But
shouldn't
those
be having
boundaries will get
casual
fucked
sex.
in relationships too. Those issues will transfer to when they're dating, and they'll be taken advantage of by the
Yes,
people they're dating.
yes,
We
Kelly,
can't
you're
talk
right.
about that, Kelly.
I agree, Kelly. I agree. I agree.
we
I
can't
agree.
talk about
I
that.
agree. No, I agree. But that's a different conversation, right?
How? It relates directly to this.
It does. It does relate in the sense that we're talking about rape, but the way that these rapes happen in these two different scenarios that we're talking about is completely different, and the dynamics
it's
at
the
play are
same.
completely
Isn't
different.
it
No, it's
ignoring a
not
boundary?
exactly the same. Your ability to get to know
demonstrate it?
somebody that you're dating for like multiple days at a time it gives you a better picture about whether or not this person's going to
Yeah,
respect
if you
your
trust
boundaries
someone,
if
you're
you
more
actually assert them,
likely to get
right?
fucked over by them. If you trust them, you're more likely you're doomed.
Wow.
You're right, Abba.
Kelly, there's no way that you believe that if you've been dating somebody for a month that you're more likely to have an understanding of whether or not that person will rape you than somebody that you're trying to hook up on the first date.
But if we knew these things, then why would rape be higher in
Wait,
relationships?
Kelly, I just want to hear
I
you
guess
say
all
that.
the
but that
women
is-
who are being raped in relationships
I want
are
to
just
hear you
related.
say that,
Confused.
Kelly.
Wait, what? You want me to say that? But that would only make sense if the rape rates were lower in relationships. They're not.
Okay.
If they were lower, you would have made a good point.
Okay, so
But he can't address this point.
so
Kelly.
you're saying that it's more risky to have sex with somebody that you've been dating for multiple months than it is to have sex with somebody that you just
It's not
met on
risky
Tinder.
behavior at
No.
all. We're talking about somebody that has boundary issues would not necessarily be safer in a relationship than they would be if they were just dating at will.
So
They need to-
I
they
wouldn't
need to
say
solve those boundary issues.
I wouldn't say that they necessarily wouldn't get raped because that chance is also never going down to zero, obviously. But the chance that they're getting raped when they're in a relationship with somebody that they believe respects their boundaries or them as a person, the chance that they get raped by that person is much lower than a one-night stand.
No, it's
How
not,
can you
because
say that?
statistically
Yes, it
it's
is,
proven.
Kelly. Just
No,
because
people get raped more in relationships. The issue with the individual is they don't
Okay.
have good boundaries. So
So-
before they're dating or fucking or doing anything with anyone, they need to fix those issues. That's something we would
Mine
agree on, right?
Mind
Sure.
I have a question.
They need to go to therapy or
I got a
whatever.
question, Mindways. Yeah, go, Katie.
Shut up, Destiny. So we already agreed that women get raped by people that they trust. Just as much, if not more, by men that they don't trust.
Wow.
So how is you trusting a person that they would respect you decrease your odds of getting raped by them? Because clearly whether you trust them or not does not change your odds.
Yeah, clearly this person has bad judgment, so it doesn't matter if it's a relationship or a one-night stand.
True.
so you're saying because women are more statistically likely to get raped in a relationship that is somehow counter to the idea that that person would be safer trying to hook up with somebody that they've been dating than it is to hook up with somebody in a one-night stand. That's what you're asserting.
No, I'm saying that the issues, if they have boundary issues, it will be a problem regardless of whether they're casually fucking or if they're trying to seek relationships. The
I would
issue
agree,
is
yeah.
still there.
I
The
obviously would
potential-
agree.
The issue is still there, the potential for rape is still there regardless of the type of dating scenario.
Yeah, but the likelihood is much lower, no?
How?
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 Because they're not a complete fucking stranger. You're not doing a roll of the fucking dice on whether or not you're gonna get raped that night.
Me and Katie have so many times said that it's more likely to happen by somebody you know.
Oh my
Okay.
And
so
you put yourself in a vulnerable position when
this
you
is like
trust
a
someone, yeah?
fundamental like misunderstanding of statistics, right? And you're trying to weaponize it
Yes,
in a way
you
because
don't
you
understand
don't.
statistics. That is
I
correct.
mean, if this woman is going out and fucking somebody every single night, then you're going by probability odds.
I am.
Okay.
Yes?
So
like,
do
if
you-
they're putting themselves in multiple dangerous situations over and over and over again, yeah,
They are when
obviously,
they
but
see
that would
me.
be the case regardless if it was rape.
there is
Leaving
a
yourself in
reason.
dangerous
It's
situations
not
over and
just
over and over again.
relationships.
Well,
It's
let me ask
people
you
that
this.
they trust. It's people that they trust, friends and close acquaintances.
And when you trust someone, you let your guard down.
And
If you're not
streamers.
trusting of people, then you're probably not going to, unless you have an issue with you that's even more problematic than the one that we're discussing. So.
Yeah, I guess you guys are right. I guess nobody should fuck anybody.
Why?
Yeah,
do you
that was
both
our
do this?
prescription.
You just can't be asked to argue. So you're like,
No, the thing is that there. You guys
No, I'm
mentioned.
really happy you said that actually.
Oh my God.
because it exactly exemplifies what I'm talking about. You think that your advice is valid, and if I could prove to you that it would be safer for women, your definition of safer, you'll just say don't have sex because you're so adamant on like you think you can solve this by just giving women advice. And you're the one who was whining about how not leaving your house is an unreasonable ask. But now we're just saying, well, if women are gonna get raped either way, just don't have sex, lady.
That was obviously a sarcastic remark. I don't know if you're autistic and you
very
couldn't
funny.
tell.
I am.
I don't. All right.
Does that bother you?
No, actually, it's frustrating sometimes. But
I apologize.
So you keep mentioning the fact that women are more likely to get raped by somebody they know, but I would ask you, well, why do you think that that's the case? And I don't think that that's the case because if a woman is dating someone and they let their guard down, then that person's going to immediately rape them, right?
We didn't say that, but trust
No.
is a predictor. If you let your guard down around somebody, then you're less likely. You're not on guard, are you? So you
Yeah, but
drink
they
around them,
but they
you
got to the
run
point.
them.
They got to the
You might
point
put
where they
yourself in a position where they're really fucked up for some reason, and
That-
they make
that
they make
person-
behaviors outside of their normal range.
that person got to the point in that relationship where they could let their guard down, right? Because something about that person has told them that they're okay with letting their guard down around that person.
Yeah, and
because-
who's more vulnerable? Someone who's let their guard down or has the guard up?
definitionally so, somebody with their guard up.
Someone's more vulnerable.
So what's
with
the
their guard
prescription here,
up.
Kelly? You tell me.
Because if your guard is up, you're looking for danger. If your guard is down, you're not looking for danger, so you don't
Okay.
expect.
So are you saying that women should just always look for danger, like, or be hyper vigilant and never let their guard down?
Do that 24 fucking
In a
seconds.
relationship, they should never let their guard down. Is that what you're saying, Kelly?
No, that's
We're
not
saying
what
that
I'm
giving
saying.
generalized advice is stupid. How do you not get this?
I'm
We're
saying that when
you can't
women,
give generalized advice.
when women
Oh
let
my
their
fucking
guard down,
God.
that puts them in a more vulnerable position.
Oh my God.
Yes, and letting your guard down with somebody that you don't know puts you at a higher risk than letting your guard down with somebody that you do know and you do trust.
Yes,
this is
that,
just
that
true.
would make someone like very vulnerable if they were just to let their guard down around anyone. That would be a significant problem. Yes, outside of what
Yes.
we're discussing, but it would be a very significant problem if you just trust everyone.
And you say that like it's like obvious, but there are some women that don't realize that, or if they do, they don't follow that advice, right?
If you know women that do just trust everyone, that is very much an issue, and you should advise them to go seek help for that issue. Yes.
Well, yeah.
Please send them to therapy.
Okay. So we actually don't disagree on anything then, right?
Yes, you give useless, nuanced advice to a very small subset of the population of women because you can't engage with any of the bigger points. That is what we agree on. That is absolutely
Okay, if I don't
correct.
survive this, I don't think it's doable with my tech.
Okay,
With my
sure, if
current
that's
tech,
what
I don't
you-
think I can handle
if
it.
that's what you
But
think we got
I
out
think
of
we're
this
set up. We got
conversation.
walls
one of the
everywhere. I think
plushies
we're
on
good.
there.
Let's go.
Soon. I have a question though. Hi everybody.
Hi.
Do you guys? This is genuine. I just, I'm like taking statistics on this stuff. Do you guys think it's worse to rape in the ass or rape in the pussy?
I just want to
man, a
appreciate.
woman.
I want to appreciate. I said she's just like John Zerka, and you guys bit my
Now
head
you
off.
come back.
And here she is a second time asking the same retarded question.
Which one feels better? I don't know. How am I supposed to answer that question?
Just I don't know. Just wondering what you think.
I will say I am glad that black people don't follow these white women's advice, because black people constantly give each other advice in regards to how to stay safe with police officers, things they can mitigate themselves. And even though it doesn't save them from every kind of situation, it is extremely useful. It is culturally relevant. And so it comes down from the family and the environment, and it helps keep actually a lot of black people safe from a lot of terrible situations for law enforcement. So I do think the advice that you guys are getting and the way that the left generally engages this removes their agency, and I think it is leading to a lot of people being harmed. And so I think, ironically, you guys also help rape culture.
I literally mentioned almost everything that you just read as being
Kelly,
a
I barely listen to
potential
anything you
nuance
say because
issue.
most of it is
Well,
retarded.
then don't come in here and say I haven't said it if you don't know.
Okay, well, what about
Can
trans
I ask
women?
you a question?
What about trans women? They're at a higher rate of rape, yeah?
Yes. Then what about people with no legs? How often do they get raped?
I'm sorry. It's not funny.
I never actually said anything about physical disabilities, by the way.
What about black trans women? How often? What's their experience?
Are you just
Are you trying to get a point here, Abbott?
I'm just doing a good impersonation of Killy.
No, you're not. That was not my point. I was trying to point out there are groups that are more vulnerable, and you need to know the issue before you can treat it.
Children are very vulnerable. What about rape for them? Why don't we talk about that?
The children are very vulnerable.
We
They're
should.
literally a vulnerable group by definition. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's talk about child rape.
So,
Palestinians.
I have a question. So you're comfortable with black people, with Destiny hosting a panel for black people to give black people advice in front of hundreds of thousands of people, right? You think black people should give other black people advice about safety from police in front of a bunch of white people and tell them that they are being irresponsible in the way that they engage police, right? You think that should be done publicly, correct?
First off, a large majority of Destiny's audience is black, so we reject that.
True.
Engage with my point.
Secondly, I don't care who the advice comes from. As long as it's good advice, I don't really give a shit.
That wasn't my
that's
point.
our thing as
Do you
well.
get my
We're
point?
saying the advice
Your
is
point is, should a white person
no,
bring on black people or talk about black
No,
people?
that
being
was
safer?
literally not my point.
Okay, Katie,
I'm
shake your
down
head
with
3
good
more times. Go ahead,
advice.
restate your point and scream louder.
Okay. Go
That just
on
cut
national
out.
television. Should black people go on national television or
On
on
national
big...
TV, hell yes.
Shut up. On Destiny, for example, and give advice. Black people give advice to other black people about how they should be more responsible with how they engage with police. They should give that advice publicly, correct?
Anybody should give that advice publicly, yes.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, y'all need black people to talk about shit or something?
I don't what do you want me to say? Okay. You think I'm
Hey,
gonna
Darius, what do you think about rape?
What I think about rape?
Hey, Darius, do you think an Indian person should come online and tell Indian-looking people how to behave in public?
I want to know. I'm not.
Do you think what I
And you
asked is
accuse
come
me of
online?
derailing.
Do you think
national
what I asked is
television?
come online? That's not what I said.
Come on, guys.
Okay, Katie, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay.
Well,
I said that if you're using a large platform that is a public platform, i.e., a lot of people are tuning into that, should that be the platform used to tell black people they are irresponsible and are not listening to advice about how they're engaging with police?
Kate, do I look Indian for real? This nigga keeps calling me fucking Indian. I don't look Indian, bruh. I don't know what this fucking.
You know, I don't think that any of you should engage with that point. Just touch it.
Damn.
It's fair.
Do I look Indian?
I have a question. Do you think if Abba as a black male,
You're correct.
if he agrees with whatever Destiny is doing, right, towards his audience, do you think that's acceptable? Like, do you think that's a good voice for the black community?
I wouldn't know. I don't really care. Does that matter for my point?
Ooh. She doesn't care about black people. That's what I heard.
She said I'm not a good spokesperson for black people. I think is what she's trying to say.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
So,
Okay, Nino. I never said I was
What?
a spokesperson. I'm just one person.
No, I'm
with one
just
opinion.
saying.
yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, like, you have more experience, with the black community than a white person, right?
Not me.
So,
Well, I asked Abba because I'm interested in a POC's person perspective. If they think a public
yes.
careful.
Give you.
I'm sorry. Are you not black? Like, are you offended by me calling you a POC?
He prefers the term BIPOC. Thank you.
Are you talking about me?
Definitely not.
No.
For you, we use the term white passing.
I just asked him because I was interested in
Oh,
Abba's
I'm white
perspective that he is black, and I was interested in him being black specifically because I don't think we should use public platforms to educate women about giving them generalized advice. That doesn't mean we don't give them advice. Women give women advice
this mission
all the
is
time.
a
We
joke.
just don't shame
It's
each
not.
other
They're not even done
publicly on
coming
a
yet.
public
How many
platform,
zombies are there? It's like
And maybe
150,000.
Abba does want to be shamed publicly. I won't kink
Same
shame
mission
you.
with less tech.
I mean, hey, listen, you call it shame, I just call it accountability. I think it's a beautiful word. I think it's a beautiful thing. It's good for people to take it, whether it's public or privately. I think it's great.
I understand that you
Advice?
don't get my point. That's fair.
Advice.
I do get your
Salad.
point. You just keep restating it. You keep like, should a woman, should a black person? I said, yes, a black person, Asian person, anybody should be given this advice prescriptively, publicly, on television, anywhere else. It doesn't fucking matter. If it's sound advice, it's sound advice. I don't care
I
where it comes
actually
from.
agree with you. If the advice is good, then I don't care who it's coming from. If it's from a guy, whoever, like. But what we're arguing really was that the advice is not good.
I just disagree. I think you guys are arguing that the advice is not good for majority, which is potentially possible, but it's still good for a large segment. As long as it doesn't detract from any other potential solutions that exist, I think the advice is fine. I think it's good to tell people that they need to be able to assert these boundaries.
isn't
and
even
say
the
these
same
kinds of
mission.
things,
Why did you
and
link me
also
this?
understand it's not advice that's going to work for everybody. Advice doesn't need to work for everyone. I could tell black folks that they may need to, comply in certain situations, understand they have a different time to, but it doesn't mean that it's going to protect them all the time. It doesn't change the fact that it's still very good advice. There's advice you can give that's not for everyone, but it's still good.
I agree that advice can be not necessarily applicable to everyone, but if it's directed at an individual, that's obviously an issue if we don't even know their personal backstory at all, and that's happened on a number of occasions. We just assume they're all fucking stupid. And then there is the problem that I don't think that this advice really does fit, and the problem is it simplifies a more complex issue. If it was given as advice as part of an advice, like these are potential problems, and then expanded on it, or said also you might need to look into why this keeps happening to you and things like this. If there was additional to this, it would probably be less of an issue. So I don't really care if like Destiny being mean
Kelly,
or whatever. It's just
I think, Kelly, they think that like saying, hey, assert your boundaries is equivocal to be like telling a black person comply with police orders. And I feel like if you can acknowledge that there are certain factors that make women have a hard time asserting their boundaries, then I would say, and this would sound super ableist, but try to go with me, like try to tell a person with like Parkinson's how to look like they're complying with police.
So you're saying women are all retarded? We treat them like retarded people? Like they have Parkinson's? Like they're all disabled?
I'm saying all women have Parkinson's.
This guy is not an equivalent tech. Dude, this guy's got like mansions. What the fuck are you talking about?
We don't care about them.
Why'd you lie to me?
Stupid.
I don't know what other upgrades he's got. This
get
guy's floating
raped.
10,000 fucking minerals. He's got so much here.
Is it really rape if they're retarded, Nelly?
Why did you say equivalent tech or less tech? You're lying to me.
I have to say, I've been reading a lot of Masonic literature lately, and I don't see color.
Are you colorblind?
The Academy of... Wait, what the fuck
No,
was
like
that?
skin color.
Oh, yeah, this guy's
I
got
don't see
fucking
color.
stone walls and everything, dude.
Does skin color not count as a color?
You see every other color? Just
Are these
not
like
skin?
super upgraded towers too? Fuck you.
Oh, so you're specifically skin color blind.
Yes, and I think that's the best way to be.
It's brave.
Kate, I'm half black. Would you be okay with me saying nigga?
Well, she kind of has to be now, right?
Oh, he's got traps too. Who? Fuck you guys.
You just said it.
Well,
What? Why?
No, I don't think it's my job to police whether you choose to say the.
Well, I can say it.
You can do a lot of things. Do I think you should do it?
But
probably not, but you could.
You're not gonna stop me though. That's what you're saying.
How
You
would
wouldn't
I
be-
stop you?
Actually, I have a question. Since we're on the topic of rape culture, Katie, how do you feel about Palestine?
I feel like Palestinian liberation is what we should argue for. I feel like the United States should stop funding Israel, although they're never going to because they need all the Jews to die so they can resurrect Jesus.
Whoa, that's a brain dead position. We need Israel. It's like a very strategic position, geopolitically, right?
What?
I
Like
understand.
a very important
Wait, this
ally.
person doesn't even win this mission. Why did you link me this?
I understand that
Wait, do they
you
win
are
this
fine
mission?
with
No shot.
sustaining an apartheid state because you need them geopolitically. I don't think that's ethical. But
Look,
you can
I just actually love the
Hold on,
Jews.
You can
right?
absolutely,
I don't.
you
I
can
don't.
absolutely
I don't
have
hate
your
them
little
like you do.
ethno state. You can absolutely have it if you don't give a fuck about other people. You can absolutely do that. Go ahead.
Who linked me this?
Cool.
Awesome.
Okay, is it my turn? Hello?
Yeah, go for it.
Yes.
What's up, dude?
Oh, cool. Okay. You guys had a lot of fun. I'm proud of you guys.
What rank are you, Destiny?
Oh, shit. I gotta check my... I'm getting Grandmaster tonight. Okay.
Dude, I just picked
Here's
up
the thing,
StarCraft
okay?
3 days ago, dude.
There are systemic issues that are available in society, okay? We all acknowledge that. Some of these are systemic forces that move against us in unseen or powerful ways. Arguably, in some cases, insurmountable ways. Some people couldn't do anything to avoid a certain situation. That's fine. When we talk to audiences, sometimes it's okay to give a piece of advice that not everybody might employ all the time, or that not everybody knows all the time, that might help them avoid situations in the future. So the question is, are there certain pieces of advice that, if given, would help some people avoid certain situations, or would that never be the case?
You say that like you don't direct it at individuals when you don't know their personal circumstances.
I don't need to know their
that
personal
advice.
circumstances.
Yeah, you do, because how do you know that advice will be useful if you don't know anything about them?
Because there are general pieces of advice that you should give to everybody. If they don't
But
need that
what
piece
if
of
they
advice,
don't
if they don't need that piece of advice, then they don't have to listen. The question is,
Then
will
you look
anybody...
like a dickhead.
No, you are just a fucking retard if you think that every single thing a streamer says has to individually apply to you. That's called main character syndrome.
No,
You don't have
I
the
say
gravity
this
well to
when
act
you
that way.
say it
No,
at
stop. Listen to what I'm saying very
Like when you
carefully.
tweet
Listen to
at
what I'm saying very carefully. If I say, hey, don't do this or avoid this, not everybody might need that piece of advice, but there might be some individuals that can use that advice.
You
Is that
have
true?
done it at individuals you know nothing
I'm not
about.
asking you that right now. I'm asking you right now, is it the case?
It doesn't fit your
I'm
narrative,
asking.
does
No,
it?
it's because this is where the conversation is right now. If you want to talk about that other part, we can talk about that later. My question is very simple. I'll repeat it as many times as I need to. Is it possible that there are some pieces of advice you can give to the broader population that some people don't know that they could implement that would lead to better outcomes?
I mean, we've been trying to discuss that, and we haven't really come up with much other than get better boundaries forehead, which is all the advice that's ever been given. Whereas I give better advice, which is if this thing has happened to you multiple times, then you need to personally look into it to figure out what is happening. with
That's
you.
not advice. You're giving a platitude. That means nothing, right?
How is that? Because they need to figure out what the fuck is wrong with them.
You
'Cause it
need
could
to
be
figure something out. It's not
dozens of
advice.
things.
That's something you can say to literally everybody for
This is
everything.
Go to a therapist, go to a doctor, go to
Oh,
somebody.
go to a therapist and hit the gym.
Destiny.
That's not advice either.
No,
You're not telling anybody
That is
anything.
so bad faith. That is so ridiculous. You're saying, how is you saying, hey, if you don't know how to communicate boundaries, how about stop doing X? If you're
That's
gonna
not
say
like
that,
you give a class on how to have good boundaries, is it, Destiny? You just say the boundaries are bad.
if you're
Kill
saying,
yourself.
if you're saying women need to have more self-awareness and realize that if they're engaging in this shitty behavior, they need to stop, then Kelly's saying women need to have more self-awareness and figure out what's wrong with them is the exact same advice. You can't say that it's bad when the advice is like, introspect. Both of your advices are introspect, except that you take it a step farther because introspecting wouldn't make as much like discourse, and then you go, and if you suck at introspecting or you haven't done it yet, we'll stop it until you get it. But when I talked to you about the stealthing thing, we specifically said, and you said it as well, that if a woman has an issue with asserting her boundaries and she gets stealthed constantly, what she should do is go to therapy to figure that out and then start re-engaging in sex, which is basically what Kelly is saying. Taking the same advice, except that you're gesturing it in like a manly voice and blue hair, so it counts when you do it.
Okay, so I'm
Yeah,
gonna
how
ask
is
again.
that bad
Oh, sorry,
advice?
you're gonna keep going. Okay, telling somebody just introspect it's not really saying anything. It's not a tip. It's not something that you can usually apply in your life. For you to say most women know all of these little tips about, which they don't, by the way, and then to replace that with most people don't know that they need to introspect and figure out their problems is absolutely fucking retarded.
What little tips?
I mean, do you want to go through some?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Here are general
I mean,
pieces
I
of advice that I
literally
give. I'm pretty
said-
sure. Oh, sorry. Kelly wanted to talk more and say some random shit
I
about going to
literally
therapy.
said-
Yeah, go to
No,
therapy,
no,
introspect,
It doesn't
research.
have to be therapy. It does not have to be therapy.
It
But
could
if
be
you
Discord
do
chat
not-
rooms.
No, if you do not go... Who the fuck said anything about that? Like, you can get good advice from professionals. If you don't want it to be a therapist,
Okay,
that's
go to a
fine.
professional that's not a therapist. Yeah, these are platitudes.
Well, there are other professionals. Like, it depends what your issue is, because we don't know what this issue is.
Oh, like if
because
your
it's
issue
still
is
a
that the
mystery.
motor's broken in your wheelchair, go to an electrician that can fix
Shut up.
them.
I never even said anything about physical disabilities. This is all in your head. You've been the one thinking about women in the wheelchairs. That says
Okay.
more about you.
Well, let me know when I give some examples so we can move past the just introspect.
I wasn't the one who said that.
You literally were the one who said that.
No, Katie said that. I said, if you do not know what your issue is, you need to figure it out.
That's
and that
called
might involve
introspecting. What you just said
it
is-
might involve going to a professional because you don't know what your issue is.
What you just said is called introspecting.
No,
Figure out
it's
what
not.
your problem
If you don't
is
know
and
what
maybe
your
go.
issue is, then you go to, and that's the advice you're giving the person. The advice you're giving them is,
Okay,
if
go
you
to
do
therapy.
Not know, no, not therapy. That's an option, and it's usually quite a good option, especially since someone who's getting raped repeatedly probably needs fucking therapy, don't they?
Wasn't that my point initially?
Then why are you laughing at it, you retard? Why are you saying it's bad?
Wait, hold on.
advice?
Wait, you
No,
just
it's
said if
good
somebody's
advice,
getting raped
bad
repeatedly,
advice.
maybe they need to change their behavior in order to avoid getting raped in the future. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, but they need to figure out what they're doing that's wrong. They need to know what their influences are in their
Oh,
life to be
okay.
able to change.
So like if this was a weight loss channel for a guide on weight loss, I would
But it's
we
not
would
simple
never
as weight loss, is
we
it,
would
you
never
dumb fuck? You
true,
keep
weight loss is actually
simplifying a
weight loss is
complex
probably weight loss is probably about as complicated and it affects more people actually. So you were saying that on this channel you would
I
never
didn't say didn't
I like how I
affect
haven't
more
gotten to finish a single sentence and now Katie's
'cause you
coming
keep
in to
saying
do like
stuff I
another
didn't
tag team.
say.
So if you were to say like, oh well, maybe you could consider eating less carbs, would you be on here saying like, you don't know if every single person needs to eat less carbs? I'm muting you. You don't let me finish like a single sentence.
Problems,
Okay.
kind of like what I'm
So
saying.
if you were to come in and say like, oh, like try this piece of advice, and you go, well, not everybody needs that advice. Oh, well, what about this piece of advice? No, not that piece of advice. But what you're saying is that what we need to say is go to a dietitian instead. Oh, okay. How do I gain muscle? Go get a personal trainer. Oh, okay. How do I overcome like I've got some issues relating to like how I communicate? Oh, go to a therapist. Oh, okay. I'm really bad. Oh, go to a professional. Like, is that the answer to everything? Is that the only single thing we're going to say to anybody? We can't give like any actual reasonable, realistic, grounded advice for any type of issue at all. The answer can only be go to a professional.
First of all, I love how I said you guys are saying the same thing. You said it's not
We
true,
are.
and then you just said you're saying the same thing. So I'm just going to point that out.
Okay.
You just
I'm not-
reinforced that there can be multiple issues to a problem, right?
I never said that there can't be multiple issues to a problem.
But the problem is the general advice. It's not only just like telling fat people don't eat eat less. Aside from the fact that fat people know that's a
if I were to,
potential
if
problem.
my advice
women
was,
know.
if my advice was to say just get raped less, then I would agree with what you're saying. That's not my advice. Same thing with fat people. It's not
your
that.
advice. Oh
No,
my
it's
God.
not at all.
Can I explain to you why it is?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, so you know how you say, hey, I'm advising for weight loss, right? And I don't need to be a dietitian to tell you what exercises you can do, or what type of training you can do, or what type of calorie intake you need to do, right? That's good advice that you can do without telling someone, go to a medical professional that would teach you how to do this stuff. But when you tell women, hey, if you can't engage in this, just stop having sex, that's not giving them exercises. Me and Kelly this entire time are saying, hey, let's discuss exercises women can do. Let's talk about actual advice, actual tips, actual give me deadlifting advice.
It's all. This
What
is
you're
all
doing-
part. It's all on a spectrum, though, Katie. Like if somebody was
Destiny,
saying, for instance, somebody
you
saying
have
something.
not giving me exercises. Give me one exercise, please.
Okay,
I beg
do you?
of you.
I can't do that when you guys are both interrupting me. Do you want? We can go over a ton of different things if you want, right? Do you want? Do you want me to do that? You're gonna
Let's
cut me
do
off again.
that.
Okay,
Yes, let's
sure.
do that.
Here's one piece of advice. Okay, don't go home with people on first dates. That's one piece of advice. Don't ever do it. Don't ever go home with somebody on a first date.
Wait, I meant exercises about expressing yourself, right? That was an issue that we were discussing.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm
Setting
saying
boundaries.
here are general tips.
Setting
Okay,
boundaries.
I'll give you a
Setting
few of these. I'll give you a few. Setting boundaries is not a real fucking. That's not a real tip for somebody. Setting boundaries. That's a platitude that you say when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Set boundaries.
That's your advice.
That's not my
What do-
advice. I never
what
said
do you
that.
think-
Just
Oh my
set
God.
boundaries. No, we always talk about
do you-
specific.
What do you think you're saying when you're saying if you can't speak up for yourself during a sexual interaction, just don't have sex? What do you think you're saying? if you're
I
not...
just let the record show that you guys wanted to ask me for things that I talk about, and you're not interested in any of them. So give me the specific examples that you want to talk about. We can talk about those. I don't know why you're asking me questions. We don't give a fuck what I have to say about this. But that's it's probably because you realize I do have a lot of things I can say about this, but you don't care about that. You want to focus on one example. So give me the one example that you want to focus on. I'll tell you if I agree or disagree. Go ahead.
I'm fairly sure that the discussion of boundaries is one that's happened a lot, which is why it's come up a few times in this conversation. But if
Sure,
you
I can
wanted
have it.
to-
I can tell you the advice that I give for people on boundaries if you want that. Do you want to get into that?
But also, I don't think either of us.
You don't,
mind.
because see,
If
you know you're
wanna
lying. You're there.
No,
You know
no,
that you're
no,
full of
no,
shit there
we can
too. Yeah,
do
that's
that.
okay. No, you don't
That's
want to
also
because you know I
fine.
talk about all this, and you know that you're full of shit right now. But that's okay. Go ahead.
No, we can do that, or we can talk about any of the other things that mine.
Let's talk about this. Why do you keep that, or any of the other ones? We can talk about this specifically. Do you want to talk about setting boundaries? We can do that if you want.
If you would like to restate how you feel or think on these things in a more like less than just one tweet's worth of words.
I
then
don't
you
say
can do
just
that
one
too.
tweet's worth. If you only engage with one tweet, that's your problem. We've had full videos where I've talked about issues that men and women have with hooking up that I've talked about a ton of different times.
Destiny, I'd love to hear exercises that you can give to women how to increase their ability to establish boundaries.
Okay, sure. Here's one thing that I've talked about a lot. You should have conversations before you even meet at all about things that you're willing to do or not willing to do sexually, because I think negotiating sexual things in the middle of a moment is very dicey. Go ahead.
I have a question. So, if you have a hard time establishing boundaries, how would you be able to have that conversation?
If you can't have that conversation beforehand, then you shouldn't be having casual sex.
That's great. Yeah. That's not an exercise you're giving me on how to make her more capable of having that conversation.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So this is what you should do. You put your hands on the keyboard and you type in I, then you push the space bar, then you say, what like, are you saying that I need to give
Why
like...
are you being condescending?
Because you're saying,
People
well, what if the person
change
can't
and
send
move
a,
their
if the person can't send a text message? Like, are we talking about mentally disabled people?
That's not sending a text message. If you're giving advice right now to women and you claim there's a large amount thereof who have an issue expressing boundaries, especially if they are physically in the presence of...
Okay, I'm muting you for a second, okay? Let me re-explain, because you're not listening to me. Neither of you are listening to what I'm saying, okay? Let me explain what the fuck I'm saying, okay? This is not controversial. It's very simple. If you're not able to negotiate a sexual boundary in the middle of a sexual interaction, then try to do it beforehand. If you can't even do it on text, if you can't even do it on text messages beforehand, then you're probably not ready for casual sex.
So like a lot of people will be able to do it beforehand. The issue is, you know, you get into these sexual situations and you aren't prepared for what the other person is going to do, and they move it at will, right? So that you gotta include.
Then that's another
surprise.
thing that we talk about. Yeah, my one piece of advice here doesn't account for every single thing that happened. That's just one thing we're talking about. Are you trying to give me one? You asking me for one silver bullet that accounts for every single interaction I ever have? That's just one piece of advice.
No, that's not what we're doing.
The point what we were trying to get at is that because it's so fucking complicated, the very basic advice comes off as rude and condescending and not very helpful.
Okay, let me go back and ask you muted. Let me go back and ask you one more time. Okay, you're unmuted. Okay, do you think that this piece of advice might be something that somebody could hear and implement that they wouldn't have implemented prior to that? That there might be somebody that didn't think of that, like, oh, I thought it'd be cringy to talk about like sexual boundaries beforehand, or oh, I've never thought about having that conversation beforehand. Do you think it's possible that somebody might hear that and then do it?
I think having conversations about boundaries is good. I don't necessarily think that conversation is bad in any way at all.
You're not, okay, hold on. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to re-ask the question because I don't think you heard me. I'm sorry. Let me ask it one more time. I guess you just didn't hear what I said. What I'm asking is, do you think it's possible that I give that advice, somebody hears it, and they decide to implement that because that's not something they've heard before? Okay, I'll unmute you. Go ahead. Let's see if you can answer it this time. I don't know if you're getting lost.
Can you let me finish what I'm going to say before you're not going to mute me mid-sentence?
I don't know. Are you going to answer my question?
I will, yes.
Okay.
I do think that somebody could hear it and gain something from it, but
Cool.
I also think a lot of other people could hear it and then feel shit about themselves because that's not the reason why that happened to them. And a lot of people
That's not my problem.
That wasn't for them, right? That piece of advice wasn't for them.
He's done this. He's
I don't
tweeted
give a
at
fuck. I don't give a fuck. If you hear a piece of advice that doesn't apply to you, then don't apply it to yourself. That's fine.
Then why would you tweet
What? Because what I tweeted specifically was that if you're having multiple rape encounters, then it's probably time to take a step back from casual sex. That's a piece of advice I'd apply to almost anybody.
Destiny, can I bring something up? Can you write it down and then I'll address your point and then we'll get back to it at some point. I just need to address it.
Go ahead.
That's also not what you tweeted at the Rich Campbell girl.
Is that all you want to talk? Notice, Kelly, notice how you've like pivoted like 4 different times, different things. First, you asked me for an example of advice I'd give. Then you wanted to focus on how to communicate or set boundaries. Now you want to focus on tweet. If you want to focus on one thing, we can. That's fine. But don't hop to a different thing every time you realize I have a good answer that you're not capable of engaging with. So if you want to talk about one particular thing, we can talk about the tweet. If you want to talk about the tweet, we can talk about the tweet. Give me exactly what you want to talk about. Stop pivoting every single time I have an answer for what you're saying.
It's not pivoting.
It is pivoting.
Examples when you've given quite aggressive, unhelpful, direct advice at someone you don't
Okay,
know.
and I just asked if a piece of advice that I give could
issues
possibly be helpful, and you said, yeah, but it might make some people feel bad. Okay?
No.
That is exactly what you just said.
In a generalized conversation, yes.
Okay.
But when you're tweeting at someone directly without knowing anything about them, do you think that that's helpful?
Maybe.
Did you just want to be a cunt? Because that's fine.
For that particular person, it was like half advice, half cunt. But I mean, like, it's a public tweet in a public forum. Like, yeah, if they're saying stupid shit, I'm probably going to say something to correct the
Half
record.
and half. I feel like it was like 90% cunt.
Okay, I don't care.
All right. Well.
I want us to later come back to this point of like, I'm fine now discussing that when you're making points, you're not making them for everyone, but I do think there's something a bit disingenuous about say, like if I said, geez, men really need to stop calling women bitches, I might be talking about specific men, but you'll still be saying, hey, how about you just don't generalize about men like that? And I would like to get back to that point.
I don't think I would ever say that. Wait, hold on. I don't think I would ever say that. If you're like, men need to stop disrespecting women, I don't think I would be like, that's not true. Not all men don't disrespect women. Like, who do you think I am? What?
Okay, so you don't do the not all man thing. So when I tell men, when that girl who you tweeted at said, men stop stealthing women, you didn't have a problem with that.
I would have to see the tweet. I mean, I don't think men should be stealthing women. I would have to see the context of that tweet.
Oh,
Did somebody tweet men stop stealthing women? And I said like, did I have a problem with that tweet?
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. You should stealth. Like,
well, yeah. Was I disagreeing?
You did have a problem with that tweet.
I need to see. I need to see the tweet. Was the issue that I was saying something and they were saying like, "Oh no, we just need to tell men to stop stealthing"? Because if that's the case, I would have a problem with that tweet because that's fucking stupid. The people that are stealthing are probably not going to stop stealthing because you tell them to stop stealthing.
She said, "Hey, I had this sexual encounter. This has happened to me multiple times. Men do better." And then you said, if this keeps happening to you, maybe you don't have the emotional maturity to engage in casual sex.
I think I said if you get raped multiple times, you should stop having casual sex. And then I think somebody else said you freeze up or something. And then I said if you don't have the ability to have the conversation, then you should stop having casual sex. I think it was that chain of things. Yeah.
Okay, but that doesn't address my point that she said men do better. And if you don't mind when people do that, then I don't get what the issue is. She was talking to men who are stealthing because they're bad, right? What's the issue?
Cause I don't know, saying men stop stealthing. I don't know if that's like I just don't know what that does. And if you've gotten stealth like 4 times in a row, it seems like you need to you need a better selection criteria. Something is fucking up in your selection process.
But you need to engage with my point, right? So
wait, what did I not engage? I'm sorry. Ask me a clear question. I'll give you. I feel like I'm engaging with it. Ask me a clear question. I'll give you a clear answer.
Okay. How do I phrase this in a question?
Well, you can't say I'm not engaging with it if you're not even giving me a question. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm thinking how to formulate my sentence.
Okay.
Okay. So, I say, hey, maybe when you give, you're saying you're giving advice to specific situations, but you're titling it as advice to women, maybe that's not smart. And then you say, no, that's fine, because even though I'm titling it women, I actually mean this subsect of women. And then I said, if I did that to men, you would be upset. And you said, that's not true. But it is true.
If you were to make a tweet, let's say some guy tweets out, and a guy's like, the last 3 women I've been involved with have made false allegations of rape against me. And then let's say you quote tweeted that guy, and you were like, hey, if you've got a history of a ton of women making false rape accusations against you, maybe you need to stop hooking with women for a while. I would agree with that. That's pretty fucking weird.
But that's not what happened. What happened is a guy made a tweet and he said 3 women made allegations about me. Women do better. And then you respond with,
yeah, I would say the same thing. Yeah, I would say, what do you mean women stop making false? That's like such a malicious action. Okay. Women stop. No, wait, are you mad because I'm consistent here? I would say, yeah, you stop hooking up with women that are making false allegations. If you've got like a history of it happening, yeah.
I just want to point out the issue with why the advice is not very good is because it doesn't solve the issue. If you just stop hooking up with people for a while, it doesn't address any underlying issue.
The issue that I have is that the issue that I have is that in broader liberal culture, it seems like we champion sexual liberation a lot, and we push women or we point women towards having the freedom to make these decisions and to be involved in these sexual relationships without sometimes ever providing an off ramp to push to pump the brakes a little bit. And this hyper affirmative culture of like, oh, if you get raped, it's always the men's fault and anything else is victim blame, blah, 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 I think can put women in a weird fucking world to where they're like, okay, well, if a guy does anything, it's always his fault, and I don't think there's anything I ever have to worry about doing because that makes me feel bad, so I'm just going to go. That's my issue. That's what I push back against.
The thing is, though, most rape victims do blame themselves to quite an extent.
Holy shit, what a great thing, Kelly, that had absolutely nothing to say with anything I just spoke about.
Yeah, but well, your argument is that women don't have enough accountability, right?
No, didn't say that either. Accountability? I'm just saying there are general things that most like intelligent people say, hey, this is probably some advice that should be followed that people can listen to. And for instance, if you're getting into bad situations over and over and over again, it's probably time to disengage.
But isn't that about accountability if you're the one getting yourself in all these situations?
If you want to call it taking accountability to stop doing something, then fine, Kelly. Yes, take accountability.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that a lot of rape victims do already blame themselves, which is why it kind of sucks.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't like just because it sucks for some people to hear something that's slightly uncomfortable. It like isn't a reason to not like have this type of information out there. Like the thing that you're saying right now, that like, oh no, like sometimes I feel bad. Like you should feel bad a little bit. You probably did make some dumb decisions. It's okay to feel a little bit bad and do better in the future. Like there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The problem is that we've created a society where if you ever feel bad about yourself, that means you must fucking hate yourself. That's a ridiculous position to be in. Most of the time, when something goes bad in your life, you probably made some kind of dumb decision to get there. That is true most of the time. It doesn't mean you have to hate yourself. It doesn't mean it's the worst thing in the world, but the worst thing you can do isn't blaming yourself. The worst thing you can do is think that you're blameless and you can continue with the same exact behavior without doing anything different and expect different results in the future. That's the worst thing that you can do.
Okay, so there's a couple of things I disagree with there, because the self-blame and self-hatred perpetuates a cycle of doing the same behavior, which is indicative of a number of
I love that you're just like repeating
mention.
things that you've heard before that don't respond. Did I say anything that you should have self-hatred, or did I not just give you a 20-second monologue about how you can simultaneously recognize something bad about yourself without hating yourself? Why would you respond with anything having to do with self-hatred?
I'm not saying you did. I just said that.
Oh, we're just like talking to the ether. Go for it.
Well, if you let me.
Anyway. I'm just saying a lot of victims do already blame themselves, and it perpetuates the cycle of this poor behavior. And because it's... I know you don't like me saying it's more complicated than just...
No, because when you say it's thought terminating, you're not doing anything. You're not accomplishing anything by saying it's more complicated. Just because something is complicated...
I'm trying to explain why it could be, and what actually good advice could be. So you could expand from stop having sex for a while by saying to seek help if you can't figure out what your issues are that is causing this repetitive
It's pretty
behavior.
Clearly implied when you say that. Hey, I'm getting into a lot of car accidents. You should probably stop driving while that's happening. Does that mean you should never drive for the rest of your life? Hey, I'm getting raped a lot. You should probably stop having casual sex.
But then you can't argue it's good advice if you can't be bothered to like actually get the good bit.
If you're so retarded that you can't figure that out, then you probably should never have sex ever.
But
Because you need a guardian of the state.
Are retarded.
Okay, then these people just need, they need their awards of the state. They need to get caretakers full time. They probably should have their parents present if they ever have a sexual interaction. They're too stupid to figure out anything else.
But if they're socially stupid in one way, wouldn't you think that potentially they are stupid in other ways and therefore they might...
No, I don't think so. I think that right now our social signaling about things related to rape and victim blaming is really dog shit. That's what I think.
I want more of these conversations because I think that they're really good, but the issue is that not that I think... Like, I don't even mind if you give advice in a cunty way. Like, it has nothing to do with you being nicer. It's more my issue is I just don't think the advice is very good or elaborated on.
No, it's not that you don't think the advice is good. It's that you don't think the advice applies to every single person and it might hurt some people's feelings. That was your issue.
I just said that it wasn't expanded on enough. Saying to somebody who's being raped multiple times just to stop having casual sex for a bit,
but that's not true though,
Wait, hold on. Do you agree that if a personal interaction, if a friend told me that, do you think if I said that to a friend that would be bad advice?
I think it's not finished advice. It needs more words. Like if you cared about someone and that's all you said to them, do you think that they would take that well?
We'd probably have a further conversation, but like how far do I...
That's what I'm saying. You need to do that.
No, this is fucking retarded.
Can you
No, hold on.
Everybody's pretending like these conversations didn't happen.
Stop. Hold on. This is fucking retarded because I didn't follow that endpoint advice. Like, what if I said, listen, you need to stop engaging in casual sex and figure out what's wrong? Would you say, figure out what's wrong? You didn't give full advice. Okay, I'm sorry. You need to stop having casual sex, figure out what's wrong by booking an appointment with a therapist. Booking an appointment with a therapist? What kind of therapist? Sorry, you need to get like a sex or a rape counselor or something. Oh, you need to book a session? Well, what kind of websites do you go to? Like, where the fuck does that stop? Like, I don't have 5 million characters on a tweet to list you from point A to point Z on every single step you should take to fix your life. Step 1 is stop having casual sex if you're getting raped over and over again. That's step 1. And then from there, figure it out. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have a tweet, like a novel to type for every single fucking person or every single thing that comes up. It's pretty obvious what's going on after that, though. It's not stop having casual sex forever. Is that how you read that?
the point is that I don't read it like that, but the point is that there wasn't any real advice in the very little that you gave. You
That
can
is
say,
advice.
Oh, people,
Stop having casual sex.
You're like assuming people extrapolate a whole bunch of information that you never.
It's not a
actually
whole
said
bunch.
at
It's
the
stop having
time.
casual sex and figure out what's going on. That's pretty.
Yeah, but you didn't say and figure out what's going on.
Because I don't have enough space in the tweet, but that's really obvious. That's hyper
You can make a
implied.
second one.
It's no, I'm sorry, but if you're that fucking retarded, you should like sew your fucking vagina up and never let anything in it ever again. I'm sorry, but like you're on levels of fucking retardation that are unfathomable at that point.
Can you correct me if I'm wrong? I don't even know what you guys are talking about, but from what I've been listening to, it sounds like Steven was just giving like the first step to their issue, right? If you're getting raped repeatedly, right? The first step would be stop having casual sex.
Yeah, but unfortunately, only having that one step doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, but he's not responsible.
Nothing is solved at
He's
all.
not responsible for every person who's getting
Yeah, well, then don't give
repeatedly.
advice in the first place.
Okay, don't give advice
this is
unless you're
Twitter.
like.
No, because
Oh
this
my
was
God.
just how the discourse started, right? There was an entire discourse surrounding this for like weeks, honestly. To say that none of this was expanded on, that none of the nuances that you were talking about were covered, this is just not true. There was a whole conversation about everything that you've
Yes,
wanted there to be a conversation about.
He becomes a lot more reasonable when he talks more. Yes, we know this.
So you're just mad that one tweet didn't specify every single possibility and it wasn't 100% applicable to every single woman.
It should have been a twit longer. It should have been a twit longer.
I have two advice here. Okay, first of all, do not rape. All right, this is my first advice. You're welcome. And second advice is, if you want to be more intelligent, did you know that intelligence can be transferred through sex?
Okay, Nina is muted. Okay.
Cool. Anyway, I just think it's disingenuous
Finish
to bring
my
it as
point,
advice 'cause
please.
it's not very good advice. It's just an excuse to be a cunt. I think we all know this. But being a cunt is valid. I am not against being a cunt.
But you
I just
never
don't
really
like it when it
say
seems
what.
bad faith.
But you never really make it clear why you have an issue with that piece of advice, other than it's just not sufficient. Like, that's not really an argument against that piece of advice.
Does it? It doesn't fix the issue unless
No,
they
it
continue
does.
never
It
having
does.
steps.
It's a prescription and one that should be followed.
No, it's you need more steps to it. You can't just
Telling
say, "Don't
somebody
have
to just
sex."
go to therapy isn't fixing anything either, right?
I never said that as an indirect. Like I said a lot more than that.
Telling somebody to
Exactly.
introspect and go to therapy is not like, or figure out what the problem is not, is also doesn't help everything. Like there's a million things you could type. That's step one.
Yeah, but step one is nothing.
Step one is
just
if you've
stopping
been
something
raped,
for a
you know what? If you've
period
been
of
raped
time.
3 times, that means you were raped 2 times. You didn't stop. So the third
The
time
most
is another
important
mistake.
step is the first step. Like, I don't
But
know.
that's not a solution, and you know it.
It's
You're
not a
trying to,
full
like,
no.
do
It's
that
not a
around
full
you.
solution. I didn't have the final solution to fucking rape in
So if
180
you don't have a
characters.
solution, why do you speak?
I don't have no because we don't talk in full solutions to every single problem in the world. That's ridiculous.
No, what we do is we talk to the individuals, figure out what the fucking issues are, and then try to go from there.
We don't talk to. It wasn't just an individual. It was a woman that was tweeting advice to the world. It was a woman that was speaking to some extent in some types of generalities to the world. It's on Twitter. It's a public platform. She wasn't posting this on a private Facebook page or on a private Twitter group or in a Snapchat group. She was posting it to the fucking
Good.
world.
I'm happy you're
As
saying that
Katie
she
has already
gave
said,
it.
like-
No, please, Kelly, I beg of you. Please, I beg
Go
of
for
you.
it, it's fine.
Thank you. She was giving generalities to the world, correct, Destiny?
Yeah.
Do you have an issue with that? Do you think that's bad?
My impression was she was making it sound like you can't stop people from raping you. That even if you say no, they're still going to do
Who
it.
was making that?
That the
'Cause
lady that
you
did
and I-
those
okay.
tweets. The lady that did those tweets.
Let's. I know you just engaged with Kelly. I disavow most of that. That is not
hold
my
on.
position.
Listen, hold on. Listen to the words that I'm saying. I'm not saying Kelly said that. I'm saying the woman that tweeted that was giving the impression that even if you tell a
Tweeted
guy
what, Destiny?
she was
Tweeted what?
she was giving the impression that even if you tell a guy no, he's going to keep raping you.
Okay, the original tweet that you admitted you don't even fucking remember was a girl saying, "I've been stealth. This happened to me multiple times. Men do better." Do you have an issue with her making that general prescription?
With that hyper particular tweet, probably not.
Okay, so
Then why did you respond?
Kelly, I don't even think you have any idea what any of the tweets are even about at this point.
No, I've read them.
Really? What was the original tweet that I responded to?
It was about the well, which one of the two the most?
No, I'm
recent?
asking you a
Is
question.
Rich
What was the
Campbell
original
one
tweet that I
the
responded?
The other
the
one was
original
about
tweet?
stealth.
I don't even know if that's the one I responded to. I don't even know if I originally responded to her. I don't know if anyone in this conversation
You
even knows it.
quote
I'm
tweeted
pretty sure.
Mindwave.
Yes, there you go. Okay.
Okay, I apologize. Mindwave. Do you think no, because he has a fair point. So Mindwave, do you think that if a lady goes on Twitter and says, I've been stealth, this guy is a jerk. I've been stealth multiple times. Men do better. Do you have an issue with that generalization about men?
Okay, here, hold on. Before
Yeah,
we
I
do
do,
this, wait, no, nope, stop. Before we do this, let's have the actual fucking tweets. No, let's have the actual tweets instead of like this weird fucking autism conversation we're having about like hypothetical tweets. Here was the original tweet that she made. She said, or I think this was the original. She said, a dude slipped his condom off during sex after I asked him to wear one this week, and it's been bothering me, but I was too awkward to say anything. Not even the first time this has happened. Stop doing this, men. So the one way to read this, and it seems like she clarified a different way to read this later, but it sounded like he took the condom off during sex and she noticed, but it was too awkward for her to say anything. So Mindwaves quote tweeted this, and he said, if you knew he took the condom off and you couldn't even bring yourself to say anything, you shouldn't be having casual sex. This is what I retweeted. I agree with this statement. Yes.
How can it be
That's great.
something if you know it's going to happen?
That if is doing a lot of heavy lifting. By the way.
Please, Kelly, I beg of you. Just Mindwave or Destiny. Does it bother you that she told men to do better?
Yes, it bothers me.
Oh, I don't think it bothers me that much. No, I don't think so. If somebody like tweeted out like, "Oh, well, you asked both of us." Sorry, go ahead. Mindwave's my bad.
Well, okay, in the sense that like I think that it's just bad advice, right? I'm not expecting this person to really be the like one to like give good advice necessarily, but like, it doesn't really. It's not a good prescription. It's meaningless, right?
So would you say saying men do better is bad advice?
I just don't think it does anything. No.
Okay, that's a different answer than what I would give. Okay, I don't care that much. If a woman tweets out some shit like a guy fucking stealthed me again, it's so fucking irritating. Men, stop fucking doing this. I don't know if I'd have a problem with that tweet.
Cool. Then I will.
Wait, I want to make clear. Do you actually have any problem with what I actually said in the tweet, though?
Me?
Yeah. Is that prescription like bad?
You know how you said that saying men do better is useless advice?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think your advice was useless.
Okay. So the reason I think that saying men do better is bad advice is because it's meaningless, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't do anything to the person that's hearing it because that's not a set of instructions. You're not laying out anything, right?
Yeah.
Mine was a very specific piece of advice with a very clear prescription. So
Can I ask you something
what problem
about
do you
yours?
have with it?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't solve anything.
No, it does actually. That's going to be
Well,
my
if
question.
they never have sex again, I guess.
Exactly. So my question is, what is the exact problem you're trying to solve? Are you trying to stop this woman from getting raped? Or are you trying to have her be able to engage in sex without being raped?
I would like for her to be able to... Wait, what was the first one you said?
Would you like her to just not be raped?
Well, obviously, yeah. Right?
Okay, but...
And I would also... I'm not trying to say that she shouldn't have sex. I want to make that clear.
Okay,
Because this is something that's like projected on my argument all the time. The argument was you shouldn't be having casual sex, as in you shouldn't be hooking up with people, going on one night stands and stuff like with people you don't trust, right? That's much different than like saying you can't have sex with somebody that you do trust or that you've like
that
known
has
for.
nothing to do with what I'm saying. So, okay, so I think that your advice is not useless if all you're trying to advise is how women will never get raped. Because it's true that if you stop having sex, you are very much decreasing the possibility that you'll be raped. That is good advice. If all we care about is decreasing the rate of rape significantly...
Well, no, that's not good advice.
Let me make my point.
Well, that's just not true. Saying that you just...
Let me make my point!
Okay, go for it, but you're wrong.
Okay. I am not wrong by saying that if women don't engage sexually with men, there will be a decrease in the rape percentages. I am not wrong about that. Okay?
No, you're wrong that that's good advice. It's not.
Okay. So, if all you care is about the decrease in the percentage, It's good advice. But we
That's
don't
not
give a
all I
fuck.
care about.
Shut up! We
That's
don't
not
give a
all I
fuck.
care about.
Shut up!
Nobody here ever said that that's all they care about. You're arguing with like
Just let her frame the whole
Oh
thing
my
up, and then
God.
if it's wrong, chime in.
If all you care is about decreasing rape percentages, then women not having sex is a good advice. But, as you've so eloquently demonstrated multiple times, that is not the only thing we care about.
Yeah.
We want women to be able to engage sexually while not being raped. In
yeah.
that instance, your advice is useless because it doesn't guide women how to not get raped while having sex. It just guides them not to have sex.
No,
Do you
actually, you're wrong.
understand that
So
I'm not
again,
wrong?
I'm going to make this clear that I just said this before.
Oh my God.
I didn't say not have sex. I said stop having casual sex. Okay, and if you're going to say that that's not
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
there's
So-
no difference there. I mean, I don't know.
Let
I
me
can
fix
explain the
it.
difference for you
I
if
can
you
fix
want.
this. No, I'm really stupid. I don't think you explaining it to me would work. So
Okay.
let
Well,
me
let me know what
correct
you need,
my
alright?
let me correct my argument. So you were saying that we want women to be able to engage sexually but not be raped, and you falsely assumed that it is more prevalent for them to be raped because of casual sex. So you said casual sex is the problem.
Is that what I said
just-
in my tweet? Or where are you
I will
getting that
finish
from?
my point. Thank you. So,
Mhm.
so you said don't engage in casual sex because casual sex is the thing that gets you raped, right?
Yep.
Cool. That's dumb advice because it only stops women from having casual sex. It doesn't stop women who have issues expressing themselves from being raped.
Okay, so you're saying that my advice was okay. You don't actually
Empty.
have any issue with the advice that I gave, the prescription that I actually gave. You're just upset that my one single tweet wasn't sufficient in giving somebody, the full
know.
life advice that they need to be able to completely reform their maladaptive behaviors.
I know that you want to use what Destiny said because that way you don't have to engage with what I'm saying. I understand.
Well, no, it's because you didn't engage with him when he said it either.
Well, I wasn't allowed to speak. He and Kelly were talking, and I was trying to
Well,
interject,
nobody
and it
did.
just wasn't
And
happening.
it's not. This has been brought up multiple times. You guys don't want to actually engage with what was said. You're just mad that what it didn't say.
No.
May I give this a shot?
I just like Zonia. Do you mind if I just quickly make my argument to Destiny, just so I can be done with it? Thank you.
Oh, we're gonna talk
Okay.
again? Oh, I thought you were talking to everyone else here. Sorry, go ahead.
Are you upset?
I'm not upset at all. I'm milking you guys for content right now. I'm on the fucking Destiny farm. I've got your guys' udders all between my hands right now. Go ahead.
No one is asking you to solve rape in 180 characters, by the way. We're just saying.
Oh no, you
advice
wanted it done in
is not
360, Kelly. You said do a second tweet. That's cool. Thanks.
No one's
Thanks,
asking
babe.
you to do that at all.
Thanks, honey.
But if you can't give good advice, why then?
True. If you can't do it in
pretend that
180
is?
characters, don't do it at all.
I just don't be disingenuous and say something's good advice when it's at best incomplete.
I agree.
Something
It's always going to
incomplete
be
by
incomplete.
definition.
Any piece of advice, any single piece of advice is always going to be incomplete. This is such a ridiculous
When I went to build my
standard.
computer, I was on a phone call with this guy that was helping because I didn't know how to put it together. The first one I was putting it together, and they were like, "Okay, well, you need to open the box." And I'm like, and I hung up on immediately. It's like, open the box? That doesn't assemble the fucking computer for me. What a fucking moron! Holy shit!
I agree. He's a moron.
True.
If only we could draw a parallel there. Can I? Okay. So, I asked Mindwaves, and Mindwaves was bothered by the generalization of, like, men do better, Destiny. And you're saying, I am not. If you want to go men do better, I don't care. So, are you never bothered by generalizations? So, if I said, I was in an abusive relationship and my partner abused me, so I think men should stop abusing women. You don't have an issue with that. You think that's sound advice. That's good advice.
It's not okay. It's not that I think it's good advice or sound advice. It's that one comes off like they're just kind of like venting, although it's in public, which is dumb. Versus the other sounds like you're trying to like give some kind of like legitimate advice or criticism. Like if somebody's like, "Listen, I need you guys to know men need to stop raping," I'd be like, "That's fucking retarded." But if somebody's like, "I just got raped last night. It's fucking horrible. Men need to stop raping," it's like, okay, it's kind of I think I would interpret this slightly differently.
Okay, so I understand what you said, but I missed how it addresses my point. So, can you explain to me again how it specifically interacts with what I was saying?
Okay, I'm sorry. Restate it one more time. I feel like I responded to what you said, but I must have missed it. Sorry, try one more time.
Okay. So I'm saying if I said my husband used to abuse me, so men should stop abusing women.
It sounds to me like it's just like a vent about a particular situation.
Okay. So I feel like I'm giving advice to men that men shouldn't abuse women.
I don't read that as advice. That's not what I think of.
Okay, I understand that.
Okay.
But when I then say, "Hey, this is useful advice. Why are you dismissing my advice? I'm just telling men not to abuse women." This is salient critique right here. This is good advice. Why do you think that's not the case? Because it is true that if men stopped abusing women, then men wouldn't abuse women. Wouldn't that solve the abuse of women?
Because it's tautological in nature. No, yeah. So you're saying men stop abuse. Abuse is defined as something wrong or bad. Stop is a moral imperative. Bad things we shouldn't do. So any statement where it's like subject, verb, and then bad thing that we all agree is ethically bad is probably not like men stop stealing, men stop raping, men stop abusing, men, like any.
Women
that's going to be true.
Stop having sex.
No, having sex is not a bad thing to do. That's not tautological. Stop having sex is in some ways a counterintuitive thing. Apparently to this woman who got raped 3 or 4 fucking times before she realized she needed to pump the brakes. Stop having sex if something's going wrong. That's not tautological because having sex is not a bad thing. If I would have tweeted stop getting raped, well, that would be tautological.
But she was being raped and you admit that that's rape. So you weren't saying stop being raped, right?
No, stop getting raped. It was like tautological. It was here's how to stop getting raped. Stop having casual sex for number 1. If you've gotten raped 3 times in a row.
Okay, so you see a distinction there between stop getting raped and between if you're getting raped, stop having sex.
Yes.
Okay. I understand your perspective more now. Zonia, you can do your thing.
So I feel like you guys almost connected on something a while ago, probably back about an hour ago. But so the main thing that's sort of inspiring this from, I would say, Katie and Kelly's perspectives is that what you put out there is stuff that women hear all the time, right? And so it's just like, oh great, we get to hear the same old shit that should be obvious to everybody. And then mind waves, like your position is that, well, I'm responding to this specific situation. I've only got so much of a character limit to work with, and Stephen, you're saying that as well. And so this is what I've got to work with, so I'm addressing this specific situation, and I'm putting it out there. And so I feel like you both almost kind of connected on something, which is basically that there's not a lot of utility in what you did put out there. But I think what you said earlier, Katie, you were talking about how, well, it's fine if you just want to make sort of these statements, even if they're not very helpful, but it shouldn't stop there. It should go, you should be able to say more and kind of build on that and move in a direction that's better, more adequate advice.
But they hear it as
right?
like, so you want me to lead them all the way through. And I think what we're talking past each other is that, like, I feel like me and Kelly are saying, as I said to Mindwaves, like, if we're giving advice about how to decrease the percentages of rape, then stopping casual sex and stopping all sex would really help with that. What we want, what I think Destiny
to be clear,
and
I've never
Mindwaves
said
want,
that, but just go ahead.
I didn't say that you said that.
Okay, I know, but you're implying it, so I just wanted to address
No,
the
I'm
implication.
not.
Okay, it feels like in my feelings, it felt like you were implying it, so I just wanted to address my feelings.
Okay, well,
Sorry.
if that's how you
feelings
feel,
again.
if that's how you feel, then I'm sorry that you feel that way, and I'll try to speak.
You don't have to be sorry. I was just addressing the
comfortable.
mini elephant in the room. Go ahead.
Okay. So you were in the bathroom, but I was talking to Mindwaves, and maybe you disagree. I feel like the advice that you're trying to give is how to help women be able to engage in casual sex in a way that is healthy and not destructive to them. I feel like I've heard you say that in the past. Awesome. Destiny, do you agree?
I'm sorry. Restate that quickly.
Are you trying to give advice to make it to maximize the positive outcome of women engaging in casual
Yeah, I think in
sex?
general in my stream I am, yeah. I don't know if I can do that in a 180 character tweet, but
That's great. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that your advice actually wasn't about maximizing the positive outcomes of casual sex. It's just about, well, I don't know how to give advice to maximize positive results. So the first thing you should do is stop engaging in this activity. Which again, if
that
you're
is
aiming,
advice. If you've had an issue where you're having
it
a
is
bad
advice.
outcome
It
multiple
is not
times,
advice for the goal that you're claiming to have.
It is the
It is.
first
It's
part
the
of that.
first
It's a
step.
stop
It's the
gap,
first step.
right? It's a stopgap kind of thing.
Yes, tell the alcoholic to stop drinking
But-
alcohol.
that
this
is
kinda goes
literally
back to
step
what
one
Katie
of
is saying.
fucking not drinking is stop drinking. Yeah, yes, Kelly,
But
that's
it's
true.
it's not a solution, is it?
That's
It doesn't-
true. And 12 steps starts at step 1. We don't have 12 steps for every fucking tweet that we have, okay?
Step one
I'm
without
asking
the
you
other
if you have
steps.
any of the other steps.
What?
Destiny, give me the next step. Do you have the next step? Do you know what the next step is? Or are you just interested in saying the first step? Do you have 12 steps?
Sure. I
For
just
women.
Yeah, just to
For
be
women.
clear, I know that you're being very exasperated now and it's nice and performative, but I've offered to talk about literally any part of this at any time, and every time I start to, I think you both realize, oh, he does have a lot more to say, and then you pivot to something else. If you want to talk through that entire thing, then we can if you want to, if you'd like to do that. But
Yes,
you're
I'd love to do that. Let's do that.
okay. If you're having casual sex and you find that you're getting raped multiple times, the first step you need to do is disengage, okay? That's number one. The second thing you need to do is probably figure out, well, what kind of rapes are happening? Are they stealthing rapes? Is it like fucking violent rape? Is it you're getting too intoxicated kind of rape? If that's the case, let's say it's the latter. You're getting too drunk. Then the solutions are going to be multivariate at that point. It might be one, stop drinking. If you find that every single time you go out, you're getting wasted every fucking weekend, that's not healthy for anybody. Don't do that. If it's two, you find that once you get a little tipsy, you've got a hard time controlling yourself, bring a friend with you to limit the amount of drinks that you get. If it's three, if you're constantly in areas where men are really sexually aggressive and you're not looking for that type of activity, maybe go out and bring a guy friend with you who's not sexually interested in you, or multiple girlfriends. Let's say that it wasn't the alcohol thing. Let's say that the issue you're running into was a guy stealthing. You find that a guy's pulling a condom off in the middle of sexual interactions. If it's literally that specific that you're running into it, firstly, if you're running that multiple times, that's pretty insane that you're selecting for that person. But one, have a conversation beforehand about it. If you're not having a conversation beforehand, that's something you do need to have, that you don't want to have sex without a condom. Number two, might seem extreme, but only ride a guy.
You're not emotionally mature enough to have that.
Oh, I'm sorry. You wanted to come in. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's a million pieces of advice I can give it. I was gonna say number two, only ride the guy. Don't ever let a guy fuck you from behind ever. Only do missionary. Always make sure you can play it off sexually. Oh, I want to guide you in. Reach down, grab his dick before he goes inside of you. Do that every single time to make sure he's always got the condom on. It can be rule number three is sometimes when people start getting hot and heavy, when they start making out and petting each other, sometimes people jump to sex without getting condoms on. Make sure before you even touch a guy, you've got the condom on you so that you're ready to put it on if things are heating up. Yeah, I don't know. Where else? Where else do you want to go? Yeah, go for it.
So, would you be comfortable saying that, like, if a woman knows that she has a hard time asserting boundaries during sex, and casual sex specifically, would you say it's a viable, good advice for her? Hey, just ride him.
If a woman is having communication issues, just ride him.
A woman is aware that she has issues properly asserting boundaries during sexual intercourse, but she's worried about being stealthed. Is it a good advice to then tell her, well, if you're worried about being able to assert your boundaries and you're worried about being stealth, just ride him?
No,
Yeah,
probably
what?
not. I would say if you're having trouble asserting boundaries, I think you should probably stay away and figure out what is the reason why you're having trouble asserting boundaries.
Okay, and what I keep trying to ask you is when you're saying, "Hey, I'm giving you a 12," like I'm saying you're giving me the first part of a 12-step program, but you don't have any of the other steps. So I'm asking you, do you have actual advice to give women?
I literally
on how
just
to
gave
be...
you a ton more, but the problem is I don't know
Let
what her.
me finish. I can't. Advice to give women how to become better at asserting boundaries.
Yeah, I can, but I don't know if that was her issue. I don't know if her issue was asserting boundaries. Maybe her
You
issue.
were claiming it's her issue.
I don't think I was. I think I was saying my. Hold on. If this
No,
is
no,
my.
it was- it was
shut the
part
fuck
of
up.
it
I'm muting you if you shut the fuck up.
Oh,
let me
my
handle
God.
this conversation. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. Just let me do this. Okay. My issue was that in her particular tweet, she made it sound like she felt like it was too awkward to say something. And my response was, if you can't even say anything, then you shouldn't be having casual sex. That was my issue.
Okay, that's excellent. If that's your issue, do you have any advice for that woman on how to become better at that?
It's going to depend on why she can't say something. I don't know why.
Really? It's going to depend on why she can't say something.
Yeah.
Kelly, is that what we've been saying this entire
That's
time?
definitely what I said, and I got memed on.
You got memed on because you
okay.
have literally less IQ than the fucking 2-liter Coke bottle that Katie is hovering down over there, okay? But that's why I didn't give more specific advice past that point. I wasn't sure what the problem was. But I do know a couple things. One is if you're getting raped multiple times, you need to pump the brakes. And two, if you can't even verbally assert a boundary, you also need to pump the brakes. Those are two things that I do know. But I'm not going to give more specific advice past that. I don't know what the fuck her problem is.
Yeah, so the general critique that I agree, I completely agree with what you just said. And the entire critique me and Kelly are saying, this is the only advice you can give because you don't have further insight into this. And because this is the only advice you can give, it is in poor taste, it comes out as victim blaming, and it's not actually helpful to her.
I don't know if
That
it's...
is the critique.
Okay, I'm having trouble thinking of multiple scenarios where you would continue to engage sexually and continue to get raped over and over and over again. Number one, again, we can go through my particular tweets, but I believe that my issue and where the retarded woman came from afterwards was she made an implication saying that you can't tell men no. You can't actually assert a verbal boundary because if you do, they're just going to rape you harder.
Can I give you my interpretation?
No, actually, first, let's just read the actual tweet, okay? So one of the things that I said was, so somebody said they were upset because she tried or something, or I don't know. And my response to that, I don't know what I'm responding to, but my response to that was, she literally said it felt awkward to watch a guy stealth her. Just voice an opinion. Have a little bit of agency over your life. You don't have to be a victim all the time, and you sure as fuck can't expect to be treated like an adult if you won't act like one. Then she responded to that and she said, dude, I've been actually raped, and saying no just made him rape me harder. I noticed what had happened after he pulled out. It's not incomprehensible that I would rather just want to walk away from that situation and start a confrontation. So two things happen here. In the first part here, she says something that's incredibly fucking stupid, and in the second part here, she provides more information that changes the context of the first tweet.
Okay. Can you
So
now?
what I get from that, what she said.
No, wait, hold on.
then-
Wait. Let Katie. We went back and forth for like 12 hours earlier. Let Katie finish her thing. Go.
Okay. So, what was the stupid thing that she said in her first tweet?
The
And you said
implication
was
that if you tell somebody no, they're just going to rape you harder when this is ballooned out into like a general advice thing seems like kind of dumb to say.
That's not advice, that's her experience.
That's great, but when you're speaking in a public platform, it comes off as advice.
No, it doesn't to me.
It does to literally everybody, you included. If somebody's like, oh, Destiny, like, how do you think you should be successful? And I'm like, I dropped out of school. I'm not fucking retarded, and I know that sounds like I'm saying you should drop out of school. That's what that means to every human being that's listening to the conversation. Everybody hears it that way.
So this is why I asked if you want my interpretation.
Okay.
So if I'm trying to understand why a woman is having a hard time asserting herself during sexual acts and she's claiming that it might have felt awkward or whatever, and then she tells me, I was raped, and when I told the person no, they raped me harder, then I'm getting context here that might affect her ability to be able to say no in the future. I don't think that's giving... I don't think that's giving advice. Shut up, Mindwaves. I don't think that's giving advice about it. I think that gives me context to why she's struggling with that. And I'd agree that the solution is working through that so she feels safe expressing no, right?
Cool. Then stop having casual sex until you figure it out.
Yeah, but the till you
Bye.
figure it out part is the part that was just.
If you can't figure that out, then you should never fuck ever. Again, sew your vagina shut, probably crawl in a hole until you fucking suffocate and die, because you're too stupid for this
I'm
world.
not.
But you think
Okay,
they were
this
too
is- why do you
stupid
keep
to
saying that?
not understand
Because her
that
saying
they
that,
need
like,
to stop having
oh,
casual sex.
I thought when you said stop having casual sex, you meant stop having it for the rest of your fucking life. The obvious
You're-
implication
but
is stop
you're
having it
not
until you figure out what the
engaging
problem
with
is.
the critique.
There is
You're
no
not getting-
critique there. Her critique is why didn't you
What
list
I'm-
every single problem afterward? I can't list the
What
entire
I'm
fucking thing in a whole
asking you-
tweet.
What I'm asking you is, you already admitted, you can only give two pieces of advice.
Yeah.
If you're being continuously raped,
Mhm.
then you should
Stop having
figure
casual
out
sex.
why-
Yeah.
You should stop having casual sex,
Uh-huh.
and you should figure out what type of rapes it is.
Sure.
And other than that, you don't have any insight, so you wouldn't be able to give specified advice, correct?
Yeah, kind
You're
of,
also
yeah.
already treating them like this.
He's not this person's therapist, dog. Like, how's
But
he
also,
supposed
to
to
be
be
clear,
like?
this person was
But you're
making it
already
sound like
treating
this
them
person
like
was making it sound like it's not even possible to assert a verbal boundary. So I mean, like, of course I'm going to push back against that.
You're treating them like they're stupid, but then being exasperated.
I'm not treating them like they're
by us.
stupid. I'm treating them like they're giving bad advice. They're pushing back on the idea that you should assert a verbal boundary by saying, "Oh no, just got raped harder."
How are they pushing on it by saying that they had an experience where they expressed a boundary and they were raped harder?
I can't understand how you can be like the woman of systems and systemic everything, and then in this thing you read the sentence so hyper literally it like blows my fucking mind. Like if somebody says like, oh, like what do you think
you
is the best
serious?
what do you think is the best path to success or whatever, and somebody's like, oh, like I think you should go to school, blah blah blah, and somebody's like, Destiny, this guy said that you should go to school to be successful, and I'm like, I flunked out of
But
college.
this person is literally giving context to why they have their issues.
No, she's not.
You didn't,
She's simultaneously.
Destiny, you didn't ask her. You didn't fucking ask her why do you have an issue, or what should you do if you think you're being stealth? Why didn't you say no? You didn't ask her anything. You just said, hey.
It sounded like she said no.
awkward,
The way that she phrased her first tweet, she sounded like she said no because it felt awkward. And that's not an acceptable reason to not be able to say no in a sexual circumstance. Then she did two different things. She did two contradictory things in her response tweet. One that was actually okay. This is if her tweet would have just said, if she would have said, I noticed what had happened after he pulled out, then I'd be like, oh, okay, well, I mean, if you notice afterwards, yeah, fuck. Which, by the way, it can super happen. And that is shitty, and you don't always know as a woman if a guy pulls a condom off because you can't always feel it sometimes. So that's fine.
Yeah.
But she didn't do that. She included a first part that contradicted the advice I gave before giving the greater context part. She said, well, actually, I did assert a verbal boundary before, and the guy just raped me more. It's like, oh, okay, well, fuck me. I guess you should never assert a verbal boundary.
Maybe part 1 and part 2 aren't linked.
Stealth by definition.
She was
I just
linking
wanna
them
say-
herself. What do you mean?
I just want to say, it's not stealth if you know that they're doing it. It has to be done to you at least initially without your being aware of it. You might notice mid-sex, but it needs to
No,
be,
that's
for it
not
to be
true.
stealth.
No, hold on.
How is
Stop,
it
no,
stealth
stop. Let me finish. Hold on.
otherwise?
Stealth
That's
thing.
just plain rape
No,
otherwise.
stealth means you're pulling a condom off to try to fuck a woman. You
Yeah,
could
without
notice.
them knowing.
Sure,
Stealth.
but the first,
It's in the name.
without you think they knowing, the first part of the tweet made it sound like the way that she phrased it. She made it sound like she noticed, but she didn't want to say anything because it was awkward. But she gives
Yeah, but
clarification.
she probably noticed after.
No,
Yeah?
that's not what it sounded like in the first tweet.
But then it wouldn't be stealth.
You're, I want to kill myself.
Well, it just wouldn't. That's not
I
the
want-
I
no,
don't think
it
I don't
would
think
be
she
ste-
used the word stealth to describe it originally.
She never.
might-
She
hold on,
didn't
no,
claim it was
hold-
stealthing.
okay.
She was told it's stealthing, so she never made that original argument.
Just to reread it, it says,
So-
a dude slipped his condom off during sex after I asked him to wear one this week, and it's been bothering me, but I was too awkward to say anything. Not even the first time this has happened. Stop doing this, men.
Yeah, so the
Okay?
way this read and the way that Mindwaves responded was Mindwaves said, if, and then I don't know if the rest of it, but he was saying like, if you can't verbally assert a boundary, if you knew he took the condom off and you couldn't even bring yourself to say anything, you shouldn't be having casual sex. But later on, what she should have said, her response could have just been the second part and said, oh, I didn't notice it happened until after he pulled out. And then she nullifies
Right.
both me and Mindwaves' tweets. But she doesn't do that. She includes a part in the beginning to fight against the idea that you should say something. She said, oh, well, I've actually said something before and it didn't even work. And I also didn't notice until he pulled out. So she's giving like two different pieces.
Do you genuinely think? I know that you have this whole like Twitter is a public platform thing, but we just acknowledge for one tiny second that you and Mindwaves probably don't have the same type of background as a rando Twitter user that is venting about being stealth has. So maybe she didn't have the optimal response that you would require to have the best like argument in a debate.
It
Like,
doesn't
I
matter.
know
She's
you
putting,
get
she's
this.
throwing this out into the public ether, so it's a fair for public comment, and that's what Mindwaves did. He saw the tweet and he quote tweeted and gave a comment on it.
That's not what I'm saying.
I don't know what you're saying then.
Okay. I'm saying that if you're going to take her counter tweets to you and you're going to be like, well, if she had just said, I noticed later, then she like obliterates us and I don't have a case here. Yeah, that first of all, she did say that, but you're saying, well, she said it with all this other crap that I think is stupid. And I'm like,
why are you obfuscating
yeah.
my position? I was very clear with what I said. Her response tweet to mine was 2 parts. The first part was contradicting my advice. The second part was giving more context to the first tweet that makes what me and Mindwaves said not relevant anymore. And to be fair to Mindwaves even put that if in his tweet. If you can't say something. He didn't even say you shouldn't be having casual sex because you're too stupid to assert about it. He's saying if you can't say something, then you shouldn't be. He even kind of sort of like caveated a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm
like
sorry
the big
if
own
you
would have
feel
been
like-
her. The big own would have been her responding like, "Oh, hey, I didn't notice till afterwards, dumb fuck." I'm like, "Oh, well, okay, your first tweet was
And
kind of
if that was the case, it'd be like, okay, well, that's okay. I'll acknowledge that. But the thing is that that advice, it still stands. If that is true,
It
then
is true.
that
Yeah.
is
If it's
still
true, you shouldn't.
Like,
Yeah,
Oh my god. So Destiny,
that's my name. Don't
I
wear it out.
agree. I agree that if she had just said, well, I only noticed after, dumb fuck, lol, that would have been the massive own. But what I'm trying to say, and I don't think you can dispute this, a rando person on Twitter who's talking in a public platform, but if you're going to take her responses as some kind of like, oh, she's just like contradicting herself and all this stuff, she just got a lot of attention, a lot of shit. She's going to have a response that you might have an issue with. But to then take that response and be like, well, she's throwing all this other shit around, so it just makes it worse. It doesn't really address the point. She just didn't address you the way that you needed it to be addressed to say, oh, I fucked up, right?
Well, no, but she did. She included it in the second part, but she also included a kind of irrelevant part in the first part, which is a bad piece of advice that I've heard multiple times from women, which is not something that should ever be said, in my opinion. I think it's irresponsible. There's a lot of women that say these things online. They're like, oh, you can't tell a guy no because he'll just like fuck you up harder. I've heard a lot of women say that. That's not true.
So she responded to you on Mindwave, and then she gave irresponsible advice after you guys put her in the spotlight.
It also wasn't even advice.
I know.
Well, he took
Kelly,
it as advice.
Kelly's
so clearly
fucking
it's
lost on
advice.
this. It's okay. She's.
Look, we get that you read it that way, but it doesn't mean it was.
It's what it's implying. If somebody says like, "Hey,
What
you
you
should
think
stop,"
it
if somebody
was,
says, "Hey, you should stop drinking if you're an alcoholic," it's probably not good for you, and somebody's like, "Oh, well,
So just to
I've got
clarify,
terminal
just
cancer and I'm gonna die in a
Context
week
of her
anyway." Like,
personal experience.
So just to for context, Destiny, you were trying to just be responsible with advocacy online. Is that correct?
in a cunty way, yeah, that's kind of what I do. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'd argue that your advice are not responsible, but
Because
you
it's mean?
disagree. No, not because it's mean. I've been here
No,
for like
it's
3
definitely not
hours.
'cause
I
it's
think you
mean.
get that. That's not my argument. But
What
if you
part
need to
is
strawman it, that's fine.
irresponsible? What part of that is irresponsible?
the
That's
mean
a
part,
that's a
unironically.
huge leap.
I just think it's shit advice. I don't think it's necessarily irresponsible.
It's just the tone.
It's
of
shit,
it.
don't
no, no,
think it's
it's shit advice because it's
irresponsible?
not the whole fucking thing you
mean-
should, the whole 12-step program of solving rape.
I guess it's irresponsible if you think that potentially his audience would just blindly follow it, maybe, but I don't know.
Which they do. Like we're still having this discourse like a year later.
No,
so clearly...
you're
Well, you
having
brought
this
the discourse back
You
up, hold
brought
on.
this
No,
up.
no, that's
You literally
I mean-
saved that tweet to try to get an
You
own
and I
on
literally
me
talked about
1
that.
year later. Don't
Okay,
act like it's
let
happening
me-
for no
let me
reason.
correct
Katie, keeping me
myself.
relevant,
Let me
thank you,
correct
Jesus.
myself. Let me correct myself.
Okay, go ahead.
We are a year later, and we are still exactly where we left off. Okay?
Yeah, we didn't solve the rape discourse with 2 tweets. That is correct.
So brave, Destiny. So brave.
I try to be.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mindwave.
I feel like we solved a lot of rape today, guys.
I think we prevented a lot of rape today.
Yeah.
Just let it be
I didn't
reflected.
really
that
get
in
I
this-
feel like rape
let
culture is
it be
definitely on the
reflected in this
decline,
set
you
multiple
know?
times when they were like, oh, what are some of those pieces of blah, blah, blah. Like, every time I was able to provide it, and as soon as I started to, they seemed very disinterested in the conversation, just as a heads up. But, sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
I mean,
so I'm gonna address it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like incredibly frustrating.
Good.
I didn't ask you for advice about how women should be safer with casual sex. I asked you, you said, I'm giving advice to women on how to be, like, I'm criticizing women who can't assert themselves in sexual relationships. And I'm saying they should do that. And I'm saying, well, you don't have actual advice for that. Your advice doesn't tell women how to become better at that. And you admitted, I actually don't have advice for that. That is like contextual based on her circumstances.
Yeah, I have advice.
So-
It's just going to depend on the circumstance, sure.
Yes. So,
What we were trying to
That's
get
not
at.
an argument against them. Like,
Yeah, because if you don't know the context, then the advice can't be good. Therefore, it's worthless.
So.
Okay,
But
do you
I mean,
agree then that
we're
every
all
single time
tweeting.
that every single time somebody says like or speaks about systemic racism or systemic injustice, that's actually wrong because you don't know the particular circumstance of any particular thing that's ever happened ever? It's like if a cop shooting comes out, you should never speak about systemic issues, or if like a racial incident happens, you should never.
You're not giving systemic solutions. You're giving individualistic solutions. Don't be a fucking bastard.
Yeah, because why the fuck would I can't give a systemic solution to an individual.
Yeah, so why are you talking about systemic now? Like, we were being
No,
talking
because
about
you're making it
individuals
sound like you
as
can't
individuals.
give advice about a particular thing if you don't have all the fucking like details about it. That's not true. You can speak in general
When you are
statements.
giving,
Can you not
when
understand
you
how it could be bad advice if you don't know about the context of the situation?
I'm trying.
It could
Can
be,
you
but
give me?
that-
Sure. Can you give me an example of like some situations where? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Nope. No jokes here. Hold on. Unfucking believable. Can you give me an example of a person that should continue having casual sex? Like what like where would that ever happen? If they've been raped multiple times, where they should continue having casual sex? Because I struggle to think of like a single example of that like ever being the case.
Okay. Can I? Would you? You're not gonna like it. But okay.
Probably not, but go ahead. That's okay.
So, I go to a concert, and then I get pulled into like next to the dumpster because I was drunk. Then I get raped. Okay. Then, 2 years later, I am at a party with some friends, and my boyfriend rapes me. So that's 2 times already. And then a third time, let's say, I go on a date with someone and they drug me and I get raped. That's 3 times. Can you explain how this related to casual sex and me stopping having casual sex?
In that particular case, we probably wouldn't, but goddamn, that's some exceptionally unlucky fucking shit going on.
Yeah, I agree.
so what's your point?
You
I was
can't give
asked
it.
a
You can't give
question, so
advice,
I
I guess, on
answered it.
anything, because like theoretically, like
Oh, yeah, you asked me to give you a scenario.
Anything
I
could
did,
happen.
and then you get to strawman it. I love it.
I'm not
That's good.
strawmanning. I'm saying that like we probably should never give advice on anything, because who the fuck knows like all the circumstances that could be happening for a particular thing.
I'm saying that if you want to give advice and give tools and give suggestions, there's a guy in your house.
Thanks.
That was weird. Okay, I don't know who that is. That's fine. Moving on. The advice that you give is about, it's assuming that if a woman is being repeatedly raped, that is almost guaranteeing that there's something that she is doing that she can actively stop doing to stop herself from being raped. And then you think, well, the common denominator is casual sex, right?
I think that in most cases, people can do something to improve their outcomes. Maybe not in every case, but I think in most cases. So there are a couple of
Sure,
general pieces of
But
advice.
that's not what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. I would never just engage with whatever you're saying is like good for like an internet debate, but like outside of like this hyper particular conversation, I would just never even consider what you're saying ever. There's no other form of my life where I would consider like, oh, like there might be some circumstances that are like outside of a person's control or whatever. I would just never consider this because it's just not how we engage in like conversations, right? Like you should invest your money in a 401k. Oh, well, actually, my dad was convicted of financials fraud with every single financial organization in the world, and I'm not allowed to invest in any 401k. Like, oh, okay, well, my bad.
Can I engage with... So, the reason why the casual sex specifically bothers me so much is, and Kelly brought up this point multiple times, if you're a person who actually struggles expressing boundaries, it is incredibly likely that well, I'm not going to say incredibly likely, but it is possible that you've had a relationship or multiple relationships where you've experienced sexual assault or rape with a partner. So stopping having casual sex wouldn't solve that. And I'm not saying,
hold on.
Then you
stopping having casual sex may not solve that, but it's going to give you a better chance.
But I'm saying in relationships.
Okay, but hold on. We're not talking about sex in relationships. Avoiding rape in relationships is a completely and totally different conversation. That's almost not even related to the casual sex conversation. It's a totally different thing completely.
Well, it depends why.
And that tweet was specifically talking about casual sex, right? So they were responding.
Mindwaves was talking about casual sex.
Was that not the discourse?
That was the base
for the entire time.
That was the basis of it.
Yeah,
it would depend on why they're getting raped, right? If there would be any relation or not.
But at the time, when I talked about this with Destiny, and I told him to stop talking about casual sex, he agreed that we can just apply this to sex. So this is bullshit.
Wait, what?
What?
Do you want me to clip that? I'll clip it for you and I'll send it to you later. The point is, it's fine that the discourse was about casual sex, okay? That's fine. I'm saying, though, that if a woman, and you guys both hyper-concentrated on this thing, if you have an issue communicating, if you have an issue setting boundaries, you should stop having casual sex.
Yes.
And my argument is, you think this is sage advice, but this won't actually help a woman because even if she's in a relationship, she's going to experience those same issues and she's likely to get raped there too if this is her problem.
If that's her problem, then sure. If that's her problem,
you both are talking at the same time.
If that's her problem, then yeah, that probably wouldn't help because she might not have that option.
But you said it's her problem.
I'm not giving advice to people in spousal rape or like rape within relationships is a totally different topic.
But you were saying if you have an issue establishing boundaries, you should not have casual sex. And I'm saying
in the context of casual sex.
Yes, exactly.
But
so you're extrapolating that and applying it to
I would assume
within a relationship, which is completely different.
I would assume if she tweeted out about a spousal rape situation, then they would probably have a different, kind of advice that they would put out there, right?
No, if she did that, they wouldn't have
this
said anything.
This discourse the entire time was about casual sex. So you trying to shoehorn in issues of rape within relationships is something completely outside of the realm of what we were talking about.
Being unable to set boundaries is not just an issue that can affect rape. Like that can affect multiple facets of your life.
No shit,
Kelly,
Sherlock
nobody's
fucking
talking
Holmes.
about
Yeah,
that.
like no duh.
Yeah, but you're trying to say, oh, this could not be comparable in different.
I didn't say
rape.
it can't be comparable. I said it's fundamentally a different type of conversation.
Why is it different if it's about boundary setting? What would
because we're having
because
a conversation
setting boundaries in
sex.
sex in a relationship, in a casual relationship, the advice that you're going to give and the conversation you're going to have are going to be totally fucking different.
Well, no, because you're going to be giving them advice on how to set boundaries.
No! How you set boundaries with a stranger and how you set boundaries with a fucking spouse or boyfriend are going to be totally different.
But the point is that this person has a problem with setting boundaries in general.
No, they think that, well, and it's true, that the reason why the woman is potentially having issues with certain boundaries, it's because it's a casual sex situation, and she'd be more comfortable expressing boundaries in a relationship. That's their angle.
I mean, that's not necessarily true, but it could be true. But it's again, it's a fundamentally different type of conversation.
Okay, so would you say that my description right now is apt? That you think it's a different conversation because a woman might have these issues of certain boundaries during casual sex, but not in a relationship?
I mean, she could have the issue in a relationship too? It could
then
go to
your
both.
advice is not helpful if she could.
You're
This
fucking
is-
retarded. This conversation is retarded. I can't believe this
It's
is a real
not
conversation.
meant to be applicable
This
to
is
every
like this
single
is like
person
this
on
is
the
just like
planet.
So stupid.
this is an ultra debate brain
Whatever.
conversation. Like there's no other explanation for how stupid this is. Like I can't pull back on the macro level. Do you think there's fundamentally a difference between rape within relationships and outside of relationships? I can't believe you even have to think about that. Like if you even having to think about that shows you're not engaging with this with your brain. It's just like a debate mode thing for you. Like that's the only possible thing I can think of. Like,
Are you serious?
Yes. The answer is obviously yes. It's
The
gonna,
differences between violent rape and non-violent rape, don't you mean?
Yeah.
Sure, there are differences between that too. Sure.
And
No,
violent
not-
rape can be in relationships, and non-violent rape can be outside of them.
Sure, doesn't matter. The way that you set boundaries with a partner is way different than the way you set boundaries with a stranger. These are fundamentally different types of conversations. If you don't understand
Oh
this, I
my
don't know why you
God.
would even have. I don't even know why you would talk about boundaries if you don't understand this.
So the person that's likely to be unable to set boundaries in one is very likely to be unable.
That's
to
not
set
true.
them
I don't
in
even
another,
know if
because
that's
it
true.
could
I don't
be
even
a
know if that's true.
personality problem.
No,
They're
you
just
have no
not
idea. You don't even
assertive.
know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
the
we
fact,
don't know,
You, no,
so
no, no,
maybe
no,
we
no. Hold on, no,
shouldn't
no, no, no.
assume.
You just made a generality saying like, oh, well, the type of person. You don't know that. It's super plausible that a person is really good about setting boundaries with strangers, but they have a really hard time setting boundaries with loved ones. In fact, I would say that's a really common problem. I've known some girls that are really good about not taking shit from weird friends or weird guys or whatever, who get
why
walked
marital
all
rape
the
is so
fuck
common.
over, or who get walked all over by their creepy fucking parents, or
You
by like
know,
an asshole
Steven?
stepdad.
I agree. That's why casual sex isn't the issue, and we should address the problems in rape in relationships.
Okay,
'cause
that's fine. Don't
a
ever
lot
stop
more
doing
fair.
anything
As
ever
long
because
as
we
you
don't know where the
acknowledge-
problems. No, don't stop doing anything ever. That's the solution.
As long as you acknowledge that that's a completely separate conversation than what the discourse was actually about. As long as you can accept that, sure, we can have that conversation.
And that even
Can
though
we-
some of that advice can cross over between the two, there's still more specific advice to dealing with casual sex, right? So,
That's the
So-
advice that
It's still not
Destiny
good
is giving,
advice.
though.
It's just telling an alcoholic stop drinking. That's it.
That's pretty good
job.
advice for somebody that's fucking chugging a
Okay,
pint of
so-
vodka a day.
so-
Yeah.
So we
Actually.
it's been qualified multiple times earlier by both of you and by myself that it's stuff that it's kind of like it's just like it's known, right? Or it's like,
Just
oh,
to
we've
be
heard it
clear,
before.
you guys are saying you've heard that
But-
before. I have never in my life ever heard somebody say, stop having casual sex. Usually it's only conservatives that say that. Progressives usually solely place the onus on the man, say that there's nothing the woman could have done differently, and that's where it stops. That's what I've heard repeatedly said. Now, if you guys heard something different, then maybe that's my bad. Maybe I'm in a bad internet bubble. But that's what I've heard said over and over and over and over again.
Well, so one of the things that I think is that I find both enjoyable and frustrating as hell about the way discourse starts on Twitter is that oftentimes it can get a little hyperbolic and get insensitive, and you're working with limited context. And most of the people who communicate on Twitter are kind of retarded about being able to frame up their position. But what I do love about it is that it creates these kinds of discourses afterwards in the fallout, and then we do end up talking about things like boundaries within relationships and boundaries within casual sex and the various issues that can come up with it. And that turns into a really, really fucking interesting conversation to where people can actually learn. And then that gets turned into something that's actually seen by a broader number of people potentially, right? So that's honestly probably the direction that this conversation should go. Talk about those things. Let's talk about establishing
I already
boundaries.
did earlier. Nobody wanted to talk about it. I think I
Right.
have pretty good advice on that. But
Well, I would love to talk
When
about
did
that.
we not talk about it?
every time I started to give an example for anything, you wanted to pivot to a new
No,
conversation.
so Zonia,
That's not
the
true.
issue is that I 3 times told Destiny, hey, can we talk about establishing boundaries? And then he gives me advice about how to be safe, generally speaking, while having casual sex. So he's not giving advice about how to establish boundaries in a casual sex. Because he'll say, for example, as an advice that he read to me, have a conversation before you have sex. And then I ask him, well, what if you can't have that conversation? Then he says, then you shouldn't have sex. So how is that advice for me to establish boundaries? It's not. It's nonsense.
If you can't have a conversation before having sex, then you just shouldn't be doing it. I don't know. That's like a pretty simple statement.
But Destiny, you keep saying that you have advice to give about this topic.
If
and
you're
you
fucking
don't.
retarded, I don't have advice for you.
But then you think they're retarded anyway, and you're
If you
saying
can't
that to
have
them.
a conversation about boundaries, then yeah, you shouldn't be doing anything like that. Yeah, you are retarded. Yeah.
So if you think they're already retarded, why not give them that extra advice if they're?
I did give the good advice. If you're retarded, then you
You
just shouldn't
didn't.
have sex at all.
You said you didn't want to give additional advice because if they're too retarded to figure it out, then you don't want to help them. But you already think they're retarded, so why not?
What are some ways that they can get over social anxieties that would prevent them from asserting or from establishing boundaries with a partner?
Yeah, I mean, it could be social anxieties. It could be another. I listed a lot of other things, and he.
Wait,
chimped
why
out
are you
and said
bringing
do you
up
want- hold on,
mentally
to be
ill
clear,
women?
I can-
Mentally ill women are not part of this conversation. They don't have sex.
If you want to, if you want advice for that, I can give you advice for that I've heard works as well. How can people learn to? How can people learn to assert boundaries better? Some people, if you have a lot of issues relating to like how physically confident you feel about yourself, some people say that once they've started to take up martial art, like a jujitsu or something like that, that they feel more comfortable asserting boundaries in real life because now they feel a little bit more physically confident. Not that they're ready to actually fight a guy off, but just the fact of like doing physical things to their body gives them other confidence in other areas of their life to assert boundaries. That could be one thing you do.
That's good advice. Also, what Mindwave said earlier about like trying to establish boundaries in other areas of your life to gain more confidence and practice in doing that. That was also very good advice.
Yeah, well, people also have different reactions.
True, you can't give advice for
right?
anything. True.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So you need to know what they are. So, you know, obviously if you fight, you're probably not in a bad spot, but people freeze and they just don't react, right?
But
Because
you
they
know,
get stressed.
about freezing, if you know freezing is an issue for you, it would be a really good thing to inform your potential partner that you have that issue so they can be extra conscious of that and try to help you through that or stop it. So you tell them that you freeze, that it might be an issue, this is how it would look like, and then they're prepared and then they'll be able to help you out of that. So it would be important to just inform that's something that could happen.
Yeah, I wasn't giving it as an example as to why they shouldn't do anything. It's more like you need
No,
to be aware.
I was giving advice.
Yeah, you need to be aware of your responses so that you can learn how to better react with them.
Yeah, like a lot of women disassociate, for example, a lot. Some women disassociate and they don't know that they are. So it's like, that's a good thing for women to introspect, to make sure that if you are dissociating, you know how it feels like, so you can tell your partner that that's a possibility so they can properly engage with it when it happens. So you have safer sex that way.
I think the hardest part for a lot of people is just recognizing that they have an issue with establishing boundaries, because a lot of people just go day by day not really realizing. They just sort of think it's normal behavior because they're maladapted in some way to think that that's
or
normal.
because women are socialized to be more
Meek,
appeasing.
not really, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I know from what was that? I know from something that I've heard from a lot of people is that, and this isn't so much to deal with like self-defense, but that self-defense classes have helped a lot of people gain confidence and gain the ability to feel like they were confident in pushing back in situations, telling people, like,
Right, did
asserting
I
their boundaries
say
or telling
this?
people to
Yes.
fuck off.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I know you were saying that, but one of the things that I think is pretty common for everybody, not even just women, but men as well, is having that kind of, is those types of confidence building scenarios and situations. So, could be self-defense is probably one of the best ones, but then other things like various physical activities, rock climbing, etc., things where you're kind of like overcoming challenges and such that regularly sort of give you the confidence that you can overcome things and that you can be successful and that you could do things that you didn't think you could before. Like, those are going to be some of the most important things for building your own self-confidence, getting to the point where you feel very comfortable asserting your boundaries and pushing back when somebody's
Whilst I
infringing.
don't disagree that it can build confidence, confidence is not necessarily enough to know how you deal with a very stressful emergency type of situation.
Oh my God! It's
Wait,
nothing
I
is
have a
necessarily
question.
enough.
Self-defense
for
is
that.
perfect for that.
No.
then.
It's still really good, but you need to be like, if you have a different like a response to trauma, you might be like a fucking great at any kind of confidence building thing you can imagine, but it might not necessarily be how you react under that stress. Now, that doesn't mean those things aren't good, but it can also give you a false sense of security because you have so much confidence in other things. So you really do need to be aware of how you react in like a stressful situation to be able to work on it, because maybe you do, maybe you already fight, maybe your stress response is already fight, so you're okay. But I'm just saying in the situations where they might not be.
Are we just giving advice for casual sex right now? Because most of my advice is oriented at relationship type stuff. So if it's casual, then I won't be able to say what I want to say.
I'd say this one applies pretty broadly, but in relationships, there are other things that can emotionally chip away at boundaries, or you can feel like
I was just gonna say that, like, if you have the opportunity to re-engage with a partner and you know that you have an issue with asserting boundaries, you can do practices with your partner. So you can actually even have this agreement that they're going to touch you or try to, like, push, you know, like, advance on you, and then you, like, it's known that you're safe, so you get to practice this thing of, like, establishing your boundaries with them. And if you do that regularly with a partner, it helps you build more security with them. So it will be easier in the moment to express those boundaries if you need them. But that doesn't work in casual sex.
Could that be built upon with, like, what are those trust scenario kind of things where you do these trust situations with your partner?
No, that's the opposite of what you want to do.
Is the opposite?
Yeah. Establishing boundaries is different than blindly trusting somebody. It's the exact opposite kind of thing.
Yeah, but then you also come to better understand your partner and what it is that, you know, where things may be an issue. Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe it is chipping away at boundaries in that case. So for an actual partner, you'd probably need to work a lot more with, I don't know, maybe, geez, I don't even know what that situation would be. Somebody's got to have a better advice than me. I'm the asexual in the room.
Yeah, I was saying that, like, if you know that you have an issue, if you know
I'm
that
really
you have
trying here.
It's okay.
Generally, if sexual boundaries are probably some of the hardest things to enforce because there's a whole bunch of different things that are going on during sex. If you're probably trying to practice establishing boundaries, what you probably want to try is establishing boundaries with things like friends and family first, or things with your partner that are probably outside of the bedroom. So, for instance, a really passive person might never choose a restaurant, or might never be comfortable voicing an opinion about stating a preference for doing something. So maybe a way to practice a boundary might be if your partner, so you're just, hey, do you want to go to Applebee's? And you actually hate Applebee's. You actually are more assertive. You're like, you know what? I don't want to go here. I'd rather do that. Building up on, like, less, like, lower stakes things before you start asserting sexual boundaries is probably the way you would slowly build up the confidence to do that. Because chances are somebody that can assert boundaries in one area probably has difficulty asserting boundaries in other areas, depending on how it plays out.
So you said it was hard. So if people fuck it up, they're still retarded, huh?
Well, they make mistakes.
The level of, like, fucking retarded shit you say is just, it blows my fucking mind. It's so many. I don't know if you thought. What point do you think you made right now? No, I'm just so curious. What point do you think you just made with that? I'm so curious.
I'm just saying, you said it was hard, but people who fuck it up, I guess they're retards. I don't know.
I didn't say people that fuck it up are retards. I said that if you think there's nothing you can do.
You said that earlier.
Find give me the exact quote. Go find the exact tweet that I said.
You call these people retards all the time.
Go give me the exact tweet.
It's a fun word.
True.
In this conversation, I said if you can't assert boundaries, you're retarded.
No, you said if you can't follow the advice that I'm giving you and you keep not listening to it, then maybe you're retarded, right? That was a thing that you kept saying?
I don't know in regards to that could be true depending on the type of advice I was giving, but I don't know what advice you were talking about. This is the first time I've said anything about small incremental steps to improving your boundaries. So I don't know what other advice we were talking about that I gave that I said that to, but I just don't remember.
Well, we
were talking about how people can overcome their limitations and better establishing and asserting their boundaries for the, quote, retarded people, right? Or those who struggle with certain social limitations.
Me.
Right?
I am the retarded.
Basically, Destiny, you were saying, like, hey, if you can't even have a conversation about boundaries, then you are retarded. You shouldn't be having sex.
If you can't even begin to have the conversation, then you're like, fuck, you need to go to, like...
So you said
my bad.
that.
You've only been talking 80% of the time. Go ahead.
Thank you. So you said that. But now we're talking about using methods to bring you more able to have that conversation. So we are teaching retarded people under your definition.
Sure, but I don't know if this was the particular problem that person had. So I can't give advice that's this specific. I don't know what the fucked up individual's issue was.
What do you think it was?
I don't know. They said that they just felt awkward.
Okay. So your advice was, I don't know what your specific issue is, so until you figure it out, don't have sex.
That's essentially what I said, yes.
Okay. So then we just disagree if that's actually useful.
Well, I think it's pretty useful. I think it's a good first step. And apparently the person got raped 4 times, so they didn't know up to that point.
Maybe they did know it, but they didn't treat themselves as retarded people, so they didn't It's like, don't you think it's quite an odd framing for you to do that's like, well, if you've been raped 4 times, clearly you're too dumb to understand that what you're doing gets you to be raped.
If your response to telling people no is, well, I said no one time and I got raped even harder, it does kind of feel that way, yeah.
Okay.
That's it? Okay.
I mean,
we solved it, guys.
I've
We
been making
solved
the
it.
same. I'm not going to like rehash it. We already did.
You just
I don't
did.
think
I
we're
mean,
gonna.
but yeah. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
It's amazing how we can like read one tweet in a million different ways and still not understand what it said. But yeah, I don't know.
You know what's really interesting
Well-
about what you just said? It's bizarre that you're saying that we don't understand what it said, but there are multiple people who have multiple interpretations of the tweet. You just think that your interpretation is valid, which is fine, but then you can't invalidate other people's interpretations.
Well,
'cause
but to
that's
be
stupid.
clear, though, he did caveat and said if you can't do this.
Yes.
So his initial advice was correct. I stand by his initial tweet. If you can't do that, then you probably shouldn't be having
I
casual
still
sex.
think incomplete advice is trash.
That's great. Well, your advice
Then
of
you think
introspect
all
is also
advice
trash.
is
Yeah,
trash.
all
Well,
advice is trash because all advice is
well,
incomplete.
Kelly, so
How
Kelly,
is all advice trash if only
Because
Alright.
no
complete
single
is
piece of
advice?
advice is going to be sufficient for any given issue. That just doesn't exist.
Yeah,
There's
so-
no one answer to everything.
But then maybe
So-
don't give advice to people you don't know the context
True.
of.
Don't give advice to anybody about anything ever unless you have the
That's not
full
what I
on
said,
every single thing
Ziggy,
ever.
bitch. You put a word
So-
in my mouth that I never fucking said.
Oh my.
so if somebody wanted to give advice, how would they give more complete advice in that situation?
It's super
Well,
easy. You
fucking
just need to
ask
ask
them
for
a
their
question
autobiography
for
first.
start.
What would your
I-
guys' tweet look like? Can we draft
Zonia.
one?
Yeah, that's what I want.
Can we workshop one?
I mean,
Zonia,
I've
can I
already
just
said what I would do multiple times.
Well, like what? So what would you say? How would you better word the prescription I was trying to make? Since you've made it clear that you actually don't have any issue with what was said, you're just
No,
mad
I
it wasn't
do.
sufficient.
God.
So how do you
Well,
make that
she
tweet
wants-
sufficient?
Incomplete advice is bad advice.
Well, how do you make that tweet complete advice then for you?
Like, I wouldn't tell someone that they
She's
should
not gonna
stop
answer
having
the question.
casual sex as a
So
statement
you just
alone.
You're-
wouldn't.
you're
You
giving
just
a
wouldn't
negative,
give
yeah.
advice.
Let me fucking finish! Jesus fucking Christ.
Because you start the
I've
answer with a
already
negative or a
said-
question instead of just answer the question.
If you let me finish. If I have to go from what you said, I would say you should stop having casual sex for a while and figure out what your problem is, which is something I have said like 3-4 times. Because without figuring out the problem,
That's not a complete
without
solution.
without getting the diagnosis, you can't treat it. And we don't know what the diagnosis is because we don't have the context. So the most important thing is to tell that person to seek help in some way. I don't know what help they need because I don't fucking know.
That is help, isn't it? Telling somebody to stop doing something that is a risky behavior that ends up in essentially self-harm, that is good advice, right? Like that is
No,
enough.
it's
That is
incomplete.
it's always going to
it
be
is
even what
literally
you
incomplete.
said was incomplete.
Okay, Kelly, what is the
No, it
harm? Kelly, what is the harm in incomplete advice?
Because if it's incomplete, there's nothing to do. Go from when they've stopped having casual sex. Like there's no like after that.
That could
Because
be for them
apparently-
to
Is
figure
that
out
harmful?
wrong.
It's
It's a
just-
starting
the
place,
problem
bro.
is if you say
Well,
stop
well,
having
why
casual
would-
sex and then you stop from there, they literally just cease to exist. Their body just disintegrates because you didn't tell
Yeah,
But
them
then
what
it's
to do
not
afterwards.
advice, is it? You're just framing it. It's disingenuous framing as advice. So you just want to be a cunt. Just admit it.
The problem is, and again, they're giving advice to something specific. They're not giving advice for you to return to healthy sexual activity. They're just giving you advice to how to avoid negative sexual outcome. So they are giving advice. They're just not giving advice to what we want them to give advice. We want them to give advice to what is going to put this woman on a course to have better sexual encounters, and they're giving advice to how to not have
How to
those
mitigate
negative
the
reactions.
damage? Yeah, how to mitigate the negative consequences of like not being able to establish your boundaries clearly. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
The
good
problem is
starting place.
boundaries in that situation.
For somebody that
Yeah.
needs to hear that doesn't know that already, that is advice that's worth listening
Okay,
to.
mind ways.
Like
Just stop having casual sex, forehead.
I'm trying to imagine if I would have retweeted or instead I just said, figure out your problem.
yeah, yeah.
saying like to stop having casual sex. Like, how is what you just said any better than what you did say? Exactly.
If something
How
bad
is that
happens, you should
any
think
better?
about it. Like, okay.
Well, because there's an actual step in there, like some tangible
Yes, exactly.
step.
There's a fucking step. Instead of just being a condescending prick, you actually are trying to give advice because you're trying to
Mindwave.
say you need to diagnose your issue. Like,
Well,
however
no,
you
I was
wanna say
talking
it.
about
You
what
could still be a
Steven
cunt
said.
and give advice.
No. To be clear, the piece of advice that was given was two things: recognizing the problem, and then stopping the behavior that leads to the negative consequence. Right? How
But
you figure out
that's
your
not
issue
what
with
it
actually
is.
Again,
establishing
stop
boundaries
having
is on
casual sex.
you.
It's saying to an alcoholic, stop drinking. That's not enough information. It's
Okay,
be
but
helpful.
everybody,
engage
like,
with
what if
what
the
he's
alcoholic
saying.
doesn't even realize, like that they
they're an
are an
alcoholic.
alcoholic? Yeah.
Well, then they would need to go do that and figure that out. That's the point. They need to go do that step to figure that out. That's what I've been trying to get at.
Mindwave.
Mind
So
waves?
you identify the problem, which is if you have an issue, a certain boundaries. Yes? That's the first thing
Right.
you said.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the second thing is stop doing the behavior that causes the negative reaction,
Yeah, the negative consequences. Yes.
the negative consequences. So not what's causing you to not be able to express your boundaries, just what's causing the negative outcome.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So, as I said, you guys are solving the negative outcome. You're not saying how to make sex actually better. She needs to figure that out on her own, but you're telling her just like, hey, if you hadn't figured it out yet,
In
maybe
the initial
don't...
tweet, yes,
Wait.
that was
Okay,
the message
good.
behind the initial tweet.
So
Just,
let me-
just to let you, just to be clear, that's where the discourse started. It is not where it's ended up, and even within the context of this conversation, we've expanded upon that. So to say, like, I don't want
me
it to
ask you something.
just boil down to that. This was the only thing that we cared about, or that was discussed, because that's not true either.
Sure. And again, I have to do this, and I think we know where we'll go, but I'm gonna try this anyway. So, do you think that there are women who are aware that they don't know how to assert boundaries? They engage in casual sex, and you telling them, hey, if you keep having these negative outcomes doing casual sex, maybe don't have casual sex. Do you think they can find value in that? And if so, for what reason?
Well, I think I'd
Wait,
like to
wait,
answer
I
this
need
one.
him to
I want to
answer
answer
that.
this one. I really want to answer this one.
Yeah, go for it.
no.
I've already answered that question anyway.
Say-
So
I would
yeah,
say
you can
part-
have a go
yeah.
at it.
Bailed out.
I would say part of the reason why that advice actually has some value to it is because you don't need casual sex. I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind. Stopping casual sex, you're not depriving yourself of like having relationships or anything. You're not depriving yourself of having intimate relationships. You're depriving yourself of having something that I would argue today is a luxury, right?
Wow.
For
I
people
don't
who
need
are
drugs
who
either.
are prepared for that luxury.
I
Like,
have a
nobody
question
needs
then.
it. This isn't about deprivation. This is about trying to get somebody help, right? So they actually fix
No,
the
no. It's
shitty
about
behavior.
restricting your behavior if it,
Well, what if you
it
do
doesn't
best
align
of-
to certain standards.
It's
That's
about
the
What
point.
if you kind of
recognizing
merged the-
maladaptive behaviors or like risky behaviors, right? Like and minimizing that. Like people oftentimes engage in behaviors that is harmful, whether it's acts of self-harm or whatever, and they don't really necessarily realize what they're doing is what's
So-
leading
We
leading to
spoke
the
about
bad
that too
outcome.
before.
So
And I
if
said,
a woman,
well, why? Because they got an underlying problem, right?
so
like
if
their
a woman
like their motor's
has an
dead on their
issue-
wheelchair.
if a woman,
Shut
if a woman has an issue establishing boundaries, and she takes your advice because she never thought about stopping having casual sex before, so now she stopped having casual sex, and she's in a relationship, but she still struggles expressing boundaries. The negative outcomes are not being mediated, correct? That again doesn't address the actual issue.
I wasn't listening, if I'm being honest. What was that?
Okay, then I'll ask Zonia my question. Zonia?
Zonia?
Sure.
So what you were saying is that there's utility in that because you don't require sex. But good. Kelly.
Well, would you have been okay if we took both, if like Steven and Mindwaves both, if we had taken their original tweets, they're more, let's say, self-reliance tweet answers to this situation, and they had followed up in addition to that with like the cringy leftist go see a therapist, right? Step 1, stop the behavior. Step 2, go see a therapist. Like, would that have made it a little bit more palatable, or something that would have worked better?
Finally,
or
complete advice. You know? that's where the advice ends. Is go see.
Because I don't
therapist.
think anybody's. Because
I
I would
to
say
ask
that
you.
I don't think because I'll say that I don't think anybody is really going to be coming up with complete advice. So the only real option is to just not say anything, or to say something that better wraps up the situation for that scenario.
I remember what I wanted to ask you. So,
sure.
If you think that there's a subset of women who need to hear the advice, like they understand they have an issue, a certain boundaries. They understand that they are being continuously raped because of that lack of establishment of boundaries. So they have all of that self-awareness. And they are choosing to continue to engage in casual sex because they have yet to hear the advice that they would be raped less if they stopped. Doesn't that sound incredibly I think that the person like that really does lack in like probably cognitive abilities, but that's not the women we're talking about. Like, we're claiming like this is sage advice that some women need to hear, but fact of the matter is, it's true that some women need to hear that. Those women have a lot other struggles mentally than just that, but generally normative women wouldn't engage in behaviors that are at the point of like self-harm, like Mind Waves talks about, just because they understand that they're engaging in self-harming behavior.
Yeah,
do you get what I'm saying?
I would agree that advice I don't think is really going to be beneficial to many people at all. But I think at least when I caught the earlier part of the conversation, and when Abba jumped on as well, it sounded like what was being advocated for is just sort of generally saturating the environment with that general advice. And even though it may not actually apply even to a large number of women or men, mind you, it can still possibly apply to some people, and it's also a good idea to continuously sort of reinforce this way of thinking and being sort of self-conscious, right? So they're not, I don't think either Stephen or Mindwaves, correct me if I'm wrong, think that their advice is actually going to directly affect any specific individuals. It's more just the putting it out there and allowing that information to continuously be saturated out there.
Information? What information exactly?
Are you gonna do the thing where you just play stupid, like you don't understand exactly what this discourse was over, and like in all the different branches, it's like fucking gone out?
Okay.
Are you gonna pretend like all this conversation didn't happen?
Remember when we agreed that we'll try to be good faith with each other, and then you were done with that?
Yeah,
I'm
but
done with
what
that
you just did is not good faith.
I'm just gonna
Do not
start
recognize
being
that.
bitchy to you again. How about that? Shut the fuck up. So
Okay,
Zonia,
just continue feigning ignorance on everything. It's a great strategy for you.
I understand that you really struggle with the concept of thinking, I'm not all women, just me and Kelly are stupid. And that's okay if you feel that way.
I don't know, you guys are convincing
Wait,
me.
who are you talking to now?
I
Me
just
or
need to
him?
talk. I'm talking
Okay.
to Mindwaves.
Okay.
So, Zonia,
Confused there.
basically, when we're talking about the information circling, we're under Mindwaves framing, it's if you're engaging in casual sex as a form of self-harm, stop doing that. And that's the information we want to circle around because we feel like that's useful advice. So we title that as advice to women. If you're engaging in sex as self-harm, stop doing that. And I'd actually argue that's much more palatable than whatever fuck they said. Like, I think that's very credible advice. I just don't think how they said it really...
That
I don't
advice,
think they
by the
actually
way,
mean
again,
that.
that's not good advice. That's tautological. If you're doing something in self-harm, don't do it. By definition, you shouldn't do things in self-harm. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, the assumption
But
here
that's
is
his
lack of
argument.
self-awareness. The
People
assumption
that
here...
self-harm know that they're doing
the assumption here
That
on
is
at
argument.
the
what
base
if
of
they
this
just don't
is
know
lack
they're
of
doing it?
Sonia, I
self-awareness,
have
right?
to. This is stupid. Destiny, he literally said, if you're engaging in sex and you know this behavior is bad for you, How about stop it? And maybe you never heard that advice before.
I didn't say, they didn't seem to know that it was bad for you, because people don't seem to
Mindwave
know
said
that if you're
that.
getting raped multiple times that you might have the ability to change that. That's the whole point.
Mindwave said that.
Oh, then don't include me in your fucking Mindwaves, Vendetta.
That
But
person's
you fucking
Twitter,
just
that
defended his
person's whole
position.
Twitter presence was just them bragging about, or like not bragging, but like talking about how their sex life is shitty and how men are like dumb, or like rapists. Yeah, like like at that point, like if that's your whole Twitter presence, are you really gonna get mad if people criticize you when you say dumb shit? Like I
You
don't
realize
know.
both things could be true,
You're
right?
pathetic.
Those men could be terrible, and she could also be doing a bunch of stupid shit.
Yeah, that's
More than
probably
likely
both
true.
true. Yeah.
Yeah, but to know.
Well, you
how to
really
help
stuck it to her.
You'd have to fucking get to know.
So I think Mindwaves, what was necessary was then for you to follow up with the tweet telling men to do better.
Oh right.
That would have solved
Fuck,
it.
dude.
Anyways, no, but I think so. I think one of the things to keep in mind here is that a lot of this has to do with the way that we engage in sort of a hyperbolic approach to discourse on Twitter, and you get a whole bunch of people putting a bunch of advice out there that isn't necessarily going to land with many people. It isn't necessarily going to be applicable to a broad number of people. But you kind of, when you see somebody put something out there that just looks so stupid or so obnoxious, or like, what the fuck are you thinking, you see that, you don't have all the other context, and you're just like, you respond to it. You're like, okay, this is fucking retarded. If this is your situation and here's what's going on based on the context I see here, then here's your fucking answer. Stop being a fucking retard, right? That's the way that a lot of us respond on Twitter. It's not necessarily the most conducive way to actually discoursing with anybody or solving problems, but from what they saw, and I saw that tweet as well, it did look pretty like, what the fuck are you even putting that out there for? Because it absolutely looked exactly how they explained it. It looked as though she noticed the stealth thing at the time, and then based on her reply, like she had frozen up and didn't actually want to address the situation. So yes, based on that information, I could absolutely see it makes perfectly good sense to have that conclusion and then want to have to then put that out there and say, this is fucking stupid. If this is your situation, stop having casual sex because it's not for you, right? That's totally understandable.
I mean, that still doesn't, even if that was true, it still doesn't fully answer it, right? So if you think that the person is freezing, and I've already gone over this, right? So freeze is a trauma response, then you should be addressing that. That should be the thing that you're addressing.
Yeah,
but
if we're freezing, you also
that should be stopping casual sex, right?
Yep.
That's not going to stop you from getting raped, though, is it?
If you have issues freezing up, but you'd absolutely want to stop casual sex first and then address that, correct?
Yep.
That's why I've been saying it's incomplete advice. It doesn't
But-
fix anything.
But a single step is still better than no advice.
No, not
right?
really, because it just means they have less sex and nothing else changes.
Oh, so you
That's
think it's
probably
wait, you
good,
think it's
though.
good? Wait,
That's
so
probably
you'd
good.
rather than be having,
yeah, wait, that, is
rather
that, you
than
think
be
that's
getting
good?
sex and
Probably
getting
good.
raped. is
Again,
what you're
it's
saying.
it's a luxury type of sex too, right? Keep
Yeah,
that
but
in
the
mind.
point is, nothing has helped.
Casual sex is absolutely a luxury type
There
of sex.
is something
So-
help. They stopped
My
getting
argument
raped.
is not from some kind of deprivation. Like I don't care about that. If somebody said to me, "Give up casual sex," I'd be like, "Yeah, okay," but that doesn't actually fix anything.
No, it's just step
Destiny, I have a question.
Yeah, but step one doesn't mean shit if you don't have the other steps.
It does. It means that person's not getting raped. What do you
Yes,
mean?
it's
It
to
doesn't
stop
mean
getting
anything.
raped.
That's a
Firstly, that's
huge
not a
thing.
definite
It means a
either.
lot.
That's still not a definite.
I have a question.
You're saying that like that's a definite. They're never
If
get
that
raped
person
again.
is not, oh my
So
god,
getting raped less. Sorry, what's up, Katie?
You don't even know that.
There's
Still not gonna help.
The rape is
we
coming
can't
from
know
inside the
anything,
house.
dude. Kelly's making me a nihilist, dude. I just can't know anything. I should never trust.
Okay.
I don't know.
let me try to bridge a gap here.
All I'm saying is give better advice, and you guys are like, "No, not enough letters on Twitter." That's your fucking excuse.
I mean, that's Twitter. That's Twitter. And they're men. They love to give advice, especially advice that people don't necessarily need. That's a man thing, right?
You're saying
Yeah.
that, but you also said that she actually did need that advice, so...
I framed up the concept and I said it's perfectly understandable that they would come to that conclusion and then want to say something about it, right? So I didn't. The thing is, I didn't go out saying it. I saw the exact same thing they did, but I didn't go out putting the advice. Why? Because I don't really care to do that shit. Because I recognize the situation is probably more complicated than I understand, and the advice probably isn't going to land for anybody. But that's my perspective, but I'm also not really motivated like they are to go
Make
and
discourse,
give that
yeah.
advice. Right?
I do make
I mean,
discourse.
So,
I have no issue with insults, but just say it's a fucking insult.
but anyways, yeah, it was steel womaning their position. Don't put it on me that I'm gonna go and give that stupid mansplaining advice, okay?
I mean, you're validating them. Whatever.
I'm steel womaning them, goddammit, because you won't do it, okay?
I can't.
Does Destiny ever really need help?
I will call you out on your privilege. Stop this right now.
You laugh like Muttley. I like it. It's good.
Okay. So, Destiny, you said telling people to not engage in self-harm is a tautology because we know self-harm is bad. But your advice is, if you're not mature enough to have certain types of conversations, don't have sex. And I'm asking you, if a person doesn't know they're not mature enough, how is this not a tautology?
Because one way to know that you're not mature enough is if you're saying you can't do something, or if you keep getting raped.
But wasn't that after?
No,
It was in the initial tweet. If you knew that he took off the condom and you couldn't even bring yourself to say anything, if you recognize that you can't do this behavior, then you shouldn't do this.
If you self-harm, don't have anything sharp in your house, forehead.
That's actually good advice sometimes. Yeah, or make sure that somebody else has control over the sharp object in your house.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold
that's
on.
actually good advice.
Destiny said it wasn't his argument.
I just want to say that was really funny because, like, unironically, one of the big pieces of advice if you are suicidal is don't have things that are easy to commit suicide with, like just
Like a
having a
gun.
firearm.
Yeah,
Yes.
true.
But that,
How are you
yeah,
gonna get
so
rid of
don't
everything
fucking do
sharp in your house?
No
Destiny.
sharps. It's very much a thing.
Oh, no.
It is a thing.
Which one
So
is
that
it?
is actually a
Everything with
thing.
a spoon.
I know people
Why
who've
are
been
you
through the
laughing?
process.
Like that's like not.
I know
it's
people
just
who've
funny
actually
'cause
been
it's like-
through that
It
whole
doesn't
process.
solve the fucking issue.
It's
of
not supposed to
self-harm.
It is
solve
the
everything.
very-
It's just one
It is-
step.
It's the first thing you're often told to.
It would be like
get
saying,
rid of
like,
those
oh, like, how do
things.
I lose weight? And someone's like, oh, count your calories. And then you count your calories for 6 months. Like, this didn't help. And it's like, what do you mean it didn't help? Well, I counted my calories, but I ate the exact same amount of food.
People
Like,
will
yeah,
go
no
back
shit.
to their same-
So
They go
I
back
have
to
a
the same
co-
patterns because nothing is solved. They
I
go
have a
back to
community
self-harm.
member who went through this whole situation a year ago, and the first thing that they were told is because they had guns, it's like, give those guns to somebody else, get them out of the house.
Okay,
They
that
can't-
doesn't
they can't
solve
be around.
anything. That doesn't solve their depression,
Destiny's
dumbass.
argument. Stop. It wasn't his argument.
Yeah.
Destiny, are you now arguing that if you know that you are not mature enough to have sexual relationships, you should not be having casual sex? So you're saying only if you're aware of it?
Only if you're aware that you're getting raped. Yeah, sure.
No, only if you're aware that you don't have the tool to assert boundaries.
Why are you rewording the initial tweet and asking if we agree with it? Obviously, we agree with it.
How about you shut the fuck up? Because you're making a different argument. I'll talk to Destiny. You can do your little thing. And once I'm done, you can have this. Okay? Cool. So. Steven.
Hold on, I'm fucking dealing with some bullshit. He thought he was gonna
Then
take
I'll
me by
wait.
surprise.
Because it's a gotcha, so.
Okay.
Oh no. It's an attempt, but, you know. Hard to do those with Destiny.
I bet you I can predict what your argument's going to be. You're going to say that you, okay, so if you're only applying this to people that do know that they have this problem, and then you're going to say, Destiny's going to say, yeah, sure, or something, and then you're going to go, oh, well, what about the people that don't know they have that problem? Are you speaking to them? Are you going to solve that problem? And we're going to say, well, no, this tweet wasn't actually meant for those people. And we've done this conversation a few times already.
You know mine with? I think that's really big brain of yours. And once you're done, like, jerking off to yourself, you would listen to my argument, and then you see if you're right or not. How about that? Let's do that, okay?
I don't know. I just wanted it on the record that that's probably where this conversation's going, but, you know.
Okay. Good job. Somebody write it.
I'd love for you to surprise me, actually.
Ah, Jesus, this is fucking good. Okay, sorry, go ahead, give me, what are you at? Where are we at? Go ahead, give me a thing.
Okay. Not mind waves. Your argument. Are you saying that if women have the awareness that they don't have the ability to assert boundaries during an interaction, they should stop having casual sex?
Yes. Probably.
If they are aware, they don't know how to assert boundaries.
Yes.
Okay. Wouldn't that qualify as you knowing that you're doing something that is suboptimal or bad? So that would qualify as self-harm.
No.
Why
If you lack the awareness to even know, I don't even know like what kind of person we're talking about at this point. Somebody might think that like, oh, like getting raped is a thing that like happens. Like it's not like the most abnormal of experiences. Like that happens to a lot of people, and you know, like yeah, that's just part of like having sex. That's not true. You might think that, and if you think that, then no.
So you think that people might think, oh, I don't really know how to establish boundaries, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to pose an issue in a sexual encounter.
I don't know. They might not. If you're getting raped over and over again and you can't establish boundaries, it seems like you're having trouble learning that lesson. Yeah.
Okay, you're not. Okay.
Are you trying to like trick me into this like, oh, you're actually making a tautology? Because if you want to run it down hard enough, then I guess theoretically you don't need to give advice to anybody ever for anything ever, because everything is always like, I don't understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is I would never tweet out like, don't do things that are bad. What I would say is like, if you're getting this outcome, then maybe stop doing these things. It's like an indicator that what you're doing is bad.
Which is why I asked you. If you're just saying, hey, you should look at the fact that you were being raped, and if you're being raped constantly, figure it out. But if you're saying, if you're aware that you're having this issue, then stop having casual sex, then that does follow your tautology argument.
I don't think so, but okay.
Okay, do you want to run it down?
It's beyond fucking reductively retarded. If you really want to, we can.
Yes, I would like that.
Okay, a tautology is when a thing is defined as like a thing, right? So saying that like water is H2O is like tautologically true, or like don't do bad things is like tautologically true. The problem isn't saying don't do bad things. The problem is identifying what the bad thing is. Getting raped multiple times is a bad thing. If that's happening to you, then you need to change your behavior. That's not normal.
Okay. So, do you think that women are confused or don't understand that they need to have good communication skills to not have bad sexual outcomes?
I don't know. If you're having sex and getting raped multiple times and that's happening over and over again, then it seems like the answer to that is no.
Okay. So what you're saying is
you don't like the answer I'm giving you, so you keep trying to rephrase it until it like is an answer that you like feel like you win the discussion with. I don't know what you want me to say.
I understand that you feel that way. I'm genuinely I speak out loud to clarify things in my head. But it's okay that you feel that way. Like, I'll try to avoid that, I guess, if it bothers you. My point is that there was a big emphasis on this element of if she knows that she can't assert boundaries. And I'd argue that that's saying that women go into sexual encounters when they know they have an issue with asserting boundaries and they don't understand that that's risky behavior is very weird.
Okay.
I don't think that's a common experience.
Okay, you win. Everybody knows every problem they have all the time, always, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
Good engagement with what I said. Yeah. Thank you.
The faith has left this room. At least a good portion of it.
I don't think she understands like what she's arguing. Like she's essentially arguing that like everybody knows every bad thing that's happening with them at all points in time. It's like it's fucking
That's
retarded.
not what I'm saying.
Not even slightly.
Okay.
It's very frustrating too.
It is, trust me. I know. We all know. We're all very frustrated.
No, I understand. We're both frustrated. If you want, I can try to explain myself again.
Go for it.
I don't think anybody wants it, honestly.
I mean, I'm okay. Go for it. Or unless you guys don't.
So, my argument is that if women are choosing to engage in the risky behavior of casual sex, obviously they believe that they have the tools to manage the risks. So, if we're saying you are engaging in casual sex but you know you don't have the tools to mitigate it, that would obviously be considered self-harm, and therefore giving that advice is very condescending because you're assuming there are a bunch of people who are having casual sex even though they know they will be harmed in that process. And that's very silly. Don't think about it too hard, mind waves.
I wasn't thinking about it at all. I wasn't listening.
Yeah, I doubt that you would.
Okay, this has been fun, and by fun I mean like an actual mind rot of a conversation. I'll see you guys later. Good night.
All right, see ya.
Thanks,
Bye.
Dusty.
Holy fuck. All right, Rebon.